This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 994 Inspection of the Manor. Yang Bo did not find a suitable excuse to visit the Ninth Fleet. However, there was no rush for this matter, because it seemed far away for the time being. In addition, there was no possibility of selection at all, and it was a bit unrealistic to have any configuration you wanted. So Yang Bo came to Vichy City, and continued to upgrade the operating system of the mecha. In the Crimson Federation, mechas are the main combat force. Although the major forces in the Crimson Federation also have warships, armed spacecraft. But warships and armed spaceships, these forces will not use them easily, because the destructive power of armed spaceships and warships is too great. Armed spaceships and warships can easily destroy a city. But there is no point in doing so. What the major forces are fighting for is the city itself, and the population. If both sides use spaceships and warships to defeat the opponent, then the future of the Crimson Federation is only destruction. Because using spaceships and warships to defeat the opponent, it is inevitable that the wealth on the ground will be directly reduced to zero. Therefore, the Crimson Federation Parliament had enacted strict laws hundreds of years ago to limit the use of armed spaceships and warships. If any force uses spaceships and warships first in internal conflicts and frictions, then the other forces will launch a devastating attack on the first mover. This is a bit like the nuclear force on Earth. It is precisely because of this environment that mechas have become the backbone of major forces. Of course, for the top forces, although armed spaceships and warships cannot be used, they cannot be less. The reason why mechas have become the backbone is that they are flexible and changeable. Although fighters are more powerful than mechas, they are not as flexible as mechas. In this process, Yang Bo encountered some troubles. That is, the manufacturers of mechas are different. Their models are different. And there are many types of mechas. The country of Crimson Federation also has the ability to manufacture mechas. However, the mechas in Lijian Manor are not made by Crimson Federation, because the Federation is a system similar to warlords. A certain warlord has the ability to manufacture mechas, but this warlord wants to sell the mechas he made to other warlords. Other warlords would not buy them at all. Other warlords would worry that these mechas have other backdoors. The mecha itself is actually a weapon. The energy battery of these mechas can become a huge bomb under certain circumstances. In addition, mechas can collect a lot of information. So the warlords in the Federation who can manufacture mechas use them themselves. Warlords who cannot manufacture mechas buy mechas from the Empire or the Alliance. So Yang Bo is faced with mechas produced by different mecha manufacturers in the Alliance and the Empire. The Alliance and the Empire both have three major mecha manufacturers. The top leaders of the Alliance and the Empire will not allow a mecha manufacturer to monopolize the research and development and production of mechas in their own countries. The mechas exported by these two countries are also strictly restricted. From the operating system to the configuration, it is impossible to reach the high level of self-use. Should we change to a unified operating system? Yang Bo looked at the remaining mechas and muttered to himself. The remaining dozens of mechas came from 3 companies, and each company had its own operating system and intelligence system. The operating system and intelligence system of the mecha have a lot to do with its own hardware. Yang Bo has the ability to change these mecha operating systems to the same one. There are just some differences for different mecha configurations and hardware. The advantage of this is that it allows these mecha masters in the manor to operate other mechas. And when training new mecha masters, there are also great advantages. However, this also has disadvantages. On the one hand, it will expose Lijian's strong software capabilities. It goes without saying how important the mecha's operating system is. Many mechas' intelligent operating systems are tied to the hardware. Even if they are not tied together, the intelligent operating systems of these mechas are the biggest secret of each company. If someone can easily change these intelligent operating systems, then this person will be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of several major mecha companies. Yang Bo finally decided to just optimize the operating systems of these mechas. Of course, the unification and standardization of mecha operating systems is a major trend. When I have enough strength, I will think about these things again. Yang Bo continued to optimize the operating systems of these mechas. Some mechas' hardware can be modified. When optimizing the operating systems of the mechas, Yang Bo found that there was room for optimization in the hardware design of some mechas. It took 3 days according to the Interstellar standard for Yang Bo to optimize the mechas of his men. Boss! Su Shun saw his boss Li Weihan and hurried forward to greet him. Yang Bo now disguised himself as Li Yuehan, opened Li Yuehan's smartwatch, and opened the permissions for the mecha warehouse. In this way, the mecha masters under his command can use the mecha normally. Then he checked the news of Korea State and local news. Then Yang Bo saw an email from Black Star Company, informing him to attend the shareholders meeting in the company 2 days later. The company has formulated a plan for Golden Lion City. Yeah. Yang Bo replied to the company's email and hummed. Then Yang Bo looked at some things inside the manor. Yang Bo felt a little overwhelmed about the management of the entire manor. Although I already know how John Lee's manor was managed before, but when I really get started, I realize how difficult it is. The manor's expenses, and the manor's income, and also have to guard against the infiltration of people with ulterior motives. There are so many people in the whole manor divided into many departments. I need to find an outstanding CEO. Yang Bo feels like the boss of a company, and he needs to find an outstanding management talent to help him manage the territory. But the talents on the side of the Crimson Federation face another problem. There is a high probability that they are sent by other forces. Yang Bo has great ambitions, so the management talents in the manor are not in Yang Bo's eyes. Intelligence? There is another vision to develop, and the intelligence system is also a top priority. Li John also has an intelligence department, but the ability to collect intelligence is limited. Most of it still relies on the company's intelligence. Headache. Yang Bo is not afraid of making money, nor is he afraid of building some warships, nor is he afraid of technical problems. It is about the management and development of the future. If the foundation and the general direction are not done well at the beginning, then the entire force will have big problems in the future. Facing this problem, Yang Bo has no solution for the time being, because he does not have such talents at all. As for the manor of Li Yuehan, the management talents are lurking from other forces, so it is known whether these people in this manor are reliable or not. The first step is to find a way to send these unreliable people away. Yang Bo decided to solve the personnel problems within the manor first, because Yang Bo can't use the spirit seed to release so many people in the whole manor. Although there is no limit to the release of the spirit seed for the time being, Yang Bo knows that this is because his spirit power is strong enough. But even the strongest spirit power has a limit, so the number of times the spirit seed is released should also have a limit. Another way is to release the spirit seed, read other people's memories. This kind of reading other people's memories feels a bit immersive, just like your own memories. Yang Bo felt that the more spiritual seeds he released, the more he read other people's memories, and the greater the possibility that his own memories would be disturbed. In the end, he might not know which memories were truly his own. Therefore, when Yang Bo read the memories of these management talents in the manor, he only read a small part of the memories related to identity issues. It did not involve too many other memories. Do you want to pretend to be a killer yourself? These managers in my manor are talents anyway, and they are not modified people or clones. But this also needs an opportunity. Yang Bo pondered in his heart. Su Shun, the butler of the manor, had no idea that the boss in front of him was trying to get rid of him. Su Shun was now wondering why the boss had locked the mecha warehouse in the manor. Su Shun's intuition told him that there must be something wrong. So Su Shun asked, "Boss, do we still need to purchase mechas? The Alliance's Ping and Mecha Company will hold a mecha exhibition in Korea next month. But the price of mechas this time has increased by 15% compared to the last time." Yang Bo heard this and asked, "Price increase?" "Yes, because the passage of the mecha civilian bill within the Alliance has led to a surge in mecha sales." Su Shun nodded and explained. "I understand." Yang Bo nodded after listening, and didn't say much, because Li Yuehan was like that. Alas! Yang Bo sighed in his heart. Li Yuehan would not leave everything to a butler, and he personally controlled the armed forces and money of the manor. Unlike Yang Bo and Devon Star, everything could be handed over to the butler. On the one hand, Yang Bo's identity in Devon Star was a hereditary noble, and the butler was also trained by the family. That is, the Empire also has a complete legal and supervisory system. In the Crimson Federation, if a person dares to give money to another person for safekeeping, then there is a high probability that the other party will take the money and run away. If Yang Bo wants to give the money to Su Shun to manage, then Su Shun can take the money and run away to other places to seek refuge with others. Others are happy to accept it, because the other party brings a large amount of wealth. This invisibly increases the difficulty of Yang Bo's management. Su Shun saw that his boss did not continue, so he said, "Boss, are we still recruiting mecha masters this year?" Not for the time being this year. Besides, prepare. I will go to the company for a meeting in 2 days. Yang Bo will not recruit people before he has dealt with these traitors in the company. Because if we recruit people now, it is very likely that we will recruit the accomplices of these people. Yes. Su Shun nodded. Then Yang Bo ignored the housekeeper and took a flying car directly to the fighter warehouse. The manor has 15 fighters, but only 5 can go to space. The remaining 10 fighters can only fly within the atmosphere. Alas! Yang Bo sighed as he looked at these fighters. Because these fighters are produced by 4 companies, and some are antiques from hundreds of years ago. Of course, the performance of these fighters is much stronger than that of the fighters on Earth. The worst fighter among them has a maximum flight speed of more than Mach 10. A bomb load of 150 tons. And looks like a giant bat. However, this fighter has the worst performance. Because it can only carry missiles. And cannot carry energy weapons. The strength of the fighter is actually to extend the attack distance of energy weapons. Because energy weapons attack in a straight line, the higher the launch point of the energy weapon, the wider the range that can be covered. Logically speaking, the attack power of fighter planes is stronger than that of mechas, so the position of fighter planes among the major forces should be more important. But why is the fact the opposite? This is actually because fighter planes will face many problems when fighting in the atmosphere. The energy weapons of fighter planes are not omnipotent, and weather factors limit the performance of fighter planes. For example, in stormy weather, the energy weapons of fighter planes are almost useless. Even if the radar can lock the opponent, there are various other weather conditions. In addition, the fighter planes fly high, and at the same time face the enemy's air defense force. And the number will increase. Forget it. Yang Bo looked around and found that the performance of these fighter planes was not enough to make him spend time optimizing their systems. Because the manor has other weapon systems. UAV system. Yang Bo came to the honeycomb drone system again. There are about 20,000 drones in the manor. But most of them are micro. And there are also small reconnaissance models. Backward. Yang Bo came to the honeycomb UAV command center, carefully looked at the configuration of these drones, and muttered 2 words in his heart. I have the technology myself. I should vigorously develop drones. This will also indirectly reduce the management talents. Then design a honeycomb UAV system yourself. But these systems are not single, they are integrated with other defense systems of the entire manor. One move affects the whole body. Yang Bo considered these things again, so he decided to see all of them first. Robots. Yang Bo looked at the robot command system inside the manor. Although there are more than 3,000 robots, most of them are old models. The oldest one is actually equipped with gunpowder weapons. And these robots have all kinds of appearances. Some are like miniature tanks, which are equipped with various miniature missiles or gunpowder weapons. There are also various other bionic animal-like shapes, spider-like shapes. Yang Bo thinks that these robots should also be of the same model, which is convenient for maintenance and command, but the modules carried by these robots need to be changed. Then he came to the manor's alarm system command center. The alarm system used here is also a relatively old model. TSK. Then Yang Bo came to the wall again, looking at the old gunpowder weapons. Although these old gunpowder weapons are worthless in Yang Bo's eyes. But the Crimson Federation has these weapons. It is already a big force. Bang bang bang. Yang Bo came to a large caliber machine gun. The caliber of this machine gun is 14 millimeters. It started to fire. Although these machine guns do not pose any threat to mechas and fighters, they still pose a great threat to drones, robots, and armed soldiers. These machine guns have 2 modes. One is automatic alert mode, and the other is manual. Most of the weapons of the Crimson Federation use 2 modes. Because when these guys from the Crimson Federation conflict, the first thing they do is to paralyze the opponent's intelligence system. Various electronic interference methods and energy bombs. Electromagnetic bombs will interfere with these intelligent systems in a short time. Although these things cannot affect the hardware and software core of the intelligent system. However, the intelligent system analyzes based on the data it collects. Electromagnetic bombs and energy bombs mainly interfere with its collected data. Once the data is wrong, the result of the intelligent system is also wrong. It needs to be changed. Yang Bo thinks that this machine gun has a lot of room for improvement, and the entire base's armed defense system needs to be changed. Chapter 995 The Cost of Mistakes. This is a big project. The whole system involves too many things. The warning and defense system of John Lee's entire territory was outsourced to a security company in the Alliance. This security company is Titan Technology Company Limited, one of the three major arms giants in the alliance. Titan Technology Company Limited has a wide range of business, including mecha, fighter, warship, civilian spacecraft, energy cannon, intelligent technology, etc. However, Titan's core business within the alliance is fighter, and its mecha business is not as good as Ping and Technology Company. However, Titan has a large market share in countries outside the alliance. 30% of the Federation's alarm systems are provided by Titan, because there are no more than 10 companies in the entire galaxy that can provide the entire solution. Among them, there are 3 in the alliance, 5 in the Empire, and 2 in the Federation. The reason why there are 5 in the Empire is that the major camps in the Blue Water Empire have their own technology companies. 1 for the Emperor, 3 for the old nobles, and 1 for the royal family. The other princes of the royal family will not use the Emperor's company to provide them with alarm systems, because these princes are not confident. As for the 2 technology companies in the Federation, they are used by themselves, and even their allies will not use them, because in the Federation everyone is wary of each other, and they are calculating, because their allies can stab you in the back at any time. The entire system optimization, hardware, and software need to be modified. For example, the machine guns, cannons, various types of drones, energy cannons, mechas, and fighters on the walls are all fully linked. Improving one of them alone will have some effect, but not much. Yang Bo looked around and knew enough about Li Zhan's manor. Li Zhan's manor is on a mountain, and the entire manor is this mountain. The radar system is at the highest point, so the detection distance is relatively far. Yang Bo had no idea that a conspiracy against him was unfolding. After Yang Bo replied to the company with John Lee's watch, James knew the news and met with Tate privately. I need to know more details, including the target's means of transportation, the guards' equipment, and their strength. In a casino room in Vichy City, James asked directly after seeing Tate. Both of them were disguised, but a considerable number of people who came here to gamble were disguised, because although several companies in Vichy City ruled Vichy City together on the surface, they secretly wished that all the other parties would die. The same is true within the company, especially the shareholders. There has always been a joke in the Federation. That is, all politicians have rewards on the killer platform. These politicians are actually shareholders of various companies. I will give you this. How is the killer preparing? Tate heard this and nodded. Tate has planted many people in John Lee's manor, which is a routine operation. It's ready, a high-level mercenary group, a Class A assassin team, and I also prepared 2 drone hives and 5 high-level bionic people. The drones and high-level bionic people are all modified. If the high-level mercenary group and the assassin fail, then the drones or high-level bionic people will, bang. James made an open gesture with his left hand. TSK. Of course, Tate knew what James meant. They were self-destructing drones and self-destructing robots. So where is the action? Tate continued to ask. However, Tate was alert to James, because he could take out a drone hive or an advanced bionic robot, and James might be someone else's glove. James heard this and laughed. There are only a few preset plans. We have to act according to the situation. After all, I don't even know the configuration of Li Zhan's trip. James didn't trust Tate very much, and the specific plan would definitely not be leaked, even though Tate was conspiring with him. But what if Tate was pretending? After all, John Lee is the second largest shareholder. It's not strange for the majority shareholder to sell out the minority shareholder in order to get the support of the second largest shareholder. John Lee is not simple. He started as an ordinary employee of the company step by step. After listening to James' answer, Tate guessed that the other party was on guard against him. This is also normal. On the contrary, if the other party told him a detailed plan, he would not believe it. Who knows where James came from? Well, I know this. John Lee is not a small figure in Vichy City. This guy is ruthless. Most of the people who opposed him died, and his shares came in a strange way. But I'm not confronting him head-on. Few people know my plan. James nodded. In the Federation, if you want to obtain other people's wealth, you need to kill them. Just like the last life and death lottery. Well, this is also a big advantage for us. Tate took a sip of bottled water and said, these people basically drink bottled water when they go out, because it is not so easy to do bad things. If this plan succeeds, I will fully support any decision you make in the company in the future. Then we will look for other targets. James promised with a chuckle. When Tate heard this, he thought the other party was talking nonsense, because the other party was just making empty promises. But he still smiled and said, "Then let's have a happy cooperation. I will give you specific information at the latest the night after tomorrow." Happy cooperation. James nodded. After Yang Bo saw John Lee's manor, he changed the name of the manor to Xiaoyao Manor. Yang Bo originally wanted to name it Yangjiao Manor, but now he was pretending to be someone else, so it was not easy to do so. Yang Bo conducted a thorough investigation of the entire manor's security system, hardware, software, and then formulated an optimization plan. Optimize with the minimum cost. Yang Bo is not going to make a big change, because the equipment in the alert system almost all have reached the maximum performance that the entire equipment hardware can support. And changing the hardware is also a very deep knowledge. It is definitely not as simple as changing a few parts. Moreover, most equipment has a feature that is, it is bound to the hardware. If you change the hardware, the equipment will not work. This is also done by the company that designs these equipment. The purpose is to prevent you from changing and keep making money from you. However, most of the equipment in Xiaoyao Manor has an advantage. They are old enough that some of them no longer need the data and parts of the original manufacturer. The two most popular professions in the Federation are pharmacists, who can provide various energy potions to warlords. The other is forgers, because most equipment modification and optimization requires forgers. Because these warlords in the Federation modify their equipment, there is no way to open a separate production line to produce the required parts. Because the quantity is small, only the forgers can be asked to produce parts. Yang Bo was not in a hurry, because there was no point in being in a hurry. However, the mecha masters of Xiaoyao Manor still felt the changes in the mechas. The mecha masters of Xiaoyao Manor operated different mechas according to their levels. The lower the level, the worse the mechas they operated. The mecha division of Xiaoyao Manor is divided into two groups, Group A and Group B. The reason for the division into two groups is that Li Yuehan cannot entrust all the mechas to one person. The low-level mechas of Xiaoyao Manor are equipped with several mecha masters for one mecha, because low-level mecha masters are not worth much. Because senior mecha masters are rare, they basically have their own mecha. Moreover, the highest authority of these mechas is in the hands of the boss, and these mecha masters only have the right to use the mechas. Lu Fugui, a junior mecha master of Regiment A, jumped off the second-generation mecha after routine training and asked his waiting teammate, who was also operating the same mecha named Stanley. This mecha seems to have been optimized. Stanley is a bald man. Hearing this, he nodded. I feel it too. When I did the evasive action number 136, it felt much smoother than before, and the time was also improved by 0.02 seconds. Lu Fugui whispered, I wonder why the boss ordered us to return the mecha. It turns out that he was optimizing the mecha. Stanley also whispered, but the boss didn't say it, so let's not talk about it. Lu Fugui instructed Stanley. In the Federation, the company's shareholders, the manor owners, and the bosses all have absolute authority. These mecha masters are just workers. These workers all know one thing. That is, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't say what you shouldn't say. And as long as the boss doesn't say something, you just pretend you don't know. Because talking too much, knowing too much, is not a good thing. No one knows who the shareholders of these companies in the alliance are better than these workers. Because workers are accomplices in many things. These workers depend on their respective bosses. The better the boss develops, the better the lives of these workers. The bigger the company, the safer it is in this society. Just like in Vichy City, when employees of Black Star Company wear company uniforms in the city, others have to give them face. Other mecha masters have also noticed it. These mecha masters are most familiar with the mechas they use. And the more advanced the mechas, the more obvious the optimization effect. These mecha masters didn't say anything, because the boss didn't say anything. And they followed the boss in everything. These 2 days, March Star and Devon Star had nothing to do. And Yang Bo was busy at Xiaoyao Manor, because the defense system of the entire manor was also the biggest monitoring. As long as the defense system was optimized, he could know what everyone did. Because the watches and networks used by everyone in the manor had to go through the manor's communication system. When the time comes, as long as I want, I can control every machine gun, every mecha, or every drone. Although I can't perform too many tasks at the same time in this mode. The mechanic mode is very abnormal. When will I try it? How many drones can the mechanic mode control at the same time to perform tasks? Yang Bo fantasized in his heart. Boss. When Yang Bo came out of the manor, the chief steward Su Shun greeted him respectfully. No one else needs to go with me tomorrow. I will go alone. Yang Bo knew that Su Shun came to ask who he would need to go with him to the company tomorrow. Yang Bo knew that Su Shun asked him this because someone wanted to know what route he would take tomorrow, who he would take with him, and what equipment he would use. What was he doing? It was probably not a good thing to want to know these things. After all, he was in the limelight last time, and suddenly owned 11% of the shares of Black Star Company. How many people were jealous? The company's major shareholder might not be eating well or sleeping well, and was thinking of finding an opportunity to kill him. So Yang Bo gave them a chance. Giving them a chance gives him a chance to improve his skills. And it would be even better if he was a major shareholder. Once he caught the evidence, he would go to their door and kill all the unstable factors in Xiaoyang Manor. Developing power is like playing snake, constantly swallowing up others. But you can't just swallow up blindly, because that would anger everyone. You need an excuse. The main reason is that the Bobby family has people in the planetary parliament and the military. If you don't find a suitable excuse, you might be hunted down by the whole planet. Boss, it's not safe to be alone. Su Shun hurriedly persuaded. Su Shun didn't understand some of his boss's recent things, such as the boss driving all the women away. And when did his boss like to stay in the laboratory for days and nights? You don't have to worry about this. I will drive the mecha to the company by myself, and report to the company tomorrow morning. Yang Bo waved his hand and said, Boss, there are a lot of news about you recently, so be careful. Su Shun looked loyal. Yang Bo sneered in his heart. No wonder this guy could deceive Li Yuan. No need, it's more convenient for me to be alone. It's our company's territory, who am I afraid of? Yang Bo continued to shake his head. Boss, I'm afraid of other people in the company. Su Shun said anxiously. It's okay, I'm not a fool, okay, I still have things to do. Yang Bo didn't intend to get entangled with Su Shun. Boss. Su Shun watched his boss enter the underground laboratory again, and he became more curious. What was the boss doing in the laboratory? Is there any big secret? Not long after Yang Bo entered the underground laboratory and returned to March Star, he learned through the spiritual seed that Su Shun had spread the news. If it weren't for the reputation and the lack of people to manage Xiaoyang Manor, I would have killed them long ago. Yang Bo really wanted to kill Su Shun and other traitors. But if he killed these managers who seemed to be his confidants without any evidence, what would the other people in Xiaoyang Manor think? What would the other people in Vichy City think? Would they think that he was a lunatic who wanted to kill even his confidants? Who would dare to join him in that case? Besides, Xiaoyang Manor needed someone to manage it. If so many traitors were killed, who would manage it? As for promoting new managers, who knew how many traitors they would be? So Yang Bo was not in a hurry and took steady steps. Yang Bo wanted to find an opportunity to kill Su Shun and his people, and also put on a show to make himself have a good reputation, so that more people would come to him. TSK. After seeing the intelligence, Tate was a little confused as to why John Lee did this. But Tate didn't think much about it, because he was not the one who did it this time. In Tate's opinion, the more fiercely James and John Lee fought, the better. No matter who killed whom, it would be good for him. And it would be best if both of them were injured. I'm really looking forward to it. Tate asked someone to pass the message to James, and waited for tomorrow to see what was going on. After James got the information, he was a little suspicious, but it was too late to verify it now, and he had no way to verify it himself. John Lee, no matter what trump card you have, you will die tomorrow. James looked at the information with a sneer. The next morning, the company received John Lee's mecha flight application, because he had to apply for it, so that he would not be attacked by the company's warning system. TSK, are you serious? After seeing the information, Tate was slightly stunned. Chapter 996 Wrong Ending. James also received intelligence, which contained information about the mecha driven by John Lee. John Lee drove a 10th generation mecha manufactured by the Alliance Titan Company. Of course, this 10th generation mecha is a model from the Alliance. The exported ones are definitely not as good as the ones used by the Alliance military. The 10th generation mecha is already an obsolete model in the Alliance, but in the Federation, it is considered a top-level mecha. As mentioned earlier, most companies in the Federation do not have the ability to manufacture their own mechas. Those that are capable of manufacturing them, other companies will not buy them. This has caused the Federation's mecha level to lag far behind the Empire and the Alliance. The 10th generation mecha exported by Titan Company, codenamed Type Blade, is a multi-purpose mecha with different configurations for different customers. James does not have the specific parameters of John Lee's mecha, but it does not matter, because it is just a 10th generation mecha. The Pufferfish mercenary group made a lot of money this time. John Lee, this bastard, caused me to pay so much more money. If I had known that you were only using a mecha to travel, I would not have looked for an A-level mercenary group. James now regrets it a little, because the task issued is an A-level task. The Puffer mercenary group is an A-level mercenary group in the Mercenary Union, and ranks 36th in the Free Mercenary Union. The Free Mercenary Union ranks according to the points of mission registration. The mission reward is 1 point for each Alliance credit point. The reason for using credit points is that the currency of the Alliance is stable. The F-level mercenary group has accumulated 100,000 points in a year. The D-level mercenary group has accumulated 1 million points. The C-level mercenary group has accumulated 5 million points. The B-level mercenary group has accumulated 10 million points. And the A-level mercenary group has accumulated 50 million points. This is the ranking and calculation method of mercenary groups below A-level. 1 year is a calculation cycle. If the points are not reached in 1 year, they will be downgraded or even downgraded. The Mercenary Union is urging these mercenary groups to accept tasks for S-level and above. This method is not used. The S-level is based on the points of a single task. If the points of a single task exceed 100 million, it will reach S-level. If the points of a single task exceed 1 billion, it will reach SS level. If the points of a single task exceed 2 billion, it will reach SSS level. If the points of a single task exceed 2 billion, it will reach SSS level. If the points of a single task exceed 4 billion, it will reach Ace Mercenary Group. Once obtained, it will be valid forever. The same rules apply to the individual mercenary levels. When the Ashes organization asked the mercenary group to kidnap Wang Muxue Yangbo, disguised as a mercenary, earned several billion points, so Yangbo is the ace mercenary. The reward for the mission that the Pufferfish mercenary group accepted this time is 80 million. Normally, the reward of 80 million for John Lee is a bit low, but the party that offered the reward this time provided intelligence throughout the process, so the Pufferfish mercenary group accepted this mission. The Pufferfish mercenary group is on standby at a certain location, which is the only way from Xiao Yazwang to Vichy City. In fact, after the members of the Pufferfish mercenary group arrived at the standby location, they already knew who the target was. However, the Pufferfish mercenary group did not know who issued the bounty. The Pufferfish mercenary group received the information from the Union, and the leader nicknamed Thorny Porpoise laughed. "Brothers, we are lucky this time. The target person is just driving a mecha." Captain, this is a good thing." The mercenary nicknamed Black Pig was also happy. "Our target is John Lee. It is said that this guy is very powerful." The mercenary nicknamed White Pig was a little worried. "What are you afraid of? It's just a 10th generation mecha," the leader said. "That's what I said. Everyone, follow the second plan. Black Pig, Red Pig, you have to force the enemy down from the sky. White Pig, Poison Pig, Dolphin, you three are responsible for ground interception. Pay attention to the video. Yellow Pig, River Pig, you two are responsible for long-range suppression." The leader issued an order. Free mercenaries use camouflage potions when they go out on missions. This can avoid some trouble. Some mercenaries, even if they were alone in their own team, use camouflage potions. "Yes." The people of the Pufferfish mercenary group answered loudly. The Pufferfish mercenary group's standby location was a road train with a load capacity of 1,000 tons, which had a locomotive and 10 carriages. As mentioned earlier, the Crimson Federation's material transportation mainly relied on roads, and they were all rechargeable electric trains. There were 5 carriages, 1 command carriage, 1 energy weapon carriage, and the rest were mecha carriages, with 8 mechas and 8 carriages. Black Pig and Red Pig used air superiority mechas, which could suppress the target and force it to lower its altitude. The leader of the Pufferfish mercenary group was in the command vehicle. Seeing the other team members preparing, the mechas were turned on. and a laser cannon in the weapon compartment began to charge. Of course, the train compartment was not open now. The mechas of the pufferfish mercenary group were lying flat in the train compartment. The train was now parked on the side of the road, not far from John Lee's manor. The leader of the pufferfish mercenary group saw that the members of his subordinates were ready. The one who controlled the mecha was the core member of the mercenary group. The rest of the members were wearing armor and holding various weapons. The weapon compartment also prepared weapons such as micro-missiles. Half an hour later, the leader of the puffer mercenary group received another intelligence, that is, the target had gone out and was flying along the highway in an air superiority mecha. In the Crimson Federation, driving a mecha and a fighter plane is not allowed to fly randomly because the land has an owner, and others will not allow you to fly over his airspace, just like other aircraft are not allowed to fly over John Lee's manor, because it is uncertain whether the aircraft will have malicious intentions. Therefore, fighter planes and mechas can only fly along the public areas of the highway. Of course, these public areas need to be reported to the city management company. Otherwise, they may be mistaken for enemies by the company's warning system. The 500 meters on both sides of the highway are public areas. There is also a 500-meter buffer zone 500 meters away, which provides a warning buffer for private land around the highway. It seems that 500 meters is a lot, but for mecha fighters of this era, it is useless. Of course, most landowners will not build their manors close to the road. In addition, the manor's warning system also responds quickly. The biggest advantage of energy weapons is that they are fast, and they don't take a while to fly like artillery shells. Yang Bo sat in the cockpit of the mecha. The mecha flew quickly at an altitude of 50 meters above the ground. Although it was an air superiority mecha, it couldn't fly too high, and the attack range of the energy weapons it faced would be larger. At an altitude of 50 meters, the mecha could be attacked within a radius of several kilometers. Energy weapons are within visual range, and the attack range is very long. The mecha is not automatically driven, but Yang Bo drives it manually. Yang Bo looks at the data fed back by the mecha radar. There are many cars on the road, including large road trains, some armed flying cars, and some electric cars for civilians. Even civilians carry various weapons, including gunpowder weapons from the Mother Planet era. Even civilian cars have reconnaissance radars. But the performance is different, and the price is high or low. The drivers of these vehicles were alert after seeing the mecha controlled by Yang Bo. On the one hand, the mecha has strong combat power, and it can kill civilian flying cars in seconds. On the other hand, it is a 10th generation mecha, which represents the power behind it. Everyone can guess that. The people who can fly mechas in Vichy City must be people from these companies in Vichy City. Here we go! Everyone get ready. The road train of the pufferfish mercenary group was speeding on the road. When the leader saw the mecha in the radar, he immediately shared the mecha parameters with his subordinates. The mecha driven by Yang Bo flies at a speed of Mach 2. There is a speed limit for low-altitude flights. Yang Bo is a member of the Black Star Company, so he has this authority. The rest of the people are limited to Mach 1. This is actually for the safety of the company. If there is no limit, the fighter plane flies at a speed of more than 10 or 20 Mach. Once there is a sneak attack by hostile forces, the company will easily be unable to react. After the speed limit, the company can have more reaction time. In addition, the warning system will also lock the speeding target in advance. In fact, this is not only the case in Vichy City. Some cities strictly prohibit any aircraft from flying, and even limit the speed on the ground. The flight of aircraft is restricted within a 10-kilometer radius around Black Star Company, unless permission is obtained in advance. As for flights within Vichy City, it is also necessary to apply for flight routes in advance. And the speed and altitude of flying cars in the city are also restricted. The moment Yang Bo saw the road train on the mecha, he became alert. Although it was not the first time he saw a road train. Only this big guy could hide the mecha and various weapons and equipment. Action! The pufferfish mercenaries watched the target mecha on the radar getting closer and closer, and they immediately issued an order. First, half of the side of the weapon carriage suddenly slid to the other side, and the laser weapon inside fired at the target mecha more than 1,000 meters away. When Yang Bo saw the carriage of the highway train moving closer to his side, he immediately knew that something was wrong, and the entire mecha fell to the ground instantly. Warning! Warning! A rapid alarm sounded inside Yang Bo's mecha. From the mecha radar, I saw an energy wave passing over the mecha. Then the mecha radar found that several mechas on the road train flew up instantly. I smiled in my heart and controlled the mecha to take out the energy shield. Okay. The voice of the leader of the Pufferfish mercenary group came from the internal communication channel of the Pufferfish mercenary group, because the target mecha had already landed. Attack! Ah! Look at my laser gun. The mercenaries driving the mechas of the Pufferfish mercenary group controlled the mechas, and rushed directly to the target like ghosts and wolves. Because in the eyes of these mercenaries, how can one mecha be a match for so many of their mechas? Besides, their mercenary group's road train also has long-range support, not only laser cannons, but also mercenaries holding heavy laser sniper rifles. There is no need for any tactics, no need for any formation. Now it all depends on who gets the head first. Because in a mercenary group, the rewards for doing tasks cannot be evenly distributed. Whoever has a higher score for each task will get a higher proportion of the reward. These mercenaries controlled the mechas, and the mechas held laser weapons and fired at the target mechas. While firing, these mechas rushed towards the target mechas at a very fast speed. The mercenary leader looked at the scene and smiled slightly. I thought the target would fly from a high altitude, but I didn't expect this guy to fly at a low altitude. This way we can save a lot of trouble. But at this time, the command center, where the mercenary leader was located, sounded a rapid alarm. The mercenary leader looked at the warning message on the screen, and his eyes widened. The radar of the road train was completely damaged by the attack. It turned out that the target mecha used the energy weapon carried by the mecha to attack the radar of the road train directly during the descent. Energy weapon attacks actually have no color, unlike the laser seen in the movies that show rays of light. Boom! Before the mercenary leader could react, he felt a loud bang. Boss, that guy is coming for you. At this time, the subordinates' urgent reports came from the internal communication channel of the mercenary group. The command center car of the road train has strong defense, so you can't hear the outside sound inside the road train. The loud noise heard inside the road train proves that the command center of the road train has been damaged. Damn it. You idiots. All weapons attack the target. The mercenary leader didn't expect the target to react so quickly. Just now, I saw the target controlling the mecha to fall to the ground, but I didn't expect something to happen in the next second. To be precise, the changes happened at the same time. Boss, several mecha masters of the Puffer mercenary group were also stunned. Because when these mecha masters controlled the mechas to get out of the road train, they were full of confidence. There were 4 air superiority mechas in the mechas of the mercenary group. These mechas flew into the sky, and simultaneously attacked the target with their laser guns. However, the initial speed of these mechas of the mercenary group was not very high, because the mechas had just come out of the road train. Except for several air superiority mechas, the remaining ones were ground combat mechas. These mechas jumped out of the road train, and then landed on the ground dozens of meters away. As soon as these mechas jumped for the second time, they saw the target mechas rushing towards them instantly. The speed of the target mechas reached Mach 5. The distance between the two sides was only more than 1,000 meters. At this time, the mechas received information that the radar system of the weapon compartment of the road train was attacked. At a speed of Mach 5, it would take less than a second to reach a distance of 1,000 meters. The mecha divisions of the Puffer mercenary group watched the target mechas directly hit the command compartment of the road train. And only then did these mecha divisions report anxiously, because these mecha masters didn't expect the target mecha to counterattack. In the minds of these mecha masters of the Puffer mercenary group, the target mecha should escape. The mecha masters of the Puffer mercenary group only had time to shout boss before they saw the command car had been broken open by the target mecha, and then they saw the target mecha throw a mecha bomb into it. Then a loud noise came from the communication channel. These mercenaries watched the command car of the highway train swell up instantly. It did not mark the location of the armor damage, and it even ejected a lot of stuff. Boss! The mecha masters of the Puffer mercenary group shouted madly in the communication channel. Yang Bo was very happy now, because when Yang Bo saw the side of the road train open, he knew it was not good. The whole mecha dropped at a high speed, avoiding the attack of the laser cannon in the weapon compartment of the road train. At the same time, Yang Bo took out the energy weapon of the mecha and aimed it at the radar transmitter of the laser cannon in the weapon compartment of the train. This laser cannon is a large laser cannon, which poses a fatal threat to mechas. However, this laser cannon also has a weakness. That is, without a radar system, it is blind. Yang Bo's mecha did not fall to the ground, but directly turned on the rocket backpack to accelerate in an arc. This action also allowed Yang Bo's mecha to avoid the attack of the energy weapons of several air superiority mechas of the mercenary group. Because the intelligence systems of these air superiority mechas judged that Yang Bo's mecha's landing point was directly missed. Because Yang Bo's mecha didn't fall to the ground at all, but dived down from the air, the mecha flew directly to the road train close to the ground. Forging plus 32. Mecha driving plus 32. Hacking plus 16. Mecha repair plus 16. Fighting plus 8. Fighting plus 8. Yang Bo threw the mecha bomb into the suspicious carriage, and then controlled the mecha to flip over the stopped road train. Now the road train is stopped. Yang Bo's mecha came to the other side of the road train, using the road train as a cover, because the opponent still has 4 air superiority mechas in the air. Yang Bo's mecha had already sent a distress signal to the company. It's not that Yang Bo wanted to rely on the company to save him, but that this was the procedure to be followed. It seems that the information collected by Su Shun was given to certain people. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise, others would have succeeded. The mecha controlled by Yang Bo went to the back of the highway train, because there were still many people wearing armor and holding weapons on the highway train. Yang Bo controlled the mecha to crouch down. One hand of the mecha held an energy shield, and the other hand held the energy weapon used by the mecha. The command car of the highway train has a higher defense, and the other cars are all civilian standards. Because if the defense of the entire car is improved, it will arouse suspicion, and the cost is too high. The mercenaries in the Fugu mercenary group wearing armor did not expect such a big change to happen. These mercenaries in armor were ready to watch the fun, and then make money from this mission. But they did not expect that the command car would be attacked in the next second. These mercenaries in armor were like a group of flies that were scared away. Most of them fled in the direction of several mechas in the mercenary group, while others were in a panic. The energy weapons in Yang Bo's mecha's hands were named one by one. The energy weapons in these mercenaries' hands had no effect on Yang Bo's mecha at all, because Yang Bo's mecha was holding an energy shield. And even if the energy weapons used by mechas were of low power, they would still be fatal to a single superpower person wearing armor. Boom! 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 Just seeing these mercenaries wearing armor, they exploded into balls of gorgeous fireworks. This was because the energy of the energy weapons reacted with the energy of the superpower person. Gun mastery plus 8. Mecha repair plus 8. Combat plus 8. Yang Bo's mind was filled with information. Chapter 997, Total Annihilation. The mecha masters of the Puffer mercenary group cursed loudly in the internal channel, because these mecha masters made a wrong judgment, which led to the command car being blown up, and then the other mercenaries in the mercenary group were slaughtered. The target mecha was too fast, and it hit the command car of the road train at a speed of more than Mach 5 with a counterattack, destroying the command car, and a mecha bomb killed everyone in the command car. Then the target mecha quickly jumped to the other side of the road train, making it impossible for the weapons of the mechas of the Puffer mercenary group, who turned back to lock on. At the same time, the target mecha started the killing mode, and those unprepared mercenaries wearing armor were named one by one. The mecha energy weapon attacks the mercenaries, who are only protected by armor, and does not need much power at all. The lower the power of the energy weapon attack, the higher the frequency. Because the higher the power, the longer the energy weapon can store energy. Ah! Kill him! This bastard! You air superiority mecha idiots! Hurry back to defend. I'm so impressed by you. There is no formation at all. It's all right now. Quick! Quick! The mecha masters in the Puffer mercenary group shouted wildly in the channel. Originally, mechas fight in formations. If these guys follow the formation, with some in front, some in the back, and some in support, it would be difficult for the target mecha to approach the road train. However, this time everyone saw only one mecha, and everyone was careless. They didn't expect the opponent to counterattack. Their boss died, and the base camp behind was in a mess. These mecha divisions could not figure out why the radar in the weapon compartment of the road train was destroyed by the target mecha. If the radar of the weapon carriage is not destroyed, the target mecha will have almost no chance of approaching the highway train. The mecha masters of several air superiority mechas were operating the mechas. When they saw the target mecha's counterattack, they had already chosen to turn the mechas around. But unfortunately, these mechas were too fast and too strong. By the time these mechas turned around, the target mechas had already blown up the command carriage. On the wide highway, urgent alarms sounded in other cars passing by. The electric cars that were farther away also received the alarm, and quickly turned around and ran away. Because the intelligent systems of these civilian vehicles are connected to the internet. As long as there is something going on in front, the other cars behind will know. In addition, there are many conflicts and frictions on the Federation side. So these people are used to it, and just turn around and stay away from the conflict area. After receiving Lee John's distress message, Black Star Company did not directly send out a rescue team, but first notified other shareholders, and then alerted the city. The chairman personally issued an order to prevent the enemy from making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. However, the reporters in Vichy City ran very fast. These reporters directly released professional interview drones. But the speed of these drones was not that fast. The scene where Yongbo was attacked, the entire conflict scene was in Yongbo's mind. The several air superiority mechas on the opposite side quickly turned back. Yongbo also finished hunting the mercenaries wearing armor. 19. It's a pity that they don't have any abilities. There are not only B-level superpowers, but also C-level superpowers. In just less than a second, Yongbo hunted down the 19 guys on the opposite side, but it's a pity that they don't have any rare abilities. But this is also normal, these small fish are cannon fodder for air superiority mechas. The company did not reply to the message. It seems that someone interfered with my distress signal. But there are only a few mechas? Yongbo did not take out the space mecha, because it was unnecessary. Although he could use metal superpowers to change the space mecha, there were too many people here, and although the space mecha changed its appearance, once the real fight started, you could tell it was different at a glance. Yongbo didn't need to take risks. Once the space mecha was discovered, it would be hard to explain, because the space mecha was too expensive. The export price could reach tens of billions. How much wealth did Lee John have? He had to keep a low profile for now. Once, he was targeted by those big companies and big forces. It would not be a problem for Yongbo. It would affect his plans. Yongbo could assassinate all those who opposed him, and others would not be able to find evidence. But some things did not require evidence. Once he became a public enemy, Yongbo would have to abide by the rules of the Crimson Federation unless he could kill everyone. Although the Federation seems to be in chaos, with all kinds of conflicts and frictions, it is still a country after all, and it has a regular army and a parliament. When you are unable to change the rules of the game, you have to do things within the rules of the game. The several air superiority mechas of the Puffer mercenary group were very fast. They just rushed out of the highway train, returned to defense, and returned to the sky above the highway train. It took less than 2 seconds, but in this short period of time, the target mecha not only raided the command car, but also blew up 1/3 of the other mercenaries in the mercenary group. However, when the air superiority mecha of the Puffer mercenary group returned to the sky above the highway train, they found that the target mecha was gone. Be careful. At this moment, the mecha masters of several air superiority mechas had a bad premonition, so they shouted loudly. The next second, the laser cannon in the weapon compartment opened fire. Boom! An air superiority mecha was hit by the sudden attack and half of its body was knocked off. And the battery was hit, causing a violent explosion. Damn it! The shock wave of the violent explosion made the other air superiority mechas unstable due to the huge shock wave. At this time, everyone saw that the target mecha had actually entered the weapon compartment of the road train. Boom! When the remaining 3 air superiority mechas of the Puffer mercenary group were unstable due to the impact of the exploding mecha, the laser cannon below fired again, and another air superiority mecha was blown up. Pharmaceutical plus 16. Mecha driving plus 32. Yongbo smiled in his heart. These 2 skills are not bad. The laser artillery of the road train did not have radar lock, so these air superiority mechas did not receive the warning of being locked. And because the laser cannon is in manual mode, there is no way to identify that it is our own people. Damn it, damn it! Quick, manual mode, manual mode. I can't lock the road train weapon compartment. The mecha masters of several mechas on the ground quickly locked the road train weapon compartment, but unfortunately, because the weapon compartment is our own in the mecha system, the reason for turning on the identification system is that the energy weapons of the mecha have a high frequency when they attack automatically. If the identification system is not turned on, it is easy to accidentally hurt our own people in the melee. The main reason is that energy weapons have a long firing range. If they miss when attacking the enemy from a distance, and then hit our own people who are far away, it will be troublesome. Moreover, the identification system is turned on when the mecha is fighting. After all, when the mecha is fighting. Who knows where the energy weapon will hit? Boom! At this time, the third air superiority mecha was blown up again. Although this mecha has started to move and dodge, it was still hit, and the battery was blown up again. Mecha repair plus 16. A message appeared in Yang Bo's mind. The remaining fourth air superiority mech not only had to stabilize the mech, but also had to be flooded with countless alarm messages. Because the shock waves of the huge explosions of 3 companion mechs in succession caused damage to the mech. And because of the energy fluctuations generated by the explosion of the batteries of the 3 mechs. The data collected by the radar was also abnormal. The fourth mech switched to manual mode and rushed to the ground at once. Boom! 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 At this time, several mechs on the ground finally turned off the automatic locking mode, manually controlled the energy weapons of the mechs, and fired desperately at the weapon compartment of the road train, which exploded. However, the target mecha had already twisted its butt and left the weapon compartment. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The energy system of the highway train weapon compartment was blown up, and the power was comparable to that of a small atomic bomb. The ground mechas of the puffer mercenaries were all pushed back by the huge shock wave, and the target mecha was no longer in sight. And because the energy battery of the laser cannon in the weapon compartment had huge energy, the energy fluctuations of the explosion caused the communication system to fail. At this time, Yang Bo was rushing towards the last air superiority mecha that landed, and directly knocked it out. Then Yang Bo's mech didn't stop, and rushed directly to the other side of the road. The mech crashed into a drainage ditch. Mech driving plus 16. A piece of information flashed in his mind. Then, he saw the shock wave on the mech flash by. The speed of the shock wave was not as fast as the mech. This kind of explosion was close to the center of the explosion, and the speed of the shock wave was even lower. After the shock wave, Yang Bo controlled the mech to jump up and landed next to the mech that was knocked away by him. Then he took out a mech incendiary bomb and threw it directly on the deformed cockpit of the mech. Puff! 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 Yang Bo controlled the mecha to dodge. The incendiary bomb exploded on the mecha. This kind of incendiary bomb contains energy and directly burned through the mecha cab. Then it caused the battery to explode. Yang Bo wanted to destroy the body and wipe out the traces, because he used the collision ability when he hit the opponent just now. Then Yang Bo rushed towards several ground mechas. The weapon compartment of the road train was still exploding, temporarily blocking several ground mechas of the opponent. This kind of explosion with energy batteries continues to release energy for a long time, and also cause the explosion of the road train battery. The road train has an independent energy system under each carriage, and the locomotive mainly controls these systems. It is not the traditional locomotive that drives the entire train, because it is very safe and easy to operate. The independent systems of each carriage can be combined at will, and the braking distance is shorter, and the energy utilization rate is higher. Several ground mechas of the Puffer mercenary group are divided into 2 teams, preparing to bypass the burning road train carriages, because the communication system is interfered. These mechas use gestures to command. 3 mechas at the front of the train, 3 mechas at the back climbing over the carriage. In the sky, the 2 teams of mechas were moving very fast, and the 2 teams of mechas were advancing synchronously. The 3 mechas at the front of the train had just bypassed the front of the train, and a mecha master felt something was wrong, and looked up, and saw a mecha in the sky rushing down with a huge mecha cold weapon. Because of the explosion just now, the mecha radar receiver was affected, and the huge energy impact made the receiver unable to work, because even communication was impossible. But this mecha master forgot one thing, that is, communication had not been restored, and the opponent was too close. Boom! So the mecha master had just finished shouting when a huge mecha cold weapon penetrated the mecha cockpit. Mecha driving plus 16. The other 2 mechas in the same group finally reacted. Both mechas were holding energy shields and energy weapons. The energy weapons in the hands of the 2 mechas fired directly at Yang Bo's mecha, but they were all blocked by Yang Bo's mecha's energy shield. Before the 2 mechas could react, Yang Bo's mecha opened the rocket backpack and instantly detached. It's over. The other 2 mechas saw Yang Bo's mecha detached instantly, and before they could be happy, they saw their companions' mecha energy batteries begin to explode. Boom! The mecha battery that Yang Bo penetrated into the cockpit exploded instantly. The 2 mechas were directly hit by the violent energy at close range, and all the sensors outside the mechas were instantly ineffective, whether it was the energy receiver or the camera. The 2 mechas retreated instantly. However, under the push of the rocket backpack, Yang Bo's mecha quickly detached hundreds of meters, and then with an elegant upward arc, the entire mecha returned. Yang Bo's mecha flew through the air quickly, and rushed directly to the two retreating mechas. Yang Bo's mecha hit one mecha, and the cold weapon in the mecha's hand flew out directly. Under the huge kinetic energy of the mecha's cold weapon penetrated the cockpit of another mecha. Mecha driving plus 16. Water energy mastery plus 32. Yang Bo looked at his mecha, and saw the red warning data on the screen. Because the mecha hits other mechas, his own mecha will also be damaged, but Yang Bo turned off the sound. Hee. It's not a loss to have this one. Yang Bo saw that there was a master of water energy, and he instantly became energetic. The mecha masters of the other three mechas had just passed the carriage behind the road train, and saw the mecha of their companions exploding at the front of the train. They were shocked, and the next second, they saw the mechas of two companions retreating quickly. One of them was hit directly on the cockpit by the target mecha, the cockpit was deformed, and the mecha flew backwards. And another mecha was pierced with a big hole by the mecha's cold weapon. Run! When the three guys saw this scene, the mecha masters controlling the three mechas knew what the target was this time, so they all opened their rocket backpacks and ran away directly. Huh? Yang Bo was a little surprised. Can these stupid mechas outrun my air superiority mecha? Yang Bo controlled the mecha, picked up the mecha weapon, and then opened the rocket backpack, and the whole thing took off with a catapult. Ding ding, alarm alarm. The three mechas fled quickly along the road. At this time the mecha radars of the three people returned to normal, and issued a rapid alarm. Damn it. This guy must be a mecha master. Who the hell gave this mission? It's over. He's an air superiority mecha. The three mecha masters wailed in the restored communication channel. However, these three mechas did not dare to run into the wasteland beside the road, because those places were other people's territories, and they would be attacked by the owner of the land if they ran in. Ah! The three mecha masters looked at the data on the radar, and looked at the target mecha that was getting closer and closer behind them. And they all collapsed. Let's fight. One of them screamed loudly, then turned around and picked up his weapon to shoot. Unfortunately, Yang Bo's mecha had an energy shield, which was enough to resist the attack of the mecha's energy weapon. Boom! Yang Bo's mecha faced the opponent's energy weapon, and quickly passed the cold weapon in his hand, and directly penetrated the cockpit of the mecha that was resisting. The speed of the mecha used on the ground was nothing in front of the air superiority mecha. Mecha driving plus 16. But Yang Bo was stunned the next second. The other two mechas stopped in the distance. And then the mecha master inside jumped out of the cockpit, knelt on the ground, and hugged his head. Chapter 998 Getting ready to cause trouble. Please spare us, we are just free mercenaries. We can pay a ransom. The two mecha masters knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Both of them were filled with fear. Because from the beginning to now, it was only a few seconds, less than 10 seconds, the 10 mechas of the entire mercenary group were dispatched from the road train, and then quickly returned to defend. So far the entire mercenary group has been almost wiped out, and the leader was killed instantly after the action began. The rest were almost the same. The two mecha masters had no idea how the other mecha did it, but they knew that the mission target was too abnormal. Maybe it was a mecha grandmaster. But now the other things were not important. The important thing was to survive. Who are you? Why did you attack me? The two were relieved when they heard this, and now they didn't think about what to do next. The two actions were actually a rule for mecha masters, that is, when a mecha master opened the cockpit and knelt down, it meant that this mecha master could no longer use the mecha, and it also meant surrender. This is like a swordsman dropping his sword to surrender. Then this swordsman will never be able to use the sword again. We are the A-level puffer mercenary group, and we received. One of the two quickly answered. We don't know who issued the mission. We also follow the command of the leader, and the leader started the attack before you. The other person also added. After listening to this, Yang Bo was not surprised, because he never thought of knowing who the culprit was from these people, and without 100% certainty, the person behind the scenes would not do it himself. Mercenary Union, Bounty Hunter Union, etc. The model of these unions also perfectly provides confidentiality services for the people behind the scenes. Get lost. After hearing this, Yang Bo directly asked the two people to get lost. The level of these two people seems to be not high. Although their mecha operation level is good, Yang Bo can't use these people, and the other party will not use mecha in the future. After hearing this, the two people cowed out quickly, and then turned around and ran away. They also knew that the people in front of them were shareholders of Black Star Company. If they didn't run away, the police from Vichy City or the armed personnel of Black Star Company would come, and it would be troublesome. The two mechas were no longer needed. This mecha was Yang Bo's trophy. The road train in the distance, and the mecha that was blown up and burned were still burning. The mecha batteries and road train batteries were not so easy to burn completely. The entire space was black, all the metal dust from the explosion, which was very polluting. If it were in the Alliance, the local government would not know how much it would cost to clean it up, but in the Federation, no one cared at all. 10 minutes passed, and the police from Vichy City finally arrived. After seeing the scene, these policemen felt even more relieved. These federal police, no matter which city they are from, will never show up if there is a conflict. After all, they are paid very low salaries. Is it necessary to risk their lives to maintain security? If the matter is too big, the company's armed forces will naturally come to deal with it. The company's guards arrived later than the police. When the director of the company's security department saw the scene in front of him, his jaw dropped in surprise. Directly, the director of security was a bald white man. He came down from the fighter plane in armor and came to Yang Bo's mecha. Minister Zhu, you guys reacted really fast. How long has it been since I sent out the distress signal? Zhu Kelly stood in front of the mecha. When he heard the mecha make this sound, he knew that this time things were going to be troublesome. Director Lee, I'm actually on leave today. Minister Zhu realized that this matter was not simple. Such a thing happened while he was on leave. The story behind this was not simple. And several other deputy ministers of the security department also happened to have things to do, and they were not in Vichy City, but Zhu Kelly couldn't explain more. You can do whatever you want, I'm going to the board meeting. Yang Bo just snorted coldly in the mecha. Although Li John was the second largest shareholder of Black Star Company before, he could hardly intervene in personnel matters, after all. Li John's foundation was not as strong as that of the largest shareholder. And the company's security department is the company's military department, so the managers in this department are almost all the major shareholders' people. Yang Bo has no good solution for this for the time being. The cultivation of talents is not a short-term thing. If you want to poach others to work for you, you need all kinds of calculations and intrigues, and Yang Bo is not good at these things at all. But, Crimson Federation, as long as you perform well enough, there will be many people who will come to you. This is another meaning of Yang Bo's action this time. As long as you are strong enough, there will be many people who will come to you. Inside the security command center of Black Star Company, although Tate's face was calm, he cursed in his heart. A level-free mercenary group. Is this the only ability? In fact, Tate did not know the process of the battle, because the battle took place at ultra-low altitude. And in order to avoid suspicion, Tate did not come to the command center early. The armed forces of Black Star Company were slow to go out, because of Tate's methods. Some were on vacation, some were on business trips. It took a while, and no one could be blamed for the sudden incident. When the police arrived, the situation reported by the police surprised Tate. It was as if a war had broken out. When the company's armed forces arrived, it was even clearer. The whole area was filled with the wreckage of the fiercely burning mecha, the wreckage of the highway train, and the whole space was filled with a layer of gray. Coupled with the burning light and energy fluctuations of these wreckages, those who don't know may think it is an armed conflict, not an attack. The wreckage of the 8 mechas has been completely changed. Only the burning light of the mecha batteries remains, scattered in an area. Although these mechas are only the 5th and 6th generation mechas of the Alliance, they are already very advanced in the Federation, because some forces are still using the previous equipment, such as tanks. The road train is still exploding, and the police are investigating the scene. These are actually not important. The important thing is that although Li John's mecha looks damaged, it can still fly. Tate also heard what John Lee said, and knew that he was in trouble. There would definitely be personnel changes in the armed forces this time. Idiot! Stupid! James, you are an idiot! Tate walked out of the company's security command center and called James. Cursing. James also received news that the Free Mercenary Union had reported the failure of the mission. Moreover, the Pufferfish mercenary group was almost wiped out this time. Someone from the Free Mercenary Union was watching from a distance. The Mercenary Union collected a handling fee, and naturally gave an explanation for issuing the bounty. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The key is that James is in trouble. The Mercenary Union asked James for compensation, because the mission target information provided by James was inconsistent. It caused huge losses to the Puffer mercenary group. Of course, If James is willing to pay a sum of money to let the mercenary union investigate the mission target information, then if the mission target information is inconsistent in the future, the mercenary union will be responsible. The purpose of the mercenary union doing this is mainly for the development of the union, because the strength of the mission target is different, and the mission amount is also different. Otherwise, someone could offer a high-level mission at a very low price, and the mercenaries who receive the mission would be sending themselves to death. Not only would the bounty paid by James be confiscated, but he would also face huge compensation. As for how much compensation, the mercenary union has not yet assessed the losses. These compensations will be paid to the Puffer mercenary group after deducting the handling fee. The Puffer mercenary group suffered too much loss this time. 8 mechas, a modified road train, the command center on it, laser cannons, and more than 30 people were lost. Chairman. James was numb now. After being scolded by Tate, he didn't know what to say. Go to hell. Tate was also angry. This matter made him too passive. An A-level mercenary group couldn't handle a Legion? I didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. One person almost wiped out an A-level mercenary group. James was crying when he said this. Humph. Tate hung up the phone directly, because he didn't know what to say, and Tate felt that what James did this time was good for him. At least I have tested John Lee's true strength, which is very helpful for my future plans. John Lee is a bastard who hides himself very well. It seems that he is at least a mecha master. Although this incident made me very passive, there will be some troubles later. But James, this rubbish, did a good thing. After Tate hung up the phone, he walked towards the company's door while thinking in his heart, Director Lee, are you okay? As soon as he arrived at the company's door, he saw John Lee, who had just got off the mecha, and Tate asked with concern, Chairman Tate, I don't think you are qualified for the position of chairman. As the second largest shareholder of the company, I was attacked. It took me 10 minutes to send a distress signal. The company sent someone to rescue me, and they were behind the police. Tate didn't expect John Lee to give him no face and directly blame him. Director Lee, this is an emergency, and the security department is indeed negligent. There are already many shareholders at the company gate. Today was supposed to be the shareholders' meeting. This happened again. Tate couldn't deny it. Chairman Tate, is this simply a dereliction of duty? I was attacked by 10 mechas and a laser cannon. As a shareholder of the company, I asked for help as soon as I was attacked. Shouldn't the company's armed personnel rescue me as soon as possible? Tate saw that he was interrupted by John Lee before he finished speaking. I am a shareholder who still holds 11% of the shares. The company treats me like this? What about the shareholders around me? Do you, Chairman Tate, wish that all of the shareholders would die? More than 10 minutes. More than 10 minutes, even later than the police? Are you, the chairman, in charge of the company's personnel structure? Did you, Tate, instruct me not to rescue a shareholder like me? Yang Bo accused Tate in an excited tone. Other shareholders around also spoke up at this time. First, Pete from last time spoke up. This incident is really outrageous. Director Lee sent out the distress signal for so long. That is, our shareholders were attacked in their own place, and the company was unable to rescue them in time. What caused this? However, a shareholder on Tate's side also spoke up. This incident is indeed outrageous, but the responsibility should not lie with the chairman, it should lie with the security department, mainly because it happened too suddenly. For such an emergency, the chairman cannot directly intervene. Right? I also think it has to be like this. When Yang Bo heard this, he sneered and said, then I suggest that the company's armed forces department will not take any measures in response to shareholders' requests for help in the future. What do you think? Without waiting for everyone to answer, he asked again, cut off 1/3 of the armed forces department and distribute the remaining funds as dividends. We can use these dividends to ensure our own safety. When Pete heard this, he laughed. I think it's okay to cut 2/3. After distributing the saved money as dividends, we can each strengthen our own armed forces. When the company encounters problems, we can just have more people. Yes, this method is good. Now the company's armed department is managed like this. It's better to just divide the money among everyone. I don't know how the armed department can't guarantee the safety of shareholders with so much annual funding. I guess our company's armed department is different from other companies. I guess someone has set their eyes on Mr. Lee's shares and wants him to die. If you say so, then could the people who attack Mr. Lee be instigated by those who want Mr. Lee's shares? TSK, it seems we have to be careful in the future. Some people will do anything for shares. When Yongbo heard this, he smiled. After today's shareholders meeting, I will mortgage my company's shares to some big banks. Otherwise, I will be killed one day, and the money will not be spent. It will be a pity. Tate heard what Li John said, and said, let's talk about it in the meeting room. The company must investigate this matter thoroughly, and give an explanation to all shareholders. It's better to sacrifice the car to save the driver. Chairman Tate, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer to this matter, I will oppose any proposal of the company in the future. Yongbo smiled, and then looked at Tate and said, Yongbo naturally knew that the shareholders of the company, regardless of their size, were all cunning people, and they were all thinking about calculating others. So he had to confuse the water. This time, he first took action against the personnel of the company's armed department. There were so many management positions in the armed department. Although he didn't have anyone, others did. Now the main thing was to deal with Tate. That is, the Bobby family. He could not get any benefits. But Tate and the Bobby family had to pay the price. Don't worry, Mr. Lee. Tate took a deep breath and promised with a serious face. However, Tate disagreed in his heart, because Li John had only a few people in the company, and the management of each department of the company required relevant expertise, and it was not that people could be transferred at random. Now these managers of the armed department would definitely not be able to keep their positions, so he could use these positions to win over other shareholders. Tate had no choice but to think so, because he had indeed lost the initiative this time. If he had known that Li John had such abnormal strength, he would definitely not have made such a choice. It was all because Li John, this damn bastard, hid too deeply. If it weren't for this test, he wouldn't have known that this insidious and despicable guy actually had such strength. Humph. Yongbo snorted coldly, and then walked into the company headquarters with others. The company headquarters is at the core of the company's territory. Other people in the company looked at the shareholders, who entered the building and began to discuss. Fuck, Director Lee is too strong. That's right, look at the scene, Director Lee is probably at the level of a mecha master. About the same, Director Lee's mecha is much more advanced. Look online, there is already a video, but it's intermittent. TSK, how did these reporters get this video material? It seems that someone specially filmed it. The largest free news website in the Crimson Federation already has video material of John Lee being attacked. However, after watching it, the company's employees found that it seemed that someone had filmed it from a distance. Yongbo was also inside the company at this time. Pete sat next to Yongbo and whispered, "Look at this." Yongbo looked at the virtual projection of Pete's smartwatch. The projection was only the size of a palm, but it was very clear and could be enlarged. Huh? Yongbo looked at the perspective of the video and felt a little strange. Most of the people who attack you are from some unions. These unions will track tasks and ensure that they are completed, especially high-value tasks. Pete explained in a low voice. Yongbo nodded. Pete's guess made sense. After all, the mission of the Pufferfish mercenary group was an A-level mission, and it was natural for the union to send people to track them. When it came to a large bounty, the person who issued the mission must be satisfied, and at the same time, information about the target mission and the mercenary group can be collected. All this information can be monetized. Fuck. Pete stared at the video in amazement. Although the video was not very complete, for example, Yongbo started by knocking out the radar of the weapon compartment of the highway train, but it was impossible to see it because of the distance and angle. The video footage shows traces of laser emission, because the footage can capture energy fluctuations. You can see that John Lee's mecha is flying on the side of the road, and it suddenly moves, and then a laser shoots over the mecha. Then John Lee's mecha can no longer be seen, because it has fallen, but in less than a second, a section of the road train's carriage shook violently, and John Lee's mecha can be seen on the side of a section of the road train's carriage. Immediately afterwards, John Lee's mecha flipped over the road train's carriage, and at the same time, this section of the carriage instantly imploded, and you can see that the carriage suddenly bulged up, and everything in the carriage sprayed out from one side. Li Yuehan's mecha picked up the mecha laser gun again, and slaughtered the attackers in armor, who had not yet reacted. The video was only 4.89 seconds long. But in these 4.89 seconds, a 10th generation mecha went from being attacked to becoming a killer. It can be clearly seen that more than 8 mechas were scrapped, and more than 20 attackers died. The number of deaths in the carriage was unclear, but Li Yuehan's mecha killed 19 attackers with laser weapons. That's why Pete looked like he saw a ghost. 8 mechas. Although there are 4th generation and 5th generation mechas among these 8 mechas, there are also 8th generation and 9th generation mechas. And these mechas are the attacking party. Lee John next to him is the attack party. The attacking party also has a road train. There are laser cannons in the road train, and dozens of armed personnel in armor. From contact to the end of the battle, it took less than 5 seconds. Pitt felt a chill on his back, because Lee John was too fierce. Although the Crimson Federation also has a history of mechas fighting against many, there are also examples of mechas turning the tide. But it was the first time that this happened to him. And John Lee was too fast. And the entire battle rhythm was controlled by John Lee from the beginning. What is needed to control the battle rhythm? Of course, it is to predict the opponent's reaction, and to react on the spot. Grandmaster? Pete looked at John Lee, who was sitting next to him without any master style, and asked in a low voice, while reading the comments under the video. I don't know. I said I didn't know how to do it at the time. Do you believe it? Yang Bo was relieved after watching the video. The video material was incomplete, and many things about himself were not exposed. Why did Yang Bo take such heavy measures against those mechas? Of course, he wanted to destroy the combat data of the mechas. The weapon carriage of the road train was also blown up and burned, and the data of the radar attacking the weapon carriage was lost. As for the 2 intact mechas left by the attackers, of course, they were towed back by the people in Xiaoyao Manor, who dared to stand up and say who the mecha belonged to. Anyway, if these mechas were handed over to the police station, they would be destroyed by those guys. Even the undamaged road train carriages were taken back by the people in Xiaoyao Manor. I believe that, in fact, when people encounter great danger, there is no time to think about how to deal with it. But this also requires sufficient strength. Mr. Lee, please take care of me in the future in the company. Pitt's tone was a little flattering. Why? Because this level of mecha operation is almost invincible in the city. In the Federation, various companies, conflicts between cities, mecha is the mainstream. There is an opportunity this time. The management of the armed forces must deal with it, but I don't have anyone. I, as a major shareholder, am indeed not good at management. Yang Bo replied in a low voice. Yes, we shareholders should be more careful. Some people hope that something bad will happen to us small shareholders. Is the chairman really going to understand the situation, or to discuss countermeasures? Peter nodded. Tate just went out to understand the course of events, and to deal with this emergency first. Well, I don't want the company to not send anyone to rescue the next time someone attacks it. Yang Bo nodded. When Peter heard this, he muttered in his heart, you slaughtered the other party in less than 5 seconds. It doesn't matter whether the company rescues or not. But Pete also knew that what Lee John wanted was an attitude, after all. Some things are not always so lucky. And this time Lee John exposed his true strength. If the person behind the scenes comes again, I am afraid there will be a targeted layout. Mr. Lee, you are really amazing. Mr. Lee, you are so amazing. Luckily it was you who did this. If it were us, we would have been killed long ago. Mr. Lee, you are famous. Other shareholders also saw the video. 5 or 6 small shareholders did not care whether they were shareholders or not. They approached Lee John one after another, and said with a little attentive tone. Some other shareholders had complicated expressions. Some even felt a little restless. Those who were restless were shareholders who had conflicts with John Lee. John Lee's mecha skills were too abnormal. If such a person controlled the mecha to carry out a decapitation operation or a raid, the target would most likely be killed. Most of the small shareholders present did not have the assets of 10 mechas. Fortunately, I still have some strength. If it were you, I'm afraid it would be over. How will others view our company? View you shareholders? As shareholders of the company's armed forces department did not protect or rescue you. The company is under the management of the major shareholder. And there are too many problems. If there is no change, this kind of thing may happen to you next time. Yang Bo nodded, and did not show modesty. Instead, he started talking about other things. These small shareholders are indeed worried. Because although there is no direct evidence of this incident, it is related to the major shareholders. Let alone the attack, why did the armed forces react so slowly? And if they don't change, then people from other companies, or their enemies, will they take risks to attack them when they see that the company took 10 minutes to rescue them? These small shareholders have these thoughts in their minds. And when they hear what Li Wehan said, they are even more worried. Li Wehan is strong, and he escaped a disaster. What about himself? Mr. Li, What do you say we should do? Mr. Lee, you are also a major shareholder. We will listen to you. That's it. These small shareholders said quickly. No matter what the reason, all the management of the Armed Forces Department will be fired. And we will also investigate whether these management have any relationship with the attackers. This is exactly what Yang Bo wanted. Let's recommend some of our own people to the management of the Armed Forces Department. And don't let certain people interfere. Otherwise it might be the same next time. Also, the chairman must be responsible for this matter. And we can't just let it go. Other departments of the company must also be investigated. The Armed Forces Department was so foolish this time. What about other departments? Maybe the money earned by the company was transferred away by certain people. Yang Bo was ready to make a big deal about this matter. Mr. Lee, you said it well. I have wanted to check the accounts for a long time. At this time, Tate came back in a hurry. Everyone, this matter has been investigated clearly. Chapter 999 Suspects. Tate sent the information of the investigation report to the smart terminals of all shareholders while talking. Then he said, the major mistake of the Armed Forces Department was mainly caused by the head of the Armed Forces Department, who had problems with the system responsibility mechanism. It caused problems with the company's security response mechanism. After receiving the instructions from the security center, the company's Armed Forces Department did not respond quickly. This exposed the loopholes in our Armed Forces Department's rapid response mechanism. The biggest reason is that the Deputy Minister on duty today neglected his duties. The Deputy Minister on duty today was absent during work hours, which resulted in the Armed Forces Department being unable to contact the Deputy Minister on duty after receiving the information feedback from the Security Center. It was the Minister who was on vacation, who received the emergency notice and rushed to the Armed Forces Department to issue a rescue order using his authority. Yang Bo looked at the investigation report sent by the other party and sneered in his heart. The Armed Forces Department is such an important department, but it can have such a big loophole. If the Armed Forces Department of the company reacts so slowly, then if other companies want to attack the company, 10 minutes is enough to do a lot of things. Of course, Yang Bo knew that he might face an attack when he left Xiaoyao Manor, but he didn't know who the participants were. From the existing information, Tate was definitely involved. As for who is the mastermind, it is hard to say. So I suggest that all the managers of the Armed Forces Department be fired, and the board of directors elect new managers. Tate is also ready to cut the Gordian knot, because the longer this matter is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for the major shareholders. And Tate's main target now is the Golden Lion City next door. Anyway, no matter what, he can't be found out about this matter. The free mercenaries and assassins hired by James can't find out the information of their employers. It's just that the assassins hired by James didn't take action, probably because they were scared by John Lee's counterattack. When the other shareholders heard what Tate said, their minds became active. The company's armed department controls the company's armed forces, and is also one of the most important departments in the company. Who doesn't want to place their own people in the important departments of the company? Because the important departments of the company also involve a lot of interests. For example, the weapons and equipment of the armed department, although the procurement plan is approved by the board of directors, but the specific purchase and acceptance of what to buy are all done by the armed department. Just like the important departments of the big companies in the alliance, there are a lot of oil and water. The armed department is in this situation today. It's all because of your inadequate management. Chairman, I think our company should also change the chairman. If it wasn't me who was attacked this time, but the company was attacked by other companies, 10 minutes of reaction time, how much disaster would it bring to the company? Now the whole internet is laughing at our company. Yang Bo said. When Tate heard John Lee say this, he was a little annoyed. However, he still smiled at John Lee and said, Director Lee is right. But have you ever thought about who can be more proficient in the company's business than me as the chairman? If someone else becomes the chairman, can the company's business proceed smoothly? Tate's words sounded a bit threatening, which means that if his major shareholder does not cooperate, then the company will not be able to handle anything well. Yang Bo directly retorted, Chairman Tate means that if someone else becomes the chairman, will you, the major shareholder, not cooperate with the chairman? In other words, in your understanding, Chairman Tate, the position of chairman can only be held by someone from your Bobby family? Tate heard John Lee make this clear. Of course, he did not dare to admit it openly. The family's shares in the company did not occupy an absolute proportion of the major shareholders. So once this was made clear, it would offend many people. Although most of the company's shareholders only have a small number of shares, the power behind these people is not small. Some only have 1%, or even a few tenths of a percent of the shares. Many of these people hold dry shares, and the holders of these dry shares are some important forces in the Crimson Federation. Although the company is only in Korea State City, but the company's business is definitely not limited to Korea State. The company also has business in other states. If it causes dissatisfaction among all these small shareholders, the Bobby family will also be in big trouble. Director Lee John, I didn't say that. Don't forget what the board of directors is going to discuss today. If you change the chairman now, it will have a major impact on the plan. Of course, if Director Lee John insists on doing this, then after this plan is completed, we can hold a new round of board elections in advance. Tate smiled and shook his head. After hearing what Tate said, Yang Bo also looked at this guy with new eyes. Tate's previous words stabilized some shareholders. Tate now wants to target Golden Lion City. It's not just the Bobby family who wants to do this, but a large number of small shareholders in the company also want to gain some benefits at this time. These shareholders are absolutely unwilling to let the board of directors have trouble at this time and affect these plans. And Tate's next words are another tactic of procrastination. Since Chairman Tate said so, what do you think? Yang Bo threw this question to others, because Yang Bo's original intention was to make the company's waters more muddy. Yang Bo also knew that it would be difficult to find out who attacked him, but the mastermind must be one of these shareholders. As for why Tate was involved, it must be that someone offered some price. After all, he now owns 11% of the company's shares. If something happens to him, these shares can be divided up. I think the election of the company's board of directors is more important. The board of directors has exposed major management defects. If the current chairman is allowed to manage it again, will there be greater defects in the future? Peter said after hearing this. Some small shareholders nodded when they heard this. John Lee's experience this morning made these shareholders very worried. If the company turns a blind eye to the shareholders being attacked, or even responds passively, then what is the point of being a shareholder of the company? I think what Director Pete said makes sense. The Armed Forces Department has already had major problems. So what about other departments? That is to say, the current company management is not healthy. In this case, if we have a conflict with Golden Lion City, will some fatal flaws cause the company to get into greater trouble? I also think that it is most important to change the chairman first, and then conduct a major investigation of all departments within the company. I don't agree with your idea. I think it is most important for us to gain more territory and benefits, while Golden Lion City is in big trouble. Then can you guarantee that after all the management of the Armed Forces Department is replaced, it will not expose more problems in the conflict with the other party? The management of the Armed Forces Department has been replaced. There should be a time buffer, so that these managements can be familiar with the entire department. The shareholders of the company began to discuss. Yang Bo was observing the expressions of the shareholders. James? Yang Bo finally found that one shareholder's reaction was a bit problematic. Yang Bo was originally a master of disguise, so he could judge whether these shareholders had any problems by their tone and expressions. These shareholders were actually all for their own interests. So when these people were talking, they would constantly observe other people's reactions, to see who shared the same views with them. Some others had a good relationship with the major shareholders, and were observing Tate's reaction. Only James gave Yang Bo a feeling of absent-mindedness, although he also participated in the discussion. But he didn't seem so active, which was a bit problematic. Whether the management of the company's Armed Forces Department was replaced, or the shareholders meeting elected a new chairman, the interests involved were too great. If the company changed a chairman, the company's management would probably have to be completely replaced. And how many departments would be involved? How many positions would be involved in how many interests? Could it be this guy? Yang Bo felt that this guy was suspicious. As a shareholder, when he should actively express his attitude, he was a little absent-minded. This is definitely a problem. Yang Bo did not think about releasing spiritual seeds to all the people on the scene. But releasing spiritual seeds is fine. Frequently reading other people's memories will affect your own spirit and memory. And for Yang Bo, if the company's shareholders have a direct conflict with him, he has many ways to deal with these shareholders directly. It's just that I haven't done my basic work yet, so I won't take action against other shareholders of the company for the time being. After I have done my basic work, I will do it myself and slowly make some strategies for these shareholders. Frame others. Kill with a borrowed knife. and any means can be used at that time. Tate looked at John Lee, who was silent, and other shareholders, who expressed their opinions. This damn bastard. I have to think of a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. This guy obviously let other shareholders of the company target me. Tate made up his mind. Tate's family had been targeting shareholders like John Lee. I propose that if you want to choose a new chairman now, please raise your hands. Tate cut the Gordian knot. The shareholders who were discussing were also a little surprised to hear this, because choosing a new chairman would be a more troublesome matter. Every shareholder would collude privately to see who showed the most sincerity, and then they would choose the one with the greatest sincerity. And now it was so rushed, there was no time for discussion. Because if the entire company chooses a new management, there are too many interests involved. Most of the shareholders are just spokespersons, and they have to discuss with the people behind the scenes. So these shareholders simply cannot express their opinions immediately on this matter. Yang Bo raised his hand. And there were other shareholders, but they only accounted for less than 1/3 of the proportion. Thank you for trusting me. Although there are loopholes in management, the company's dividends have been increasing year by year in the 2 years I have been the chairman. Tate looked at the people who raised their hands and remembered them in his mind, and slowly dealt with these shareholders. The management of the Armed Forces Department has a total of 33 people. The relevant positions and professional requirements have been sent to the mailboxes of each shareholder. Dear shareholders, you have 2 days to recommend relevant personnel to compete for the management positions of the Armed Forces Department. We will hold a shareholders meeting in 2 days to vote on the management personnel. There is no threshold for the management of the Armed Forces Department this time, and I, as the chairman, do not have the authority to review. Yang Bo listened to Tate's beautiful words. But in fact, the major shareholder has too much influence on the company. Moreover, Tate can also use these positions to attract more other shareholders. Please raise your hands if you think my proposal is good, Tate said again. This time everyone raised their hands. These shareholders will exchange interests privately. For example, if you support the person I nominated, then I will give you some benefits. Yang Bo sighed in his heart. This guy is too smart. But Yang Bo didn't want to gain much benefit from this matter. Moreover, Tate's ability to manage the entire company as the chairman of the company itself shows his own ability. As for what happened to Director John Lee, we will hold him accountable after the management of the Armed Forces Department is replaced. Fortunately, Director John Lee did not suffer much loss in this incident. This is also a blessing in disguise. Tate looked at John Lee with a smile. Because John Lee's loss was not great, the company could not compensate John Lee. If Director John Lee is willing, the company can help Director John Lee repair the damaged mecha. Tate said with a smile again. No need. Of course Yang Bo would not hand over the mecha to the company for repair, because if the mecha is handed over to the company for repair, it would be easy to get the data inside the mecha. Then let's get into the main topic today. This is the plan we made. The total investment in this plan is 650 million credit points. This plan is top secret. Please remember to keep it confidential. Shareholders, Tate said, as he handed out paper plans to everyone. Yang Bo took the plan and read it, which was a plan for Golden Lion City. The main target of this plan is the 2 mines in Golden Lion City. One is an iron ore plant, and the other is a uranium ore mine. Some land will also be harvested by the way. These lands are farms developed by companies in Golden Lion City. Of course, there will be some population, although the Crimson Federation has modified humans and genetic mutants. But both types of people require huge capital investment. Tate's plan is to hire people, which means that Black Star Company does not appear to have direct conflicts with Golden Lion City. There are 2 types of people invited. One is the Free Mercenary Union. The other is to use the enemies of Golden Lion City. I abstain. I will not participate in the company's actions, and of course I will not profit from it later, Yang Bo said. Because at the end of the plan, each shareholder will dispatch his own armed forces. On the surface, it seems that each shareholder dispatched armed forces to grab the spoils. But Yang Bo believes that this matter is not that simple. What he lacked now was not money, but time to rectify Xiaoyao Manor, whether it was personnel or equipment. Other small shareholders were not surprised to hear this, because the conflict between John Lee and Tate had obviously deepened. Moreover, the attack on John Lee might have been secretly instigated by the Bobby family. It was just that there was no direct evidence now. But some things were too coincidental, so there was no need for evidence at all. Of course, these people also knew that John Lee had no way out, and these shareholders knew how strong the Bobby family was. If you want to become a major shareholder of a company in the Crimson Federation, you must have a strong fist. If your fist is not strong enough, your position as a major shareholder will be targeted by others. In the Crimson Federation, strength is the first priority. Strength here refers to armed forces and overall comprehensive strength. If your own strength is not enough, it is easy to be wiped out. I agree with Chairman Tate's plan. When Tate made the plan, he must have communicated with some shareholders. So these shareholders saw that the plan was almost the same and expressed their opinions. Thank you for your support. If this plan succeeds, we will gain huge benefits. I don't need to say how much benefit the two mines will bring. According to my calculations, if the plan succeeds, then our dividends will increase by 30% next year. Yang Bo listened to Tate's big words, thinking about finding an opportunity to release the spiritual seed to James, who he doubted, to see if today's incident had anything to do with him. Chapter 1000. Prepare to watch the show. The Crimson Federation is like this. Once a city encounters a crisis, whether it is man-made or natural disasters, other cities around it will add insult to injury and take advantage of the situation. Vic City is one of the cities closest to Golden Lion City, and Black Star Company is the largest force in Vic City, so Black Star Company's shareholders certainly have ideas. And taking advantage of the situation, as long as there is the first one, then others will also participate. There are major companies in each city of the Crimson Federation. In the wilderness outside the city, there are also some people wandering around. These people are either single people, or groups of 3 or 5 people. Most of these people are robbers. And some of these people wandering around in the wilderness are spies from various companies. Most of the shareholders of Black Star Company were a little excited by Tate's words. For these shareholders, dividends are the most important. As long as the company's management can continue to make the company profitable, shareholders give more dividends, that's enough. Most of these shareholders don't care who will be the chairman. Their only requirement is profit and dividends. The action plan submitted by Tate was voted on by the board of directors and officially passed. Although the investment in this action is a bit larger, the rate of return is also considerable. Thank you for your trust. I will inform you of the progress of the next plan in real time. Everyone should also be prepared. If you shareholders are required to contribute, I hope you can send your armed forces. Tate continued. Of course. No problem. We believe in Chairman Tate. Other small shareholders in the same camp, as Tate hurriedly said loudly. As a company manager, there are many opportunities to win over small shareholders, because the company has many businesses, logistics, transportation, purchasing, outsourcing, all of which are mixed with some interests. These small shareholders can get some business, and Tate can also get the support of these shareholders. Yang Bo's mind is no longer on Tate, patiently waiting for Tate to finish talking. Then today's shareholders meeting is over. James was extremely upset because of the wrong information he provided. An A-level free mercenary group was almost wiped out. He had to pay compensation. This might be an astronomical figure. James did not expect that John Lee's strength was so abnormal. He killed 8 mechas in just a few seconds. The information he provided to the Free Mercenary Union was a world apart. James planned to discuss it with Tate first. If it didn't work, he would run away immediately. James finished the shareholders' meeting absent-mindedly. He had just walked out of the meeting room door and was about to find Tate privately. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by someone. James? James saw that it was John Lee who greeted him. Looking at this guy, James' heart was full of resentment. This bastard was too insidious. If he had known that this guy was so strong, how could he have targeted him? Yang Bo approached James and felt the strong malice of the other party. Telepathy is still very good. Yang Bo knew that this was a telepathic ability. It was the first time that he clearly felt that the other party's malice was so obvious. James, you were a little absent-minded at the shareholders' meeting today. Is there something unhappy? Yang Bo originally planned to release the spiritual seed directly, but now he decided to train the ability of telepathy, because the other party's malice was too great. And as soon as he finished speaking, the other party's malice became more obvious. When James heard this, he wanted to take out the laser weapon and shoot the sinister and despicable bastard in front of him. Unfortunately, no weapons were allowed to enter the company. Director Lee? What do you mean? James asked coldly. I was attacked this morning. It has nothing to do with you. Right? Yang Bo smiled in his heart, and he was sure that his attack was probably related to this guy. As for the motive for the crime, he must have been jealous of his company's shares. After all, he suddenly gained 5% of the shares. However, what Yang Bo couldn't figure out was why this guy had such great malice towards him. And was there something else going on? Director Lee? What do you mean? You mean that I was the one who attacked you? What evidence do you have? Did you fail to please Chairman Tate? And then you are looking for trouble with a small shareholder like me? You don't ask so many shareholders. But you ask me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? James was furious and found an opportunity to attack John Lee. When Yang Bo heard this, he smiled and said, "Some people are anxious." Other shareholders also heard the argument between the two. Tate saw James's state and knew what was going on with this guy. Tate also came over. When the other party approached a certain distance, Yang Bo also felt the other party's malice. And Tate's malice was not small at all. But it was somewhat different from James's malice. James's malice felt a bit crazy. Tate's malice was very deep. Yang Bo did not expect this subtle change. Yang Bo also knew that having skills does not mean that he can use them. He still needs to be familiar with them. And no matter what skills you have, you need to use them frequently. Director Lee, don't talk nonsense without evidence. I believe that our shareholders will not be so unscrupulous, Tate said in an official tone. Because Tate found that James' behavior was a bit crazy. If he didn't show up, he might lose control and say something he shouldn't say, which would be bad. Haha. Tate, do you believe what you said? Are you anxious too? Yang Bo laughed, and then looked at James and Tate. James saw Tate coming out, and said coldly, "John Lee, I know you were attacked this morning, and then you wanted to come to the company to make a scene. But unfortunately, your attack was not caused by the company, and you have nowhere to vent your anger. So you want to find fault? Let me tell you, I am not that idiot Valerie, who will be fooled by you. Be careful, shareholders. Some people are very insidious, despicable and cunning. Valerie may not know how powerful the opponent she is facing is until she dies. Some people are so insidious. I am afraid they have set their eyes on our shares. So even if some people are like mad dogs, we should not be fooled," James said here. And then said, "Director Lee, I am sorry. I have something else to do. If you find, then you win. If you think I have anything to do with the attack on you, please show me the evidence." Then James was about to leave. Yang Bo heard this and said, "I'm anxious. I'm just asking. Some people's reactions are so exaggerated." James was furious when he heard what John Lee said. He immediately turned around and rushed to John Lee, staring at him and said, "John Lee, if you have the guts, do it. You are such a sinister, despicable and shameless villain. You can't do anything to others in the board of directors. So you take it out on me? I tell you, I won't let you control me. Let's wait and see." Yang Bo felt the other party's crazy malice, and was even more puzzled because the other party's malice was getting stronger and stronger. Yang Bo's body suddenly flashed with violent energy fluctuations. And then he said, "I'm anxious." "You're anxious." The energy fluctuations on Yang Bo's body suddenly became violent, which frightened the other shareholders around him. And they also mobilized their superpowers. For a while, energy fluctuations rose and fell. Yang Bo also took the opportunity to release the spiritual seed to James. "James, let's go," Tate muttered in his heart. Could it be that John Lee had some evidence? After all, John Lee had time to contact the people of the pufferfish mercenary group after being attacked. Otherwise, why would John Lee provoke James? So to prevent the situation from developing further, he spoke. Yang Bo did not continue to provoke, because he also knew through the spiritual seed why James was so malicious towards him. After Yang Bo knew about James, he muttered in his heart, "The mercenary union actually has such a rule? Then James will lose a lot this time. I wonder how Tate will treat James. Actually, this is also an opportunity. First see how James and Tate talk. Tate will definitely not give James such a large sum of money. Then you can make trouble in it. Do you want to play a killer to deal with James?" As Yang Bo walked, he observed James and Tate's every move through the spiritual seed. This is also a good opportunity. Tate colluded with James. So James is in trouble now. James has made two preparations. On the one hand, if Tate is willing to help him, he will pay the money. If Tate is unwilling to compensate, James will ask for a sum of money and then run away. In other words, no matter what, Tate will pay. It's just a matter of how much. Tate took James to a room, which was very secluded. After the door was closed, Tate's face immediately changed. "Stupid. Idiot. You don't even understand the strength of this bastardly John. You actually acted rashly. And now I am in a passive position. Do you know how much effort I have put into these people in the management of the armed forces? I don't know either. James followed behind Tate and heard this, and also answered weakly. What are you going to do next? Tate saw the big trouble James was in, and wanted to kill this guy. Chairman, why don't you lend me some money, and I will compensate the Free Mercenary Union first. When James heard this, he asked with a hopeful tone. When Tate heard this, he immediately cursed. You are still such an idiot. A-level mercenary group. More than 30 people. 8 mechas. And so many losses. How much money do you have to pay? You don't know to entrust the mercenary union to investigate the other party first? I thought you already knew the details of the other party. And then you took action after others got Valerie's shares? How much money can such a commission cost? Now, the other party is a mecha grandmaster. If I had known that the other party was this powerful, I would have avoided him. James was speechless when he heard this. I don't know either. Who knew that this guy was a mecha grandmaster? I'll give you some money. Run away quickly. Sell everything you can sell. And you can also mortgage the shares. Tate said with a deep breath. Yang Bo has already boarded the mecha. And the mecha has automatically returned to Shaoyao Manor under the escort of the company's armed forces. TSK. It's worthy of being Tate. It's not a loss anyway. If I die, he can get the shares. Now James wants to run away. He can also get the shares. Although James is only a spokesperson, it is completely legal for James to mortgage the shares in his current identity. Yang Bo sighed in his heart. James also knew that his shares were held on behalf of others. If he mortgaged his shares, his family might. But James thought about it. On the one hand, he could take his family with him and run away. On the other hand, if he really ran away, his family would not have a good ending. The debt of the mercenary union would still fall on his family. So one more debt would not make any difference. But James still had to make a final struggle. Tate, can you lend me some money? Tate scolded angrily. Are you stupid? You have such a big problem. How long can you maintain your status as a shareholder? If you don't run away now, you will die? James slapped his forehead. This time he had such a big problem. He would definitely forget about being the spokesperson in the future. Okay. But I want to take my family with me. James gritted his teeth and said. No problem, you go to the League, you commit a crime first when you get there, so you don't have to worry about being extradited back, and while you're in jail, you can join some groups and get your League status as soon as possible. Tate said. Well, I won't sign the equity mortgage until I leave. James nodded, knowing that Tate wanted company shares, but now he has no way out. It would be better to get a sum of money. Tate gave James a contact number, because Tate would not directly give James money, nor would he sign a share pledge agreement with James. Hey! The opportunity has come. Yang Bo felt that this was an opportunity. Yang Bo knew that he wanted to make a difference in the Federation. So the Bobby family was the first obstacle. And the first thing he had to do was to control the Black Star Company. After Yang Bo returned to Shaoyao Manor, the people in the manor looked at the boss differently. The stronger the boss was, the more stable the lives of the people in the manor would be. However, Yang Bo had no chance to pay attention to these people. He greeted them and used the excuse of recuperating, and then came to the underground laboratory of Shaoyao Manor. Then he moved to Tianyun Star, observing James's movements while sending emails to the forces behind James. Yang Bo's purpose was simple, which was to make the forces behind James confront the Bobby family. Of course, if Yang Bo had not released the spiritual seed to James, he would not have known that the force behind James was Onbong Bank, a large company ranked in the top 10 of the Crimson Federation. The person in charge of contacting James at Onbong Bank received an unfamiliar email. After reading it, he felt his scalp tingling. So he hurried out to report to his boss, because the email was evidence. If the incident was true, then when the company pursued responsibility in the future, as long as he saw the email, he would know that he had accepted the email first. Watch the show. Yang Bo was looking forward to what would happen if James was caught in the act of trading with Tate's people. Chapter 1001 James's End. Onbong Bank ranks 8th in the Federation, but ranks 3rd in the financial industry. Onbong Bank has a great influence in the Federation. The reason why Onbong Bank invested in Black Star Company is actually for business, but Onbong Bank's holdings in Black Star Company have not been made public. Onbong Bank also has many competitors, not only local banks in various states of the Federation, but also other financial institutions. Anbang Bank holds shares in Black Star Company, mainly to grasp the dynamics of Black Star Company, so that it can seize the initiative in subsequent cooperation. It's not just Anbang Bank that does this. Other financial institutions will do the same. Martin, James's direct supervisor at Anbang Bank, saw the email and hurried to find his supervisor, boss. This is bad. Martin's supervisor also felt overwhelmed after seeing the content of the email. Anbang Bank's shares in Black Star Company are not very large, and the value is not very high. James planned to attack John Lee, and he agreed to it. For Anbang Bank, tens of millions is not a big sum of money. If tens of millions can get more shares of Black Star Company, of course it will be good. If it fails, then the tens of millions can be taken back, because according to the normal task process of the mercenary union, if the task fails, the funds will be returned. But now it is different, because the wrong information was provided, which led to the almost annihilation of the A-level mercenary group. The mercenary union cannot do nothing. If the mercenary union does nothing, then others will also provide wrong information when issuing tasks, and the mercenary union will soon collapse. Mercenaries like money and adventure, but that doesn't mean they will die. If the information provided by the union is so outrageous, will there be any mercenaries who dare to accept the mission? Martin's boss was not sure whether the email was true or false. If it was false, it would be fine. But what if it was true? Then his career would be over. So he asked Martin, "What do you think?" Martin heard what his boss said, and said, in fact, James is no longer suitable for his current position. This email came very timely, but the time is a bit tight. I am afraid that we have to mobilize the bank's special operations team in Korea, and the content of this email is too clear. So, Martin's boss heard this and said, regardless of the origin of the email and its authenticity, the email mentioned that James is already in. Start contacting relevant personnel. If we react a little slower, it may cause heavy losses to the bank. I am thinking about how to deal with it. The simplest way now is to directly deprive James of his identity. The other is to catch him in the act. The first one is simple, but what James did cannot be made public. Our bank's consistent purpose is to remain neutral and not participate in any struggles between forces. We are just doing business. So once it is made public, it is likely to damage the company's reputation. It is a bit difficult to catch him in the act. We don't know where James signed a contract with the other party. Anbang Bank can grow big because it remains neutral and never favors any force. Because there are too many forces in the Federation. If Anbang favors any one force, it will offend other forces. Why don't we email them back? Their purpose in emailing us is not very simple. Martin asked after hearing his boss's words. This is a good suggestion. You should do it. Martin's boss nodded. Martin then realized that his boss was just asking for this sentence. That is to say, if there is a problem with this matter, then he is the first person responsible. It's a pity that he came to report it, just to put the blame on his boss. Martin had no choice, because he was directly managing James. James sent an email using his smart device. The email showed that the sending address was in the Alliance. As for where exactly in the Alliance, this is unknown. These internet companies in the Alliance keep user information confidential. Martin is not surprised. Martin is sure that the person who sent the email to him is from Vichy City, maybe from Black Star Company. Martin sent an email. We have received the message you sent, thank you. Do you know the specific time and place of their transaction? Yang Bo waited for the email on Tianyun Star, because the previous email did not mention the time and place of signing the mortgage contract. Because Yang Bo didn't know, James hadn't started to contact the contact information given by Tate. James returned home and was preparing his family to flee. James didn't have good intentions. Let his family go first. The contact information for his family was also prepared. If things didn't go well on his side, he would expose his family. Of course, the contact information left for his family at that time, such as where to meet in the league, was all fake. Yang Bo saw the email sent by the other party and replied directly, of course. Martin immediately sent a message. Then what do you need to let us know the time and place? Martin thought the person who sent the email wanted to get benefits. After all, Anbang Bank is rich and powerful, and its influence is also huge. However, the other party's reply made Martin a little confused. The other party's reply was, I just show my sincerity and lay the foundation for our next cooperation. It's not that Yang Bo doesn't want benefits. Anbang Bank is a federal financial institution. It can check clearly who the money goes to. The Federation does not have as perfect personal privacy protection as the Alliance. As for whether there will be another cooperation, it is hard to say. After all, he is still preparing to make great strides in the Federation. Martin saw this email and looked at his boss. His boss nodded, but did not speak. Martin did not know what his boss meant. So Martin sent another email. Excuse me. What is your profession? And how did you get these secret information? Martin's email was a bit presumptuous. Although there is no privacy in the Federation, it is very impolite to ask about other people's details right away. Yang Bo directly replied to the email. It doesn't matter who I am or what I do. Nor does it matter how I know the news. What matters is that the news is true. And I will soon get the information about where James signed the mortgage contract. Martin saw the other party's answer. And he was not surprised. Even if the other party said what he did, he would not believe it. Martin sent another email. I'd like to trouble you. I don't know your business scope. So when we have business here, we may be able to cooperate. Yang Bo saw the other party's email and replied, not necessary for now. I will contact you if necessary. Martin saw the other party's question and asked his boss, what do you think? Minister? This guy obviously has other intentions. But as long as we follow the work process, he will not be able to take advantage of anything. Who do you think this person is? Martin's boss asked. Martin shook his head. I don't know. Who is the object of James's mortgage equity? I don't know for now. Maybe the institution that James mortgaged knows the details of us and James. So it deliberately did this. After all, getting James' equity will also offend our bank. Martin didn't expect that it was James's mission target who sent him an email this time. Because the information in the email was too confidential. James wanted to mortgage Black Star's equity loan. So only James and the loan institution knew the news. James is going to run away. And he will definitely not tell more people. How powerful the mercenary union is. Let's not talk about it. Since the mercenary union wants to claim compensation, it will definitely keep an eye on James. Martin's boss said, you should immediately apply for a special action team acting mission. If the email information is true, the acting will become a real battle. If the information is false, it will just be an acting. Martin nodded. It is impossible to determine whether the things in the email are true or false. But once the shares of Black Star Company are mortgaged, it will be a big trouble. The economic loss is secondary. The key is face. Today this white glove dared to mortgage the equity and run away with the money. Tomorrow, there will be more white gloves who will do the same. Where is the face of Onbong Bank? And if other competitors interfere, it is probably impossible to get back the equity. Even if it can be taken back, the price to pay is considerable. Martin wrote an email on the spot. Martin's boss approved it in person, and then proceeded to the next step. Onbong Bank has branches on many planets in the Federation, and these branches have their own armed forces to maintain the operation order of the bank. After all, the federal system has a lot of bad loans. If it didn't have some means, it would have collapsed long ago. In addition, the federal government uses a lot of physical currency, so the transportation and storage of currency also require force. Why does the federal government still use physical currency on a large scale? It's because of the system. There are frictions between companies in each city. Maybe today this area is under the jurisdiction of Company A, and in a few days, it will be under the jurisdiction of Company B. Besides, many people don't trust banks. After all, under this system, if you don't have a background, the bank will probably say you are making a false accusation if your deposits are missing, or even make the plaintiff disappear, or even the whole family disappear. Of course, there are other reasons, such as unstable network. Some people don't even have smartwatches. How to pay online? The administrative center of Korea State is Port City, which is a large city near the seaport and is said to have 3 million permanent residents. Onbong Bank has its own branch here, and also has its own base. The branch received an urgent task from the headquarters. Although it was a play, the task process was clearly arranged. The special operations team in the base set off immediately. Port City is more than 4,000 kilometers away from Vichy City. The special operations team of Onbong Bank consists of 10 people. After receiving the mission, they set off quickly. These 10 people did not carry mechas, but wore battle armor and were equipped with cold weapons, because most cities strictly prohibit the use of hot weapons and energy weapons. This is a secret mission, so they only carry cold weapons. 10 people took a high-speed flying car and set off directly along the road. The speed of the high-speed flying car can reach more than Mach 5, which is more than 1,700 meters per second. These flying cars can only fly over the road. Of course, different flying cars have different flying heights. The faster the speed, the higher the altitude. Yang Bo waited for half an hour before James contacted the person Tate gave him. Then the two agreed to meet at a bar. James was also cunning. He arrived at the bar first and then contacted others. He wanted to see who the person was and whether he was reliable. Of course, James had to be careful now, because he had to run away. Yang Bo sent a message to Anbong Bank and then paid close attention to James' spiritual seed. Yang Bo had never intended to reveal that this matter was related to Tate, as it would easily cause others to suspect him. After all, John Lee had just had a disagreement with Tate, and Yang Bo believed that Anbong Bank would be able to find out who had contact with James. Such a large enterprise could grow so big in the federal environment. It must be capable. Martin almost lost his temper, because the special operations team had already arrived in Vichy City, and the car had been driving around the city for several minutes. What shocked Martin and his boss was that the other party actually knew clearly that James had arrived in advance. At this time, Martin knew that this matter was true. So Martin's boss connected to the remote real-time video of the special operations team. The 10-member special operations team was sitting in a flying car. The special operations team members were wearing armor, holding cold weapons, and wearing masks and sunglasses. This kind of dress is very normal in the Federation. Many people are wearing old-fashioned bulletproof vests because the federal security is not very good and there are often conflicts. Martin's boss gave the special operations team a new task. The special operations team began to carry out the mission, and the car flew towards the target location. Because in the city, all cars had to drive close to the ground, and the speed was limited. A few minutes later, the car arrived at the periphery of the mission location, and two people got off the car first. Many people on the street were fully armed, because some had just returned from outside, and some were preparing to leave the city. The special operations team members were not dressed particularly outrageously, because the equipment of these teams was selected by each team member to suit themselves. So it looked fancy, and did not look like a large-scale organization. Then the car dropped off a few more people outside the mission site. These people were to prevent the mission target from escaping. Martin's boss looked at the actions of the special operations team and took a deep breath. At this time, the people who contacted James came. They were two young men. James saw the two people enter the agreed private room in the hall and waited for a few minutes before entering the private room. Yang Bo was observing James through the spiritual seed. This was the first time Yang Bo saw the Vichy City bar like this. He wondered if the people from Anbong Bank had arrived. Sir. The two young men in the private room saw James coming in and stood up quickly. Did you bring the money? James asked anxiously. Of course. As long as you sign the mortgage agreement. You can get 200 million alliance credit points. The two young men said with a smile. James heard this and shouted in a low voice. The shares I mortgaged are worth 3 billion. Sir. The 3 billion you mentioned is the 3 billion in our federation. We have 200 million in the alliance. I believe you also know the personal privacy of the alliance. Of course, if it is the currency of our federation, we can give 1.8 billion at 60% off. One of the two young men said. James gritted his teeth. 500 million. Or we won't talk anymore. 300 million at most. Or we'll have to change someone to talk. The two young men stood up, as if they were giving an ultimatum. Okay. James also knew that the other party had him in their hands. He didn't have time to mess around. He had to sign the agreement and leave the planet immediately after the money arrived. Hurry, James said anxiously. James provided an account, and the two young men transferred 50 million first, and then signed the mortgage contract. Boom! Just as James was signing, the door of the private room was knocked open. Before James could react, he felt something on his neck, and it was shining with blue light. Chapter 1002 Untitled. This scene also frightened Yang Bo, who was far away on Tianyan Star. Yang Bo's feeling of using the spiritual seed was the same as James. When the two young men on the opposite side broke the door, two egg-sized spiders instantly stuck to their heads, and then the two men twitched all over and fainted. Paralyzing bionic mechanical insects, this type is used at close range. Not only can it release high-voltage current, but there are also some drugs in the insects, which can make superpowers faint instantly. Then James also lost consciousness, and Yang Bo had no way of knowing what state the other party was in. Hee hee. I wonder if Tate has a backup plan. And whether he will confront these people from Onbong Bank. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Onbong Bank didn't know that the person behind the transaction with James was Tate. And Tate didn't know that Onbong Bank acted so quickly. After all, it has only been a short time since James mortgaged his shares. And the number of people who know about it is limited. So Yang Bo was looking forward to what would happen after both sides finally knew about each other's existence. Yang Bo had time to pay attention to the alliance. The result of the handling of Tianzi Star came out. The atomic bomb incident on Tianzi Star. The final result was that the Zhang family took the blame. The Zhang family stored contraband, but the source of the contraband could not be found out, because it was hundreds of years ago. The current patriarch of the Zhang family, and the person who specifically managed the Zhang family bunker, were arrested. The Zhang family has already paid a fine of 102.123 billion credit points, which is mainly the fine from the Environmental Protection Department. As for the others, they will be punished after the investigation is clear. The source of the hacker attack on Tianzi Star was finally determined to be the Golden Lion City in the federal state of Korea, but the special investigation team of the Alliance has not yet arrived in the federal Golden Lion City, so there is no result for the time being. The direct losses suffered by Tianzi Star from this hacker attack were as high as tens of trillions, and the civil network was paralyzed for a full 40 minutes. The entire civil network was almost paralyzed, and the indirect losses have not yet been calculated. For example, the stock price of Tianzi Star's network service provider plummeted because of this incident. There are other devices that are affected. Take watches for example. Some watches are affected for a short time, while others are affected for a longer time. This has caused different impacts on different manufacturers. There is no result for Charlie, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianzi Star, who escaped. The President, Vice President, and some ministers of the Alliance have resigned. The Alliance has urgently established a caretaker government and will start a new round of elections. The current alliance is a good time for ordinary people, because there are group speeches everywhere. Of course, to attract people to listen, you have to give out free stuff. Some even give out money directly, and some give out flyers or emails. As long as you take a flyer or read an email, you can get a lot of gifts or coupons. Yang Bo saw many groups giving speeches on Tianjin Star, and various parties also held rallies and speeches. Although it is already a high-tech society, some people still like this kind of real gathering. Of course, you can also get benefits by watching online, such as lucky draws in the live broadcast room. What Yang Bo didn't know was that James and two other unlucky people who came to trade were already in the car. The car was heading back because Martin and the others didn't know who was trading with James. But it was definitely not an ordinary person, because ordinary people wouldn't dare to do that. Martin and his boss were probably from other banks. So the first thing they did when they caught the person was to get in the car and leave quickly. Martin's boss watched the video that was sent back and quickly reported it to a higher-level supervisor. The video contains the details of James's mortgaged shares. After watching the video, the Onbong Bank executive immediately reported it to the board of directors. The amount involved in this matter is not large, which is a drop in the bucket for Onbong Bank, but the nature of this matter is very bad, because Onbong Bank has developed many white gloves. If these white gloves mortgage their shares and run away, it will be a disaster. The board of directors was also very angry. In the shortest time, 2 fighter jets took off from the branch base of Onbong Bank in Port City, Korea State, to meet the special operations team. The base of Onbong Bank is located in the suburbs of Porter City. It is a separate closed base. This base has only 4 fighters, 20 mechas, and the rest are some old junk equipment. Of course, these junk equipment are better than the equipment of many forces in Korea State. The takeoff of 2 fighters also attracted the attention of some people in Korea State, because the fighters need to apply for routes. Tate of Black Star Company in Vichy City is dealing with things, because the board of directors just approved the plan for Golden Lion City. This plan requires an investment of hundreds of millions. How to use this money, and who to use it for. There are some tricks in this. So Tate is now discussing the follow-up plan with some small shareholders who are close to him. These small shareholders also hope to get some business and make some money. However, Tate is also thinking about James. After talking with a small shareholder and sending him away, Tate used another communicator to contact him. It's bad. James and our people were captured by a group of people. I can't contact you. Tate just contacted the person in charge of pledging James' equity. And the other party said anxiously, "What? Who is it? And where is it now? Tate was also shocked. He had just received the information that James had contacted his men before talking to this small shareholder. It had been less than 20 minutes. And such a big mistake had occurred? Tate thought of many possibilities at once. James directed and acted it himself and used it to threaten him? Or was there a traitor on his side? It shouldn't be, because this transaction was made very hastily. Not sure, the other party acted very quickly. We didn't find anything unusual before the action. The other party seemed to appear suddenly. They took James and our 2 people away, and only then did we realize that. They were now riding in a high-speed car, and our people were following them, but they were about to leave the range of the city of Vichy. Tate's men hurriedly reported. Stop them. Stop them at all costs. Tate almost went berserk. Because he did this privately. He had no way to use the company's resources. He was also in sole control of this matter. And no one else in the family knew the specific implementation method of this matter. Tate did this mainly to keep it secret. The more people knew about these things, the greater the possibility of leakage. The Bobby family was not a monolithic entity. And the fight between the heirs was also very bloody. Yes. The people on the other side answered yes directly after hearing the order. The people who received the order took 2 flying cars respectively. The 2 flying cars accelerated instantly and rushed towards the flying car of Anbong Bank's Special Operations Team. The people of Anbong Bank's Special Operations Team had known that someone was following them for a long time, but these people did not show panic. The inspection director of Anbong Bank's headquarters was remotely directing this operation. After Martin's boss reported this matter, the authority of this matter changed. Don't get rid of them. Our fighter planes are on standby at the front. We have applied for weapons authorization locally. The supervisor of Anbong Bank, who is mainly responsible for handling some external business of the bank, is named Su Dong. Su Dong is commanding remotely. Because Su Dong believes that the person who signed the contract with James must be another shareholder of Black Star Company. And there is another point. That is, the credit for catching James and the person who talked with James is not in his hands, but in the hands of Martin and Martin's boss. So after Su Dong found someone following the Special Operations Team, he told the Special Operations Team not to run too fast, and then formulated a series of combat plans. In an area outside the jurisdiction of Vichy City, Anbong Bank applied for permission for fighter aircraft weapons. Without this permission, if the fighter aircraft opened fire rashly, it would probably be considered a hostile act by the local armed forces. As for why they did not apply within Vichy City, it was naturally because they did not trust Vichy City. The members of the Anbong Bank Special Operations Team looked at their glasses nervously, and they could see through their glasses that the 2 flying cars behind them were trying to hit their vehicles. Seeing that the other party was about to hit, Anbong Bank's flying car accelerated instantly. This Special Operation Team's flying car was modified. Then in such a moment, the flying car had already left the jurisdiction of Vichy City. The 2 flying cars behind also realized this. Just when the 2 flying cars were about to stop, the flying car of Anbong Bank's Special Operation Team suddenly slowed down. The good news is that the collision mission of the 2 flying cars behind was completed, but the bad news is that Anbong Bank's flying car was fine. It was obviously modified. What's worse is that 2 fighter planes took off vertically nearby, and several red lights were emitted from the 2 fighter planes, which locked onto the 2 flying cars. Red light is the simplest infrared ray, but the people in the flying cars were already scared, because they were locked, and the next second it might be missiles, lasers, and other weapons. Fighter planes. Zzz. And Tate only heard this sound in the communicator, and then the communicator was silent. Hello? Hello? Tate shouted loudly, but unfortunately, there was no response. Electronic interference. Tate knew that the last buzzing sound of the communicator was caused by electronic interference. Tate cursed loudly, because he had no idea who did it. Tate also knew that he was in big trouble, so he quickly notified his family, and then quickly cleaned up everything that needed to be cleaned up. 2 hours after James fainted, James woke up. Now James was tied to a rack, with a strange helmet on his head, and his body was naked, with many sensor devices. James, male, 86 years old, B-class superpower, has 2 daughters, a son, and a wife. The good news is that an hour and a half ago, your son, daughter, and wife have boarded the spacecraft to the Alliance. The bad news is that you, James, are still here. James looked at the environment, not knowing where he was, and there were no people. But he heard a voice. Who are you? James felt a headache. And he couldn't remember who wanted to deal with him. Was it Tate or someone else? Now I ask. You answer. Who else is involved in the share pledge? The voice in the room sounded. Who are you all? James asked loudly. But then the pain from his whole body made James wail in pain. We injected you with a low dose of nerve sensitivity agent. This agent can greatly enhance nerve perception and nerve response, but there is a disadvantage, that is, the pain will be amplified, and you will not faint no matter how painful it is. A voice sounded in the room. I don't know what you are talking about. What equity pledge? James still wanted to be stubborn, because James knew that the other party came for this matter. If he said it, I'm afraid it would be over. But who was it? It couldn't be on Bong Bank. Because I also made the decision temporarily. The person who traded with you has already said that you, as a spokesperson, want to mortgage shares privately and run away. Do you really think that our bank's risk control system is built for nothing? The other party has revealed his identity. James was shocked when he heard this. But he was also a little suspicious. He was not sure that the other party was on Bong Bank. Maybe it was a fake. Because on Bong Bank couldn't know that I wanted to mortgage shares. How long had it been since I made the decision? If it was really on Bong Bank, then who betrayed me? Only Tate? Tate also had a motive for doing this, which was to sell himself to gain the favor of on Bong Bank. Or is Tate also a victim? Anyway, James' mind is in a mess. Yang Bo sensed James's thoughts through the spiritual seed, and also smiled. I did a great job on this matter. Can I subconsciously influence this guy? Yang Bo suddenly thought of something. Spiritual seeds can directly control what others do, so can I guide the other party's thoughts? This kind of subconscious guidance can make the other party fall into some traps unknowingly. So Yang Bo began to guide slowly, guiding James's idea, that is, Tate sold himself, in order to gain the favor of on Bong Bank. Ah! James was twitching on the shelf again. Because he was injected with drugs, he couldn't faint. This is the punishment for not answering. Can you tell me now? For about a minute, James' body surface seemed to be washed by water. The intense pain and convulsions made James sweat profusely. I said, the other side is Tate. I suspect that Tate also provided wrong information for the mission against John Lee. James spoke quickly. His voice was hoarse. James now resented Tate to the extreme. James suspected that Tate had prepared two options when cooperating with him. If he succeeded, the other party could get John Lee's shares, and if he failed, he would let him pledge his shares. Do you dare to confront him face to face? The supervisor of On Bong Bank looked at James' answer in the remote video and asked immediately. Chapter 1003 Surprise. The tone of the supervisor of On Bong Bank was a little bad, because from the perspective of the bank, holding shares in other people's companies is beneficial to both parties. Tate did this, obviously not taking On Bong Bank seriously. I communicated with him, but there was no way to leave any evidence. He didn't name anyone when he sent a message or called me. James now felt as if the entire surface of his body was pierced by needles. But it seemed that it didn't penetrate, as if countless spikes were pressed against his skin, and the air he breathed out touched this piece of skin, and he couldn't help but twitch. This is actually the sequelae of James' pain just now. Because the use of energy potions makes all the nerves in the body more sensitive. Although the nerves are not stimulated by the outside, these nerve endings themselves are spasming, sending wrong information. Just ask if you dare to confront me. The supervisor of On Bong Bank shouted angrily. I dare, quickly inject me with anesthetic, I can't stand it. James shouted loudly, because he felt that there was no place in his body that didn't hurt. Humph, didn't you think about this consequence when you mortgaged your shares? And why did you plot against other shareholders instead of doing your job? It's fine to plot against other shareholders, but you, a fool, did it before you figured out the other party's strength. If John Lee knew that you were from our On Bong Bank, he would think that our bank was targeting him. Do you know how powerful John Lee's mecha is? It's comparable to a mecha grandmaster. You are making enemies for us for no reason. The supervisor of On Bong Bank cursed. On Bong Bank maintains a neutral attitude on the surface. This kind of active participation in the company's internal struggle is not encouraged within On Bong Bank. Of course, it is okay to do it cleanly. James' failure this time made On Bong Bank passive. It is well known how strong a mecha master is. Of course, if James succeeds, he will be a hero. If he fails, he will be abandoned by the company. This is naked profit-oriented. I was wrong. I suspect Tate gave me wrong information. And I suspect Tate had two plans. If I succeed, he can get John Lee's shares. If I fail, he will target my shares. James' speech was a little confusing. Tell us the whole story. Otherwise, the head of the supervision department of Onbong Bank snorted coldly. Then the head went to interrogate the others. The people who traded with James. And the people who followed him. These people were arrested and taken to the base of Onbong Bank. But they were well trained. No matter what means were used. These guys said they didn't know. Especially the people who followed Onbong Bank's car. No matter what interrogation. They said they didn't follow. As for the two people who traded with James, they were still being interrogated. These people were well trained at first glance. Even if they were injected with drugs and then punished. These two people insisted that this was a normal transaction process. The shareholders of Onbong Bank's board of directors were all waiting for news. The head of the supervision department reported the situation to the board of directors online. Mainly James' explanation of the cause and effect of the incident. After listening to James's explanation, the shareholders of Onbong Bank's board of directors immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. What is the Bobby family trying to do? This is a traitor. These shareholders also scolded James. If James succeeds in this matter, Onbong Bank will lose face. On the federal side, these companies are very concerned about the impression they leave on others. These companies convey a message to the outside world that they are strong enough, because if your company is low-key in the federal government, it is likely to be mistaken by others as not good enough, and then attacked by the group. However, these shareholders are now facing a problem, that is, there is no substantial evidence in hand to prove that James's pledge of shares was instructed by Tate. These shareholders know that what James said is true. But people like Tate will not leave any substantial evidence for themselves. And even if there is substantial evidence, Onbong Bank does not want to go to war with the Bobby family. Because a war between the two sides will only allow others to take advantage. And as the largest shareholder of Black Star Company, the Bobby family has a huge strength in Vichy City. Unless Onbong Bank uses more power. But these shareholders have to consider the cost effectiveness. If more power can defeat the Bobby family, it is good. If it cannot defeat the other party, then the loss will be in vain. As shareholders of the bank, making money is the first priority. However, these shareholders cannot swallow this matter. The shareholders of Onbong Bank expressed their opinions on this matter. Some proposed to go to war. Others proposed to sanction the Bobby family. And some even proposed to reward Tate. And Tate in Vichy City now also feels tingling. Because Tate has received news that 2 fighter planes appeared in the place where the people he ordered disappeared. And these 2 fighter planes belong to Onbong Bank. Although there is no substantial evidence, Tate knows that James was taken away by Onbong Bank. What makes Tate's scalp numb is that he doesn't know if Onbong Bank was lucky enough to come and catch James when they were about to catch him. Or did they know that James was going to catch him and then came to catch him? If it was a coincidence, then James is unlucky. If Onbong Bank came after receiving the news, then it would be terrible. Because James discussed with him after the shareholders' meeting in the morning. And then James was caught by Onbong Bank. The whole process was no more than an hour and a half. And the people who knew about this were all his confidants. Now not only could James not get the shares, his confidants also fell directly into the hands of others. James is a fool. Nothing good will happen if you are with him. Tate couldn't help but curse. The previous incident against John Lee, which resulted in his layout in the company's armed department being in vain. And this time was even more outrageous. He thought his plan was perfect. Unexpectedly, the people from Onbong Bank came out in the middle of the process. Not only did he not get the shares, but he also offended this behemoth. Although there is no substantial evidence. For these large companies, it is sometimes the same whether there is evidence or not. Onbong Bank is the 3rd largest financial company in the Federation. Tate knows how abnormal its influence and strength are. At this moment, Tate saw a call coming in on his smartwatch. The caller was James. When Tate saw the call, he was a little confused. But he still answered the phone. Tate? After answering the phone, Tate heard James' voice. Director James? Tate didn't know what the other party wanted, so he asked in a puzzled tone. I told you everything. James' tone sounded a little strange. Tate, I am the director of the supervision department of Onbong Bank. How do you solve this matter today? But soon another man's voice came from the communicator. After hearing what the other party said, Tate felt very disappointed. Tate was not afraid of the other party turning against him directly, but he was afraid of the other party's attitude. Onbong Bank's attitude will make his family and company sacrifice themselves. As a family, it is impossible to confront Onbong Bank for themselves. And in the company, if this matter is exposed, the attitude of these shareholders can be imagined. If Onbong Bank turns its face directly, then the family and the company will definitely confront directly. I don't know what you are talking about. Tate took a deep breath. Well, then we will find your company and your family. The head of the supervision department of Onbong Bank threatened directly. The shareholders of Onbong Bank have reached an agreement. This time, Onbong Bank has no direct losses. And there is no direct evidence. So the Bobby family must pay a sum of money. Of course, as a persistent player, Tate must be punished. The first thing is to drive Tate out of the position of chairman of Black Star Company. Then slowly deal with this guy. I really don't know what you are talking about. Our company has a good business cooperation with Onbong Company. Tate denied it with a stiff upper lip, because now the call is on. No one knows whether the other party has a recording or something like that. Without any evidence. If he admitted it, the consequences would be even more serious. Because James's case also involved the attack on John Lee. So he couldn't admit it at all. The supervisor of Onbong Bank hung up the call between James and Tate remotely. Tate, this bastard, is smart. But he won't be smart for a few days. The supervisor of Onbong Bank began to contact people from the Bobby family. Let other shareholders of James' Black Star Company send emails to let these shareholders recognize Tate's true face. Yes. The assistant to the supervisor of Onbong Bank rushed to deal with it after receiving the matter. Yang Bo is now in Tianyun Star. And his mood is not so good. Because the memory of the spirit seed is too real. Yang Bo can feel how terrible the punishment James suffered is. The experiment is done. And the mental suggestion using the spirit seed still has a good effect. Yang Bo has been giving James mental suggestion for a while. He successfully made James psychologically resentful of Tate. James believes that Tate has been calculating against him from beginning to end. You asked for it. As for James's ending, Yang Bo already knew it. A giant like Onbong Bank would definitely kill the chicken to scare the monkey. So Yang Bo directly dispelled the memory seed skill in James' brain. And far away in the base of Onbong Bank in Porter City, James fainted directly. The instrument connected to James sounded a rapid alarm. Vegetative? The head of the Onbong Bank supervision department was also a little confused when he received the news, because James still had a great role. Yes. The head of the base, who was specifically responsible for this matter, reported remotely, and saw the ugly face of the head of the supervision department, and had to bite the bullet and answer. How did you do it? I'm also going to use James as a negative example for our bank, so that all those who have other ideas will never dare to have such ideas in the future. You guys handle the rest. Yes. Yang Bo returned to Shaoyao Manor from Tianyun Star again. Just after coming out of the basement of Shaoyao Manor, a message appeared in his mind. Fighting plus 16. Could James be dealt with so quickly? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. But soon a surprise was waiting for Yang Bo, that is. A stranger sent an email to John Lee's mailbox. The content of the email was about James mortgaging his equity. Hee hee. Yang Bo didn't expect Onbong Bank to do this. Chapter 1004 Support. The video was posted by James himself, saying that Tate instigated him to mortgage his shares, but he did not say that he colluded with Tate to attack John Lee. Obviously, Onbong Bank did not want to bring up the attack on John Lee, because James was Onbong Bank's white glove, which meant that it was Onbong Bank's responsibility. John Lee is now a big celebrity in the Federation, because John Lee killed an A-level mercenary group in less than 5 seconds, destroyed 8 mechas, and dozens of mercenaries. This video is not only popular in the Federation, but also in the entire interstellar space. It allows people to truly see the power of top mecha masters. Top mecha masters not only have super high hand speed, but also have strong analytical and predictive abilities. And John Lee has obviously achieved that. Yang Bo was still wondering why Onbong Bank did this when he received a call from Pete, Director Lee. Did you receive the email? The email from James? Director Pete? I received an email, which contains. Yang Bo nodded in response. Haha, Tate. That bastard, he's done this time. I'm telling you, all shareholders of the company have this video. Peter laughed loudly on the other side of the communicator. And I also know that James is Onbong Bank's white glove. It is said that James privately mortgaged shares, and was caught red-handed by Onbong Bank. Onbong Bank also dispatched 2 fighter jets to meet him outside our city of Vichy. And James, this bastard, is definitely finished. He is a white glove, and wants to mortgage shares and run away. I really don't know what's in his mind. Director Lee? Come to the company quickly. This time, we must get Tate, this bastard, out of the board of directors. The Bobby family can't protect this bastard. Maybe the Bobby family will give up this bastard. Onbong Bank sent us an email to make Tate leave the company. As long as Tate is no longer a member of the company, Onbong Bank can have 100 ways to deal with him. Yang Bo heard Peter's excited tone and the final explanation, and finally knew Onbong Bank's plan. Onbong Bank intends to kill a chicken to scare the monkey, but does not want to make a big deal. Even if there is no evidence, Tate must die, because the Bobby family will not admit this matter. Even Tate will not admit it, and there is no evidence. But Onbong Bank will not let it go just because there is no evidence. This is impossible. If such a bad thing is let go, how can Onbong Bank manage it? The first thing is to drive Tate out of Black Star Company. Onbong Bank will not target Black Star Company, because the shareholder composition of Black Star Company is also very complicated. Targeting Black Star Company means targeting these people. I'll be there right away, Yang Bo said quickly. Then Yang Bo drove a mecha to the company at lightning speed. When they arrived at the company, other shareholders had already arrived. Pete and others saw John Lee coming and greeted him. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Tate is such a disappointment. That's right. The Bobby family is too generous. Yang Bo heard these shareholders say this. So he said, I have long felt that Tate is not suitable to be the chairman. He doesn't manage the company well every day. He made such a big mistake this morning. But he is always thinking about the shares in the hands of us small shareholders. And he hopes that all of our families will die. That's right. This bastard can never be the chairman. This kind of person is really disgusting. He doesn't want to develop the company, but suppresses us small shareholders. This bastard will definitely not end well. Everyone agreed. And Yang Bo didn't say much. Tate's face was gloomy at this time. Onbong Bank was obviously targeting him, and the family did not want to go to war with Onbong Bank. Moreover, James was responsible for this matter, and no one else in the family was involved. Tate just couldn't understand why Onbong Bank caught James red-handed. The timing was too coincidental. Of course, when Tate did this, he also had selfish motives. In fact, this matter could be handed over to other family members. But Tate thought that James was eager to run away, so he would not have much time. In fact, that was exactly the case. After James separated from him, he contacted the person he introduced in less than an hour. But in such a short time, something big happened. Not only did he not get the shares, he also lost his credit, but he also offended Onbong Bank. Although there is no direct evidence, would a company of Onbong Bank's size tell you the evidence? Unless he gets the forgiveness of Onbong Bank, he will be dead. But this requires the family to step in. If it is just this matter, then the family may step in to solve it. But in the attack on John Lee, he was also involved, and failed, which made the family members question his ability. It's all James's fault. Idiot! Not only did he get himself into trouble, but this idiot also had a bad ending. Tate felt that all this was James' fault. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't have had so many problems. And there was another point. That is, the identity of the chairman of Black Star Company. He would definitely not be able to keep it, even if the family was willing. The other shareholders of the company would definitely not be willing. There were many white gloves like James in the company, and these people didn't want someone like him to continue to be the chairman. And they also wanted to see Onbong Bank kill the chicken to scare the monkey. So Tate knew that his fate was doomed. The family would not risk offending so many shareholders to protect him. Wrong. I don't know what I did wrong. Tate couldn't figure out what he did wrong. He was sure of it before he did it. James attacked John Lee, an A-level mercenary group against a mecha. This was a sure win. But who would have thought? And the matter of Tate mortgaging his shares. He had a sudden idea. He didn't expect Onbong Bank to catch him red-handed? This made Tate confused. Everyone. At the shareholders' meeting, Tate walked out with a very bad look on his face. Get out. Get out. You despicable villain. You are no longer the chairman of the company. Some shareholders jumped up and cursed. Yang Bo watched the performance of these shareholders. These shareholders are other people's white gloves. Now these white gloves are eager to drive Tate away, especially those who had a good relationship with Tate in the past, because these white gloves are afraid that the people behind them will suspect that they have a good relationship with Tate, and they are also preparing to mortgage their shares. These white gloves are now trembling with fear. Because although these white gloves are shareholders, in Vichy City, Black Star Company has status. But it is too easy for the people behind these people to kill them. So these people are eager to distance themselves from them. The entire removal process went very smoothly. Tate directly voted to abstain. And then Tate was removed from the chairman. And was kicked out of the company. Mr. Lee, how about you be the interim chairman? Now there is still a lack of an interim chairman. So many people asked Yang Bo. Forget it. I'm good at fighting. But managing such a big company is difficult for me. I think the general manager is good. After all, the general manager is the most familiar with the company. Yang Bo quickly rejected this proposal. Although Tate left, many people in the company are still members of the Bobby family. When he became the interim chairman without knowing anything about the company, he would not know what the people below were doing. He might have to take the blame. The other shareholders present must have their own ideas. But for the sake of the company's development, it is best for the general manager to serve as the interim chairman. Pete and others gave a thumbs up to John Lee. Because the general manager is also a member of the Bobby family. The interim chairman is mainly responsible for all company affairs before the new chairman is elected. Of course, the general manager can also compete for the position of new chairman. In addition, there are other deputy managers and the like. Yang Bo did not focus on the position of chairman, but on other people under the company. If the chairman position is gone, then there must be some vacancies below. For example, if the general manager is elected chairman, then the general manager position will be vacant. If the deputy manager is promoted, then there will be a vacant deputy manager position. The only pity is that Li Weihan has no people, because Li Weihan was busy being a killer before. However, Yang Bo can also get a lot of benefits, because if other people want to sit in a certain position, they have to hook up with him. Although he may not be able to let the other party sit in the position they want, he can definitely push people away. Board elections are actually a private balance of interests. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the distance. What's going on? Yang Bo was the first to come to the window and saw a cloud of smoke in the distance. Other shareholders also came over. Tate was attacked. He self-destructed. At this moment, there was a louder noise from farther away. TSK. Why offend the bank when you can't offend anyone else? Tate is also mentally ill. He is following the idiot James. Why is the idiot James so eager to mortgage his shares? These shareholders were talking about it. Of course, these shareholders didn't know that James was facing huge compensation. James' home was also attacked, and the whole family died. Alas, the Bobby family is really something. They don't even protect Tate's family. Haha. You also know it's a family. Tate has offended many people in the family before, and these people now hope that Tate's family will die. After this incident, the Bobby family is probably going downhill. Tate has done a lot for the family, but now he is pushed out when something happens. What will other people who depend on the Bobby family think? These families are not as good as we think. In these families, not only do you have to compete with people outside, but you also have to guard against people inside the family. Not everyone in the family is in the same mind as the family. Some people will destroy themselves if they can't get what they want. When Yang Bo heard this, he sighed in his heart. The competition within the family is actually more bloody than outsiders imagine. Just like his other identity, Bart's father exiled Bart in disguise for his other son. People in the family know each other better. So once they start, it will be more bloody. Of course, the same is true for external competition. And if the family wants to continue to inherit, it needs an unfeeling heir. Yang Bo thinks that the Bobby family did this to cover up the attack on John Lee. And the mess at the Free Mercenary Union will definitely not be let go. Mr. Lee, please take care of me in the future. Nelson, the temporary chairman, came to Yang Bo and bowed. Yang Bo saw the guy who came to the door, reached out and patted Nelson's shoulder, and then released the spiritual seed by the way, and said, although you are also a member of the Bobby family, I still support you now, because you know the company best. Nelson was a little surprised by John Lee's presumptuous behavior, and heard this and felt that Mr. Lee was hitting him. So he quickly said, I will definitely manage the company well. And please support me. Of course. Yang Bo nodded, released the spiritual seed, and of course, he would support him. Chapter 1005 Deciding to participate in the action. Mr. Lee, this action against Golden Lion City still requires your strong support. Nelson spoke again. When Yang Bo heard this guy say this, he knew that this guy wanted him to contribute to this action. But Yang Bo would definitely not agree to the other party immediately. Although he had decided to support the other party, how could he support the other party if the other party did not show any sincerity? Let's talk about this later. I'm quite busy recently. Yang Bo directly shirked his responsibility. Nelson was relieved to hear this, because in the operation against Golden Lion City, the most important thing is the 2 mines. However, these 2 mines have good armed forces and may need a mecha master like Li Yuehan. Nelson also wants to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Li Yuehan. After all, Li Yuehan is the second largest shareholder of the company. In addition, Li Yuehan is suspected to be a mecha master, which is completely worth winning over. Now Li Yuehan is also surrounded by a group of shareholders. As long as John Li didn't refuse directly, it means there is still a possibility of negotiation. Okay. Nelson didn't say much now, because now is not the time to talk. Other shareholders also showed up in front of Yang Bo, because these shareholders knew that the management positions in the company would undergo major changes. First of all, the management of the armed forces would be replaced. In addition, a new chairman would be appointed. Yang Bo also said what he wanted to say to people, and what he wanted to say to ghosts. Even shareholders who had conflicts with John Li in the past pretended to be friendly. Yang Bo wanted to go back to Xiaoyao Manor at night, but he couldn't leave because Pete wanted to treat him. Pete had 5 or 6 other small shareholders, and Yang Bo was a guest at Pete's home. Pete's home was in Vicky's city. Pete didn't have many shares, so he couldn't build a manor outside the city like John Li. Pete also had land outside the city, but it was a farm or ranch. Although the products produced by these farms and ranches were slightly polluted, there was nothing we could do. In the alliance, the cheapest things were nutrient solution and nutritious meals, which were artificially synthesized things. However, in the Federation, nutrient solution and nutrient meal are basically hard currency, because it is too expensive to build a production line of nutrient solution and nutrient meal, and the price of the finished product is very high, and ordinary people can't afford it at all. In fact, it is the same as on Earth. In some countries, it is considered to be non-nutritious instant noodles, but in some countries, it is simply unaffordable. Even sweet potatoes for pig feeding are unaffordable in some countries. This is the difference. Nutrient meal, nutrient solution and other industrial foods are hard currency in the Federation because, first, they are pollution-free. Second, they have a very long shelf life. And the storage environment is also variable, unlike the storage environment of grains, which is high. Peter invited John Li to dinner, mainly to get his support. The management of the Armed Forces Department was vacant, and after the board of directors was elected, many management positions would be vacant, because whoever wants to be the chairman not only depends on ability, but also on means. That is, how to repay after taking office. In addition, Peter and others wanted John Li to be the head of a small team of several people, but Yang Bo refused. The food these guys treated were all imported from the Alliance, and they were all in anti-pollution packaging. These things were common to Yang Bo in the Alliance supermarket, but here they were only for the rich. Yang Bo did not agree to support the people recommended by these people, because he would not ask for it if he did not see the real benefits. Of course, Yang Bo did not refuse, because these things cannot be negotiated once or twice. In addition, there are others who want to bid. Whoever bids the highest, he will support. Pete and others are not only concerned about interests. It is impossible for these people to support him just by saying a few words in support of him. These people are cunning. Anyway, the real benefits are the first priority. After leaving Peter's house, Yang Bo did not return to Xiaoyao Manor, because Nelson sent a message to Yang Bo, saying that he would come to visit. Li John also has a residence in Vichy City, a residence in the company, and a residence in the city. Li John has more than a dozen properties in the city as assets, most of which are rented out, and a few are left. Boss, Yang Bo came to Li John's property in the city, which is a 3-story single-family villa, equipped with a housekeeper, 2 servants, and several guards. After receiving the message, the housekeeper waited for the boss at the door. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded and entered the villa. This villa was also very solid, but of course not as solid as Yang Bo's villa on March Star. The walls were made of ordinary steel plates, which ordinary gunpowder weapons could not damage, but energy weapons could. Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to the housekeeper, and found that the housekeeper was not a spy planted by outsiders. A few minutes after Yang Bo sat down in the living room, Nelson arrived. Nelson entered the villa in an ordinary electric car. Yongbo took Nelson to the reception room on the second floor and asked the butler to pour water. After the butler left, Nelson said, "Mr. Lee, you are really good at fighting. Every time I see you dealing with the mechas that attack you, I feel excited." Nelson, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Yongbo knew that this guy was here to seduce him and exchange interests. "Mr. Lee, there are two difficulties in the operation against Golden Lion City. One is the Roche Iron Mine. This mine has 1,500 miners and 200 guards. According to preliminary information, there are 30 mechas of various types. In addition, there are artillery batteries in the entire mine, including 2 energy artillery batteries, and 30 old-fashioned gunpowder artillery batteries, and 5 missile launch towers, with about 500 missiles of various types. As for the other uranium mine, there are about 800 workers, but there is a guard team of nearly 500 people, with nearly 50 mechas of various types, and an unknown number of old-fashioned artillery, or old mobile armored units, and it is said that there are also 50 cyborgs, which are equipped with energy weapons. The most important thing is that the uranium mine is said to have a self-destruct device. Once it cannot be defended, the uranium mine will explode, with great power. So I would like to ask Mr. Lee for support. If Mr. Lee is willing, then when calculating the credit at the end, he will be given double credit, and he can choose the spoils first, and the credit can be converted into shares of the mine. The company will be fully responsible for Mr. Lee's losses during the operation." After Nelson finished speaking, he looked at John Lee. Yongbo had known this guy's thoughts from the spiritual seeds a long time ago. Nelson's thoughts were a bit complicated. "Please do it yourself. The first is to add insurance to this action. As long as this plan succeeds, the probability of him becoming the official chairman is 100%. The second is to deliver benefits to himself, so that he can give benefits to support him as the official chairman. The third is that if he encounters trouble in this action, gets injured or even dies, it will be even better. The fourth is to test his true strength, so as to lay the foundation for dealing with himself in the future. Fifth, he wanted to show his ability, and let other companies see the strength of Black Star. After all, he represented Black Star. Sixth, if he didn't agree, he would take the initiative to show his goodwill." To be honest, Yongbo was a little surprised by Nelson's complicated calculations, but he learned a lot from these ideas. It turned out that one thing could achieve so many goals. "Yes." Yongbo answered directly with 2 words. "Huh?" Nelson had just finished speaking when he heard this, and his brain didn't react for a while. "I said yes. Send me the action plan when the time comes." Yongbo repeated again. Nelson couldn't accept it for a while, and he prepared more arguments, such as what would happen if Golden Lion City lost these 2 mines. These 2 mines will be like 2 fortresses in the future. As long as these 2 mines are taken, then the land on the mine side will basically be taken by Black Star Company. After having these 2 mines, how much help will it bring to the company's business, and how much dividends can be distributed every year? I made a lot of preparations, but I didn't expect that they would not be used at all. Well, thank you for your support, Mr. Lee. Nelson looked grateful, stood up and bowed to Yongbo. "You go back and prepare. After all, time is tight, and the task is heavy. But this is also a good opportunity. After all, no one would have thought that our company's chairman would make such a move after just changing." Yongbo said, "Well, I'll take my leave first." Nelson was dizzy for a while, because people like John Lee are involved in the operation. The success rate is beyond doubt. "Mr. Lee, I may have to trouble you to do it yourself this time," Nelson repeated again with concern. "Of course." Yongbo nodded. Nelson left excitedly. The plan was made by Tate, and he just pushed it forward. Of course, he also participated in the formulation of the plan. Yongbo saw Nelson leave, and he also controlled the mecha to return to Xiaoyao Manor. It would probably take 1 or 2 days here, because the longer this kind of plan is delayed, the greater the possibility of being leaked. Yongbo was going to go back and trade with Zhang Buishan, and choose the warship he liked. After choosing the warship, there were a series of troubles, that is, to change the appearance of the warship, and after getting the warship, he had to plan the route. So Yongbo decided to get some small warships first, because he could only change the appearance himself in the early stage. Yongbo planned to disguise the warship as the warship of the pirate group. What kind of style these pirate group warships are, Yongbo knows more. This makes it easier for him to fish in troubled waters. In addition, The time for the Pirate Alliance to attack the route of March Star was delayed, because he was doing things on Tianza Star. During the Alliance election, if the pirates come out to cause trouble, then these politicians will shout out the fight against pirates as a political slogan. These pirates are not stupid. If they take action at this time, it means they have bought themselves a ticket to heaven, the kind that can leave at any time. There are still a lot of things going on Devon Star. The Emperor of the Empire must have made some moves. After all, he was slapped in the face last time. Yang Bo is also ready to fish in troubled waters at any time. Yang Bo returned to March Star. It was evening on Vichy Star and morning on March Star. Yang Bo felt that his days and nights were reversed. Su Wei saw Yang Bo leaving the laboratory and asked curiously, "Are you busy recently?" "Yes, I am indeed a little busy. But I can accompany you for a day today." Yang Bo naturally knew why Su Wei asked this question, and quickly answered tactfully, "Really?" Su Wei's face immediately became happy. "Let's go shopping with you. There will be a star concert in a few days. Do you want to go to watch it together?" Su Wei asked again. Yang Bo nodded. This star concert was organized by Zhang Boizhen to increase the popularity of March Star. Because the higher the popularity of March Star, the more attention it will receive. So those who want to make trouble should think twice. No problem. Yang Bo nodded and gritted his teeth. He just hoped that other things would not come together. Otherwise he would get angry. "You are so nice." Su Wei saw Yang Bo and agreed without thinking. Hugged Yang Bo and kissed him. Yang Bo was very happy. And then took Su Wei, Xia Annie to go shopping together. The three women walked hand in hand in front. And Yang Bo was carrying things alone in the back. It was not strange for passers-by. Because anything you can't imagine can happen in the Alliance. Go shopping. Eat delicious food. Play in the amusement park. And buy a lot of flowers. Yang Bo didn't understand. There were many rare flowers in Wanhua Valley and Huaga Mountain. Why did women buy flowers? She also bought a lot of accessories. Although the materials were not valuable. They were just some ordinary gems. But they looked beautiful. Yang Bo strolled out in the middle of the night and saw Nyobo waiting here when he came to a beach. Nyobo looked at the man in armor walking out of the sea. And he was relieved and asked, "Sir?" "It's me, Lao Jiao." Yang Bo answered in a muffled voice. This was the code for the two to meet. "Mr. Jiao, thank you." Nyobo bowed deeply to Yang Bo, who was wearing armor. "We each take what we need. No need to thank you. I hope we can cooperate for a long time in the future." Yang Bo still answered in a muffled voice. "Mr. Jiao, this is a list of all the items we are authorized to purchase now." Nyobo quickly took out the document he had carefully prepared. Yang Bo opened the paper document and quickly flipped through it. After seeing the items that could be purchased, he was also very surprised. There are not only warships, but also various satellites, bionic people, and mechas. Very good. I'll take it back and take a closer look. From these things, I can see your sincerity, which will be very helpful for our future cooperation. We also did the Charlie incident, mainly to divert public opinion. Do you understand? Yang Bo said in a muffled voice. Nyobo was shocked when he heard this. Destroying the Zhang family's secret collection is not a big deal. The matter of the chairman of Tianza Star is a big deal. No wonder the Alliance has no clue to investigate Charlie's matter now. The motive for the crime is this. Who can think of it? TM. Neither I nor the young master thought of it. Because it is unscientific. Chapter 1006 Battleship Order. Thank you very much for everything you have done. As long as we can do it, we will do our best. After hearing this, Nyobo quickly expressed his opinion. At the same time, he felt his scalp tingling. The mercenary team on the opposite side was too perverted. Charlie's matter was so bad that the Alliance still couldn't find any clues. That was on Tianza Star. The target was the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the planet. He was not an ordinary person. How many forces were cooperating behind Mr. Jiao? Are these forces the same as his young master? Or is it that the rise of some forces was also because of Mr. Jiao? Of course, Nyobo also knew that. After he knew this matter, his young master would cooperate more closely with Mr. Jiao in the future. To put it bluntly, that is the request made by Mr. Jiao. As long as it can be done, we must try our best to do it. Because this matter is too big, if it is exposed, my young master will have no place to stand in the entire Alliance. If it is possible, my young master will never let Mr. Jiao destroy Zhangjia Hidden Man. These people are too powerful. When Yang Bo saw the information of these warships, he was also very surprised, because the security forces of the Alliance Administrative Star, except for the main battleships, cannot apply for purchase. The rest can be purchased. And there are too many types. From the first interstellar battleship of the Alliance, to now, there are 5 levels, 3 models, and more than 30 models. These battleships are divided into 12,345 levels within the Alliance. One of them is the lowest level, which is also the battleship at the beginning of the Interstellar. At this time, the battleships did not have the streamlined appearance of today. The battleships at that time looked like a pair of illegal buildings, which were converted from the early space stations and still use nuclear power. This kind of battleship has not been eliminated yet. Many planets in the Federation use it as unmanned patrol ships of the Planetary Guard fleet. It is low in cost, but low in safety. In fact, the highest level is the 6th level battleship, which is the current main battleship. However, as an administrative star, you can apply to purchase the 5th level. The 2nd level battleship is 100 meters long, and it is still built in an integrated manner. It has 20 energy cannons, including 2 main guns in the front and rear, and the rest are secondary guns with lower power. The 3rd level battleship is 300 meters long. At this time, the battleship has the prototype of a modern battleship. Modular, 100 energy cannons, 5 main guns, energy shields in key areas, and different numbers of fighters. The mechas include unmanned fighters and unmanned mechas. Level 4 warships are 1,000 to 3,000 meters long. Fully modular. Dual energy systems. That is, energy stones and antimatter energy. With 1,000 energy cannons, 20 main guns, one of which is a star destroyer. But the Planetary Guard fleet is not allowed to equip it with varying numbers of fighters and mechas. And full energy shields. Level 5 warships are 3,000 to 6,000 meters long. Fully modular. Multi-energy systems. That is, each module has its own independent energy system, and the entire warship can be disintegrated into varying numbers of modules in an instant, and can perform tasks autonomously, with 1,000 energy cannons, 30 main guns, and 2 star destroyers. Similarly, the Planetary Guard fleet is not allowed to equip it with varying numbers of fighters and mechas, and drones. The Level 6 battleship is the Congo-class main battleship that Yang Bo has seen in service. It is between 6,000 and 10,000 meters long, fully modularized, and each module has an independent energy system. It has 2,000 energy cannons, 50 main cannons, 2 star destroyers, and a super star destroyer, which is said to be able to destroy stars. It has multi-layer energy compensation and comprehensive defense energy shields. The rest is the same. Yang Bo wants to buy a better battleship, but there are several aspects. The first is that if the battleship is too big, it will be exhausting to modify it by yourself. The second is that if a warship of too high level disappears, then all 3 countries will go crazy. The third is that the Federation does not need 2 high-level warships for the time being. The first level warship is based on the configuration. The minimum is 5 billion credit points, because the system in the warship can choose the configuration independently. The second level warship has a minimum of 15 billion credit points. The 3rd level warship has a minimum of 100 billion credit points. The 4th level warship has a minimum of 1 trillion credit points. The 5th level warship has a minimum of 5 trillion credit points. Take the 3rd level warship for example. The minimum is 100 billion credit points, and the highest configuration can reach 5 trillion credit points. The lowest configuration is only 300 meters long, integrated manufacturing, single energy system, no energy shield, no matching mecha or anything. The attack frequency of this energy weapon is shockingly low. But because it is used by the Planetary Guard fleet, there are these low configurations. Because the Planetary Guard fleet performs missions near the planet, the planetary warning system complements each other. The highest configuration can reach 1,000 meters in length. The entire volume is 35 times that of the lowest configuration, can be equipped with more energy weapons, fully modular, and each module is equipped with an independent energy system, an energy shield, main gun, etc. Equipped with enough drones, mechas, and fighters. That is, some auxiliary systems on the 6th level battleship. And the defense system can be used on the 3rd level battleship, making the 3rd level battleship much more powerful than the original design. This is similar to modification. Can I buy this one? Yang Bo pointed to the modified version of the 3rd level battleship, which is 600 meters long, fully modular, with 300 energy cannons, 8 main guns, and a multi-layer energy defense system. Not counting the mecha drones and fighters. The price reaches 1.2 trillion. It can be equipped with up to 100,000 drones, 500 mechas, 1,000 fighters, and 2,000 drone mechas. Of course, these equipment models are different, and the number of equipment is also different. Nyobo saw the type of battleship selected by Mr. Gio, and he was relieved. If Mr. Gio really wanted to choose a level 4 battleship, a level 5 battleship, and then the battleship was lost, everyone in the alliance would go crazy, and the influence of the level 3 battleship would be greatly reduced. Of course, no problem. It's completely possible. Nyobo agreed immediately. That's it. As for the mechas, I'll confirm it later. The configuration of the mechas is very easy, because it takes 2 years from the order of the battleship to the final delivery. Because the alliance wants stability, the core parts of the entire battleship are manufactured in different company areas. For example, the most core energy engine, energy system, main gun, main brain, these are all manufactured separately, and the battleship manufacturing company receives the order. Then orders are placed to these companies. After these companies complete the orders, the warship manufacturing companies will manufacture the warships. The politicians in the alliance are very smart. If a company can manufacture a complete warship, can you be sure that some people will not manufacture it secretly? And all the materials of the warship, such as some materials of the warship armor, are strictly controlled. This results in that even if your company has the technology, the materials are in other companies. Without the approval of the alliance parliament, you can't even see the materials. It was completely different from what Yang Bo imagined that a company that manufactures warships would have complete technology. Designing and manufacturing new warships also involves collaboration between different companies. What kind of energy system is needed? What kind of weapon system is needed? Etc. And there is also an official process. The March Star Planetary Parliament submits an application, then the relevant departments of the Alliance review it, then the various departments evaluate it, and the Alliance Parliament approves it. And then, there are payment methods, loans, insurance, etc. These processes will take at least 2 or 3 months, waiting for the warship manufacturer to receive the order, and then the parts will be subcontracted to other companies. The actual manufacturing process takes only 1 to 6 months. The alliance process is the most important, because the alliance government uses these processes to restrict. It not only restricts the military power of the administrative stars below, but also restricts the military power of each company. Ensure that the parliament of the alliance has absolute power, and do not form a warlord system like the Federation. No problem. Nyobo nodded. There is no rush for mechas. These are ready-made. As for the payment method, let's discuss it. Yang Bo also knew that although the warship was so valuable, he would not pay so much money. And Zhang Buizhen did not need to pay so much money. Because I don't have to pay Zhang Buizhen a penny. I just need to give him some hard work fee. After all, I have to pick up the goods myself. No problem. Nyobo nodded. Then I take this information away? Of course, no problem. I copied these by hand. Thank you. Yang Bo knew why it was copied by hand. Because no matter you copy or print, this kind of information will leave a record. This is also why the most original paper is used. And when you copy and print, the person who sent you the information can know it. Mr. Gio, we want to increase cooperation in the field of medicine. No problem. Did you bring it this time? Ah, I didn't have this. Then I'll have someone get it tomorrow. Okay. Nyobo watched the other party leave the sea. He didn't expect this meeting to be so smooth. He just didn't know the other party's true face. After Nyobo went home, Zhang Buizhen listened to the report, and his face was full of expressions. TSK, I really don't know what to say. Zhang Buizhen was surprised that Charlie's incident was because of him. He just wanted to mess with his family, but he didn't expect to get rid of the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianzi Star. On the other hand, he was also very satisfied with the warships ordered by Mr. Gio, because the loss of such warships would not attract too many people's attention, and Mr. Gio did not make things difficult for him. Finally, there are potions, which are the most important. Zhang Buizhen is now counting on these high-end potions to open up the way. March Star is about to hold a star concert. This concert will last for half a month. Many people will take this opportunity to come to March Star. I will definitely hold more auctions. Of course, I will also sell a lot privately. Immediately let the Planetary Council propose a motion submit an application to the Alliance Council as soon as possible, use our March Star's financial and tax revenue as a guarantee, apply for as many loans as you can, you must buy insurance, hee hee. Zhang Buizhen chuckled, because the insurance company is destined to lose a lot of money. Yes. Also, prepare enough materials immediately, contact Mr. Jiu, we need this batch of medicine urgently, explain our situation, anyway. I'm afraid we can't part ways with Mr. Jiu. Yes. The reason why Zhang Buizhen asked Niu Bo to do it was to be an insurance. In case the matter is exposed in the future, you can protect yourself, at least on the surface. Chapter 1007 Future Plans. Zhang Buizhen was a little excited. This excitement came from several aspects. The first was that Mr. Jiu's team was very powerful. Although he might be in a passive position in the future cooperation, it would be helpful for his future development. At least at the Zhang family. The biggest threat. Wanted to do something weird, Mr. Jiu would hit them hard again. The second was that he could take this opportunity to get more high-quality medicines. The third was that he didn't have to pay a penny for all this. After Mr. Jiu got the battleship, he could settle the account with Mr. Jiu. If the tasks Mr. Jiu did were to be exchanged for money or other things, Zhang Buizhen would have a headache. Of course, as the official of March Star, there would be no loss, because it was a loan. And if the battleship had problems in the middle of the journey, the insurance company would pay for it. Without spending a penny, the debt could be settled. How could such a good thing happen to him? Moreover, Zhang Buizhen felt that he could have more transactions with Mr. Jiu in the future. He could get more medicines, and he could entrust Mr. Jiu to do more tasks. Anyway, Mr. Jiu would definitely need more than one battleship. Besides, it's not just battleships. As an administrative star, there are too many good things that can be bought. Of course, Zhang Buizhen was happy, but also a little worried. That is, if such things happen too many times, March Star and himself will definitely be suspicious. But now it seems that there is no rush for the time being, because it will take at least 2 years to deliver the first battleship. In these 2 years, I will owe Mr. Jiu as much as possible, and then settle the account with the next battleship transaction. With this development trend, March Star will be stable in 3 to 5 years. Zhang Buizhen felt that trading 2 battleships with Mr. Jiu should be enough. According to my current progress, I will definitely have no problem gaining a firm foothold and developing March Star. Although the mutant animal materials of March Star do not seem to have any possibility of large-scale sales now, they have achieved good results with the continuous introduction of high-quality medicines. Then naturally, some people are willing to use the same raw materials to produce lower-quality medicines. If you are a consumer, would you choose medicine made from the same materials? At that time, as long as I control the raw material market, more pharmacists and pharmaceutical companies will seek cooperation with me. The main purpose of Zhang Buizhen's current high-quality medicine is to open up the raw material market. So even if there are problems with the cooperation with Mr. Jiu, he is not afraid. It seems that the battleships need to be accelerated, and we need to find some connections to speed up the approval process. It doesn't hurt to do some things in advance. Zhang Buizhen was a little worried about the approval process for the purchase of battleships, because if there were problems in this area, he would face a bad situation. After Yang Bo returned to the villa, he put the information in the safe. Try to make some achievements in the Crimson Federation within 2 years, at least to be able to equip warships. Otherwise, will I become a pirate again if I get a warship? Huh? Yang Bo muttered to this point, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Warships are absolutely rare equipment in this world. No matter what type of warship, Empire, Alliance, Federation, it is difficult to buy warships through formal channels. And whether you are in the Federation city of Vichy or in the Empire of Devon, it is difficult to own a warship. The Federation and the Empire would not allow it. So Yang Bo had been thinking about how to reasonably own warships. There had been no good solution. But the interstellar pirates made Yang Bo's eyes light up. It was a bit hard to say about the warships that appeared out of nowhere. But it was no problem to seize the warships from the pirates. Of course, on the Empire side, even if the pirates' warships were seized, the Empire would not allow them to be equipped. But in the Federation, you can get the spoils and equip them. If the Federation wants to confiscate your warships, you can fight them with your warships. With the current system of the Federation, as long as the warlords feel that they are not easy to deal with, they will not force their warships to accept them. It seems that one warship is not enough. Yang Bo only has a general idea now, since he needs to get some money from the pirates. Can he directly rob the pirates' warships? There is no need to buy them again. Thinking of this, Yang Bo decided to buy them again. Because the warships used within the Alliance are definitely more advanced than those used by pirates. Then I can change the skin of the warship. That is, it is a standard warship obtained from the Alliance. But it looks like a pirate warship. Well, let's follow this idea. Since this is the case, then I have to be more high profile in the Federation in the next 2 years. Otherwise, how can an unknown guy defeat the pirates and get the warship? Yang Bo's brain is powerful enough now. And he has slowly worked out a more logical plan for many things. Now there is another problem. That is, the warship needs people to operate it. Yang Bo found that there was a problem that he couldn't solve. There is no way to ask other people for help with this problem, because the people needed on the warships are all specially trained. It's not that there is no way. As long as the money is enough, there will be plenty of people, because the soldiers of the Alliance are hired, as long as you pay enough. Li Yong can also be asked. Their Li family has plenty of talents. It seems that there are no others. Wang Muxue must not leak any news. This woman is too shrewd. Wang Muxue's side is a legitimate conspiracy, anyway. The Ninth Fleet cannot do without my support. Wang Muxue's side, Yang Bo will use an open conspiracy. Because open plots are unsolvable, conspiracies cannot be exposed. Of course, Yang Bo is not in a hurry for the Ninth Fleet. The Ninth Fleet is not a big deal now, and Li Yong has not grown up yet. Of course, Yang Bo is not saying that he wants to take control of the Ninth Fleet or something. This is unrealistic. Once the Alliance realizes this, the Alliance Parliament, the Alliance military, will not give up. If I cannot care about the Alliance Parliament and the Alliance military, will I still care about the Ninth Fleet? The Ninth Fleet is a trump card. In case of some desperate times, I will directly control the Ninth Fleet to leave, and then dominate the area. So I have to show up in the Ninth Fleet appropriately. At least let some people know of my existence. Yang Bo muttered again. As for the identity of the Empire, I will slowly accumulate strength and expand my influence for the time being. There is not much I can do there. Including the real me on March Star. There is not much I can do. After roughly thinking about what I will do in the future, Yang Bo prepared to improve his original identity. Brother Jia, do you have time to get together? Yang Bo came upstairs in the villa and sent a message to Lu Jijia. Hey, brother. Do you have something good to say? Lu Jijia felt that he hadn't seen Yang Bo for a long time. Now Yang Bo took the initiative to ask him out, probably something good. Haha, I've been busy doing experiments and playing games recently. I heard there's a star concert. I'll bring my girlfriend out to play. Yang Bo laughed in the communicator. It just so happens that I was going to send you a message to ask if you want a ticket. I know you don't like it, but my sister-in-law will definitely like it. I'm afraid that young Master Zhang will arrange it for you. Lu Jijia was telling the truth. Not many people know about my relationship with my fourth brother. And I am embarrassed to bother him. Brother Jia is not an outsider. Yang Bo laughed. Lu Jijia was very happy with Yang Bo's words. And asked, of course, how are you doing recently? Not bad. I have gained a lot in recent times. Yang Bo is ready to slowly get involved in the Ninth Fleet. He already has a complete plan. And I believe that as long as Wang Muxue knows, she will take the initiative to find him. Oh, do you have time for tea? I have something to bother you. Lu Jijia asked. Why don't you come over to my side? Yang Bo asked. Okay. Lu Jijia heard this. Of course. Because Yang Bo's talent for potions is too high. Yang Bo saw that Su Wei and the other two were still training in Mecha and prepared to cook. Lu Jijia came quickly. Because Yang Bo's private land is not open to anyone. Because Yang Bo's private land has a separate defense system. And there are several warning guns, which did not cost Yang Bo a penny. Because these things are nominally to protect the mutant animals at the estuary. Hey, are you cooking? Lu Jijia also brought some good wine and tea. After coming in, he saw Yang Bo cooking. Change your mind. I've been in the lab for too long recently. Yang Bo answered. Are there any results from the experiment? Lu Jijia felt his heart pounding. Well, I can already make C-level 5-star potions, although the output is low. In addition, my superpowers have almost reached D level. Yang Bo said while cooking. Oh, this is good news. Lu Jijia thought of Yang Bo's abnormal light superpowers. This guy is equivalent to a laser gun. When he grows up, he will be a walking laser cannon. Hee hee. Yang Bo chuckled. And I can also customize genetic evolution drugs according to the user's attributes. Animal experiments have been completed. Yang Bo spoke again. Yang Bo is fishing. Fishing for Wang Muxue. Wang Muxue wants to better control the Ninth Fleet. So how to win over the officers and soldiers of the Ninth Fleet? The Ninth Fleet has the worst treatment in the entire military system. Not only does it not give what it should give, but the March Star base is not very profitable. If Wang Muxue wants to use it, Yang Bo can get in touch with the people of the Ninth Fleet. Yang Bo doesn't need to win over these people, as long as they know that he has the ability. Of course, the one who can make Wang Muxue do this must be the backbone of the Ninth Fleet. And Yang Bo is not afraid of his identity being exposed, because he was disguised as someone else last time. Ah! This. Lu Jijia suddenly realized it now. No wonder Yang Bo's 3 girlfriends awakened superpowers at the same time. Now he knows that it was the effect of the potion. This is too perverted. This matter is limited to a few of us. You can introduce some people, and I will do a human experiment. Yang Bo found an excuse for himself. Okay, great. How powerful are your superpowers now? When Lu Jijia heard this, he didn't know what to say. Pharmacists can customize medicines for people, but that can only be done by very high-level pharmacists. I don't know, I haven't played with laser weapons either, Yang Bo said. But the number of times you can release superpowers has increased, and the energy in your body is almost 5 times that of before. This is already very abnormal. Your training speed is too fast. It's only been a short time. When you practice to a level in the future, you will be a walking laser cannon. When Lu Jijia said this, he had a slightly flattering tone. At this time, Su Wei and the other 2 came back. Yang Bo sent a message to them. Brother Jia. Su Wei and the other 2 greeted Lu Jijia. Sister-in-law. What are you doing? We went to the mecha training. According to the mock exam, we have become junior mecha masters. Su Wei answered proudly. Oh, that's amazing. Lu Jijia was also envious, because the mechas that Su Wei and the other 2 had were definitely not ordinary mechas. Junior mecha masters were trained with top-level mechas. He was jealous. Chapter 1008 Chat. Of course, this also reveals more information. That is, the superpowers of Su Wei and the other 2 must be good, and their strength is not low. Because ordinary people cannot become junior mecha masters, because when mechas do many actions, such as instant acceleration and hand speed must reach a certain level, the body's endurance must reach a certain level to be able to withstand it. The superpower level must reach E level to become a junior mecha master. According to statistics, only 0.5% of E-level superpowers can become junior mecha masters. Because a mecha master needs not only physical strength, but also comprehensive indexes such as nerve reaction. This leads to a very simple conclusion. That is, in this short period of time, Yang Bo's 3 girlfriends have not only become superpowers, but have at least reached E-level, and may be a higher level of E-level. More importantly, Su Wei herself is an ordinary person. And as an imperial princess, why is she an ordinary person? Of course, it is because of her own genes or talents. But why is there such a change in such a short period of time? Of course, it is because of the medicine Yang Bo gave Su Wei. Lu Jijia just heard Su Wei say that she had reached the level of a junior mecha master, and these judgments instantly came to his mind. Adding to what Yang Bo just said, that is to say, Yang Bo used a gene evolution potion made according to each person's attributes for Su Wei and the other 2. Annie and Xiao's talents and genes must not be good, because Yang Bo had said before that the 2 were ordinary people, and now they are also junior mecha masters. Lu Jijia didn't know what to say to Yang Bo, an absolute genius. Su Wei and the other 2 ordinary people with no talent were able to reach the current level in a short time. Yang Bo's methods are simply indescribable. There are many rich people, powerful people, or advanced genetic evolutionists in this world. But it is impossible for all of their descendants to become superpowers. Superpowers are not just about genes, but more about talents. However, the scientific community still has no conclusion on how talents are formed. If talents can be scientifically controlled, then these rich and powerful people will definitely make their descendants talented. Once Yang Bo's ability is known to the world, what kind of results will it bring? It is unimaginable how many people will come to Yang Bo for help, and how many people will be willing to do things for Yang Bo. Let's eat. Yang Bo knew that Su Wei and the other 2 had become junior mecha masters. It must be said that Su Wei and the other 2 worked hard enough. At the dinner table, Lu Jijia talked about the Star concert on March Star, This concert attracted more than 300,000 tourists. It is the rainy season on our March star now. There are tens of thousands of tourists going to the hurricane storm every day. Many people have only seen this spectacle in the virtual projection. Yang Bo nodded. Although the virtual projection of the Interstellar era is already very realistic, it is a little different from the real immersive experience. Especially the senses, this is like watching a horror movie and experiencing it in real life, which are completely different mentalities. In the stormy season of March, there are huge storms on the entire sea surface, and you can see a huge eye of the storm in space. Now there are also huge waves tens of meters high on the sea surface. Tourists can take a special sightseeing yacht. When you are in the sightseeing yacht, you can see the huge waves tens of meters high pressing towards you. This feeling is really exciting. There are also single-person yachts, which are like a fish, and can travel through these huge waves. Today's technology can ensure that tourists have a good sensory experience in such a harsh environment. 300,000 people may not sound like a lot, but these 300,000 people all came from other places in the galaxy. But there are some troublesome things. That is, conflicts between fans. Fortunately, March Star has upgraded the city's security system. Sometimes even the police feel troubled by the conflicts between these fans. And those who can come to the concert are all fans who have money and time. Lu Jijia said again. Su Wei is not very interested in celebrities. Because in the Empire, the status of celebrities is not very high. In the Alliance, the status of celebrities is very high. Because celebrities have a great influence. Of course, the talent of these celebrities is one aspect. But more importantly, it is the power behind them. Yang Bo said, it is understandable. Yang Bo would not say much about these things, because it would make him look very smart. But this is also good. Our March Star's reputation ranking has improved a lot, thanks to Zhang Xiao. Otherwise it would be difficult for our March Star to develop. Lu Jijia said again. Su Wei heard this, put down the cutlery in her hand, wiped her mouth and said, fourth brother is also capable. He was able to invite a pharmacy grandmaster. Even in our empire, the influence of a pharmacy grandmaster is immeasurable. Well, but we know very little about the grandmaster. Anyway, there are all kinds of rumors. And some say he is the empire's pharmacy grandmaster. Lu Jijia nodded. Su Wei also went online. Of course she knew what Lu Jijia meant. She said, it's hard to say. I didn't know these things when I was in the empire. Yang Bo said, only the fourth brother knows these things. And even if it's true, we are the Alliance. The Empire can't do anything. Lu Jijia shook his head and said, you can't say that. During this period, our March Star has repatriated many people. But this concert I will give you a box. It's safe. But the society has been a little unstable recently. Such a big thing happened on Tianzi Star. It's hard to imagine who can quietly kidnap the speaker of the Tianzi Star House of Representatives. Annie said, I saw someone on the internet saying that it was done by a political opponent. It's hard to say. It shouldn't be. Because once this kind of thing is exposed, it will involve a lot of people. This matter is indeed strange. So many departments of the Alliance have not found out who the perpetrator is. It seems that someone is covering up the truth. Lu Jijia said again. After the meal, Su Wei and the other two went to rest, while Yang Bo and Lu Jijia drank tea together. Yang Bo, do you want to notify them? Lu Jijia took a sip of tea and asked. Well, let's notify them. But I can't guarantee success every time. Yang Bo nodded. Of course. Before I came here, I also wanted to ask you to help make some high-quality potions. 2-star potions will do. It's hard to be a politician. The key is that I don't have any resources to show off. Although my real estate company has a lot of land, I can't make the decision. Lu Jijia replied while looking at the heavy rain outside the window. Most of the land of Lu Jijia's company belongs to Zhang Boishan, and the land of March Star has appreciated. But it has not reached its peak. Politics is actually about interests. To achieve one's political goals, one needs to pay for them. Lu Jijia himself has no political resources. That is, he relies on Zhang Boishan. But Zhang Boishan has more than one confidant. And even if they are in the same camp, they have to pay to achieve their goals in politics. Lu Jijia has no income now. And some gray industries cannot be done. Moreover, the reason why Zhang Xiao values him is because of Yang Bo. Lu Jijia was most thankful that he had met Yang Bo. Otherwise, he wouldn't be where he is today. Brother Jia, don't be so polite. But I need the data after the injection of the drug. Of course, these data will not be made public. I just reserve them as experimental data, and will destroy them later. Yang Bo said this first because there are many things involved in the personal privacy of the Alliance. That's no problem. Do you have any good ways to make money now? The company is getting more and more valuable now. But the land has not been sold. So I can't get a penny. Lu Jijia was a little embarrassed when he asked this question. Once upon a time, I was the boss. Although I am still the boss now. It is a pity that I can't make the decision. The main reason is that Zhang Xiao holds the majority of the shares in the company. So Lu Jijia can't mess around. Otherwise, Lu Jijia has many ways to make money, such as mortgaging land, and then investing or distributing dividends. I don't know anything about investment. How about playing games? Yang Bo suggested. I have played games before, but I don't make much money. I used to play mecha games, which I could earn some hard-earned money before. But now they have become Krypton Gold games. The copies of the Doomsday game are now becoming more and more difficult to make money as the game opens up new areas. As for the Second World game, if I enter the game and die, it will take another month to re-establish the game character. Lu Jijia also plays games and shook his head. You can let your sister-in-law play mecha games and treat it as mecha simulation training. Lu Jijia added. What a coincidence. I also play the Doomsday Dungeon game. It was really fun at the beginning. But now it's Krypton Gold. Especially when traveling. Yang Bo said with a little surprise. Lu Jijia also nodded. It was really good at the beginning. There were many monsters near the resurrection point. Now I run most of the time. Or I buy flying props. It's a pure Krypton Gold game. How is your second game World? Your archery talent is very suitable for development in it. But this game is too difficult. Yang Bo smiled. Brother Jia. You can't compare with my game level. I am already a noble in it, and own a large piece of private land. Fuck. Lu Jijia knew that Yang Bo liked to play games, and didn't like to go out. He also knew that Yang Bo's game level must be high. But he didn't expect it to be so high. What title? How much private land? Lu Jijia asked again. This is a secret. I sold several million gold coins in the game. Yang Bo smiled, and did not tell Lu Jijia. Lu Jijia did not care, because this is how the Alliance is. Others have no obligation to tell you personal privacy, and Yang Bo is otaku. It's not surprising that he didn't tell you. Wow, awesome. Lu Jijia heard several million, and calculated that it was only a few gold coins, so he didn't ask any more questions. Tomorrow, the four of us will get together. You prepare the ingredients for the potion, and I will make the potion for you. Yang Bo proudly picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then said, Thank you very much. Lu Jijia raised the teacup. Then Lu Jijia left, and was responsible for contacting Wang Mushua and Zhou Rui. Yang Bo watched Lu Jijia's car leave, and wondered in his heart, I wonder if Wang Mushua will take the bait. After that, Yang Bo hurried to the Federal Vic City. The acting chairman of the Black Star Company sent a message to Li Zhan to discuss the specific battle plan against the Golden Lion City. Chapter 1009. Walk sideways in the future. Federal Vichy City, Black Star Company headquarters. Nelson saw Mr. Li Zhan coming, and hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Li. Yeah. After arriving at the company headquarters, Nelson held a secret meeting. The people who attended the meeting were the main persons in charge of these action plans. Nelson unfolded a virtual projection and introduced, This is the action plan for this time. The most important thing is the Luo's iron mine. This is a large open-pit mine. In addition to the previously known information, we recently obtained another piece of information, that is, the Luo's iron mine has added a team of guards. These guards are the Skeleton Mecha Regiment of the Luo family in Golden Lion City. The Skeleton Mecha Regiment of the Luo family in Golden Lion City has about 50 people, and half of them came to the mine. The Skeleton Mecha Regiment is the strongest combat force of the Luo family. It is said that there are 2 master-level mecha divisions, one of whom is good at long-range sniping. We guess that the Luo family's Skeleton Mecha Regiment is stationed in the iron mine, probably to guard against us. Nelson said here, and glanced at Mr. Li. Because now the whole Interstellar Society knows that Black Star Company has a mecha master comparable to the Grandmaster level, because Li Zhan has not been certified. Yang Bo carefully looked at the entire projection of the Luojiadi mine, which is an open-pit iron mine mined on the ground, but it is a big pit. This iron mine is not only mined, but also screened, and the screened ore is transported away. In this iron mine, Yang Bo felt like he was back on Earth, because it used large machines one by one, and they were single. These machines work together to strip the iron ore from the ore deposit, crush it, screen it, etc. There is no trace of interstellar society at all. The Alliance's automatic mining robots only need a few people. This mine needs more than 1,000 people. This is the gap between the two countries. These machines look like wasteland style. Rusty everywhere. And the land around the mine is dusty. There is a deep gully around the mine. And a high wall is built on one side of the gully. This is the defense of the mine. There are various equipment on the wall, machine guns, cannons. In addition, inside the mine, there are many buildings, or dressing plants, and places for people to live. A road leads to Golden Lion City, and huge electric trucks transport ore to Golden Lion City. In the Alliance, no one mines ore on habitable planets, because the cost is too high. Many mining companies would rather mine other mineral planets than administrative planets, because the environmental protection costs are too high. When mining on other mineral planets, there is no need to consider environmental protection at all, and the intelligent mining robots can start working directly. These buildings in Roche Iron Mine use a lot of metal, and many of them have thick metal armor on their facades. Of course, these are definitely not up to the level of battleship armor. Mr. Lee, the two mecha masters of the Skeleton Corps. I'm afraid I have to hand them over to you. Nelson looked at John Lee and said, No problem. Yang Bo nodded, and also wanted to see what level the mecha master was. The uranium mine is farther away from us, so there is no movement for the time being. Nelson said again, The reason why Black Star Company chose these two mines is that they are located between Vichy City and Golden Lion City. There are several large mines in Golden Lion City, but they are farther away. The reason why they want to take these two mines is that they can be used as strongholds and fortresses. If Golden Lion City wants to retaliate against Black Star Company later, they must take these two places. Mr. Lee, the action time is the early morning of the day after tomorrow. Because according to our information, we will first take the iron mine closest to us, and then seize the uranium mine, Nelson said. Yang Bo looked at the location of the two mines. The two mines are more than 50 kilometers apart. The iron mine is 210 kilometers away from Jinshur City, and the uranium mine is 160 kilometers away from Jinshur City. The two are not on the same line, but they are not far away. The specific battle plan has been sent to everyone, Nelson said again. Yang Bo looked at the battle plan carefully. The mercenaries are the main force in this battle plan, and the company's armed forces are auxiliary. The company does this to preserve its strength. The mercenaries go first. If the situation is good, the company will invest its strength. If the situation is not good, the company will preserve its strength. Even if Golden Lion City knew about it, but the company's strength was not damaged, Golden Lion City would not start fighting directly. This is why there are so many mission platforms on the Federation side. Cities and cities, companies and companies fight. Basically, this is the operation. Does anyone say that mercenaries are so stupid? Mercenaries can not only get the money for being hired, but also get a share of the spoils afterwards. So mercenaries basically have no problem in this regard. And in the process of fighting, mercenaries can also pick up things. Just like fighting in a mine, the people inside have money, and weapons, and ammunition, and so on. Party A has no idea about these things anyway, so they can just grab them when fighting. Both sides started fighting at the same time. The mercenaries on the uranium mine were just fainting, and the iron mine was the main attack. After taking over the iron mine, they would attack the uranium mine together. Moreover, on the way from Golden Lion City to the two mines, there were also mercenaries sabotaging. After reading these plans, Yang Bo felt bad, because these mercenaries were not from the company at all. How would they be commanded and coordinated? However, Yang Bo figured it out in a flash. This is the character of the Federation. Everyone fights like this. It is impossible for them to fight in large groups like the Alliance, even if the states in the Federation fight each other. For example, when Korea State fights with others, part of the army of Korea State is a professional army, and part of it is the armed forces contributed by various cities. So once the war starts, it will definitely be a mess. Anyway, we will arrange the tasks first, and those people will be complicated in those places. In the end, the credit will be based on the actual results. The same is true for conflicts between companies. Each shareholder must provide his own armed forces. Yang Bo originally planned to suggest attacking the uranium mine first, so as to cut off the connection between Golden Lion City and the iron mine. But then he thought about it, and decided to forget it. If my suggestion is adopted and then fails, It will be a lot of fun. Besides, I don't know the company's armed forces and the strength of those mercenaries. Anyway, I just need to follow orders and take responsibility for the things I should be responsible for. In the battle plan, Yang Bo's task is to take care of 2 master-level mecha masters of the Liu family's skeleton mecha regiment. The rest will be decided later. No problem. After reading it, Yang Bo saw Nelson looking at him. So he nodded. Nelson nodded, and he heaved a sigh of relief. After Yang Bo read the battle plan, he felt that he could command. The whole battle plan was to assign tasks. Which people were responsible for which targets, and which people were responsible for which areas. That was it. As for how to achieve those targets, the people who got the tasks had to figure it out themselves. A mob. But it's good this way. It's good for my future development. Yang Bo shook his head. There is no specific action time yet. And only some people in the company can see this plan. The specific battle plan will not be assigned until before the battle, because some of the mercenaries inevitably pass on information to others. Of course, there may be some in the company. And there is something that makes Yang Bo laugh and cry. That is, the strength of the Liu family's skeleton mecha group. The company does not know, because those who have fought with the Liu family's skeleton mecha group have died. So Yang Bo does not need to figure out the enemy's combat methods in advance. Do you want to go and take a look? After Yang Bo returned to Xiaoyao Manor, he thought about it. Go! Yang Bo decided to go and take a look, because he wanted to be famous in the Scarlet Federation. So this time was a good opportunity. Because it is obviously too late to cultivate talents by yourself. So if you want to attract talents, you must first let these talents see you. Although Li Yuehan's identity is already very famous, it is not enough, you need to be more famous. Xiaoyao village is about 700 kilometers away from Luo's mine. Looking at the map, Yang Bo is thinking about how to get to Luo's mine. Fly directly there. I have the photoelectric superpower to interfere with various radars. Or disguise yourself as another identity? Or be invisible? If you are invisible, the distance is too far, and it will waste a lot of time. Yang Bo looked at the map, thinking about how to get information. After carefully surveying the terrain, Yang Bo was ready to fly over, and also to test his photoelectric superpower camouflage ability. At night, Yang Bo flew directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. It happened to be cloudy today. Yang Bo could sense the energy waves of radars on the ground, which were radars of private manners. Although flying cars and electric cars also have radars, the distance of those radars is very short. That is, 2 or 3 kilometers. Yang Bo did not fly at hypersonic speed, but at subsonic speed. After flying for more than 100 kilometers, Yang Bo felt relieved. He passed many people's private territories, all of which had radars, but none of them found him. These radars are far inferior to the Alliance's planetary warning radars. And the Alliance's planetary warning radars are multiple radars networked, while these ground radars are not networked. This way, I can walk sideways in the Federation in the future. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. At this moment, Yang Bo was very excited. This environment was perfect for him to perform. In addition, he had hacking skills. If he cooperated, he could directly attack the opponent's radar system. And there was also space blasting, locking the opponent's coordinates, and then space blasting. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it, because these abilities were too abnormal. These people were not worth using such trump cards. Simple photoelectric superpowers were enough. After passing the border of Vichy City, Yang Bo sensed a large radar, the source of which was the Roche iron mine. Could the other party be prepared? Yang Bo did not lower his altitude, but continued to approach the Roche mine. Although the radar power of the Roche mine is large, it is still very low level. Yang Bo carefully distinguished the frequency of this radar, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. After flying for a while, Yang Bo saw the brightly lit mine, and then Yang Bo began to land. This is too easy. Yang Bo landed directly outside the first wall of the mine, looking at the machine gun turret on the wall, muttering in his heart. Because Yang Bo used the photoelectric superpower, even the camera or the human eye, no light was reflected into these, so Yang Bo could not be seen. Let's take a look first. Stay invisible for the time being. Even so, Yang Bo still found a place to hide. Chapter 1010 An Unexpected Harvest. The invisible Yang Bo swaggered into the mine from the main gate. The main gate was open, and box-type electric trucks were coming in and out. You can see the logo on it. It is transporting iron ore, which is transported to the steel plant in Jinshi City for processing, because there is enough energy supply there. The center of the mine is a big pit, the deepest of which is 300 meters deep, and the largest diameter is 2.2 kilometers, and there are countless machines digging iron ore. At the edge of the mine is a huge ore dressing plant, which is making a loud rumbling sound. A few hundred meters away from the ore dressing plant are some buildings, most of which are simple container-like buildings. And there are also some permanent buildings. There are 2 radars in the mine. One is working, and the other is idle, obviously for backup. In addition, there are missile modules, energy cannons, and some very old chemical cannons in the mine. The reason why ground forces have these cannons is that the weather on the ground is changeable. If all energy weapons are used, then in heavy rain, fog, or blizzards, etc., under these weather conditions, these old weapons are more powerful than energy weapons. The military and non-military areas can be clearly seen in the mine. The military areas are all permanent buildings. You can see armored buildings, and there are also barbed wire and so on. It has just been dark, and the mine is brightly lit. Is this a place for entertainment? Yang Bo heard loud music and followed the hardened road to a bungalow. The bungalow is very large, about 300 meters long and more than 100 meters wide. It is like a huge stadium inside. On a stage in the middle, a group of women in cool and sexy clothes are dancing. Bar. Yang Bo understood instantly. This is a bar. There are many seats here. And there is also a swimming pool. There are beautiful women swimming in the swimming pool. And of course there are men. Obviously, this is the entertainment place of the mine. Just a glance, Yang Bo can see who the people here are. In fact, people are a circle. In an area of the bar, a group of people attracted Yang Bo's attention. This group of people just drank, and there were no women around. The one in charge of this area was the most beautiful waitress. But the waitress was obviously a little restrained in this area. The other speechless waitresses were being groped as they walked. And these waitresses even flirted with the ones who did it. This was the normal atmosphere of a bar. The women in this damn place are too low class. Yang Bo came to this area. There were 10 people here. These 10 people were obviously 2 groups. One of them was a black bald man holding a wine glass, looking helplessly at the dancers dancing on the stage. This place is just like this. And these miners don't have much money. Alas, seeing these miners, and then looking at these women, thinking that these women have been slept with by these miners, I have no interest at all. Boss, how long will we be here? A white young man with silver curly hair next to him asked after taking a sip of wine. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Just follow orders. This place is at least better than the wild. Another white man with long black hair touched a strand of beard on his chin and said, well, in fact, we can call girls from the city. The man who asked the question shrugged. Boss, do you think John Lee in the next city has really reached the level of Grandmaster? Another bald young man asked. Not sure, because we only saw part of it. From the combat effectiveness shown by John Lee, it's not reached yet, because his opponent is too weak. These so-called free mercenaries, whether it is the mecha configuration or the tactics, are extremely rubbish. The bald black man said. Yang Bo saw that there were 2 groups of people here. One group was led by the bald man. All of them were bald. And the other group was led by the long-haired man. All of them had hair. Because when the bald man spoke, the bald men listened carefully. At least on the surface, they looked like they were listening attentively. When it was the long-haired man's turn to speak, the bald men took wine glasses and drank or something. The biggest mistake of the puffer mercenary group was that they did not leave 2 mechas in the command vehicle. Otherwise, this Li John would have died long ago. Such a low-level mistake, only these rubbish mercenary groups would make. But this Li John's combat awareness is still very good. The bald black man commented. Another long-haired man said, that's true. But there are still some unclear points. What's the matter with the laser cannon of the puffer mercenaries? If the laser cannon has activated the automatic defense, John Lee should not be able to approach the command vehicle. The bald black man shrugged. It should be a problem of power and energy supply. This kind of high-energy laser cannon is easy to use, but it is very demanding on the energy system. The puffer mercenaries probably bought assembled goods, and it is disguised on a road train, which requires extremely reliable technology. Well, the Alliance will arrive tomorrow. I don't know which damn bastard provoked the Alliance, the long-haired white man said impatiently. I guess it was Donggang City that framed us. No matter who hacked the Alliance, They would not be stupid enough to expose themselves. Those idiots in our Golden Lion City only know how to divide money. And they don't know how to improve the city's hardware. Now it's all over. I don't know how much money we have to pay. The bald black man also nodded. The two continued to chat. Yang Bo later learned that the two were two master-level mecha masters of the Luo family's skeleton mecha regiment. The purpose of the two coming here was not to defend Vichy City, but to perform some mission. It seemed to be related to the special investigation team of the Alliance coming to Golden Lion City. This group of people just ate and drank, and didn't ask women to play with them, because these people looked down on the women here. Yang Bo accompanied these people for more than 2 hours. And then, they returned to their own places. Oh! The people of the skeleton mecha group lived in a permanent building. This building was only about 20 meters high from the outside. But it was dug inside. There were 10 mechas placed here. And there were 20 guards wearing armor and holding energy weapons. In addition, automatic warning weapons were installed inside the building. Not only missiles, but also energy weapons. The purpose of these people coming here is to guard the two containers. From the black bald man, they learned that this is part of the Luo family's wealth. Because the threat faced by Golden Lion City this time is very great, the city on the other side of Golden Lion City, Donggang City, is eyeing Golden Lion City covetously. The Kalaya State Parliament is also very dissatisfied with Golden Lion City, because now all the evidence of the hacker attack alliance points to Golden Lion City. The Kalaya State Parliament also wants to take advantage of the fire, so the Luo family transferred part of their wealth here to avoid trouble. These containers are equipped with powerful bombs. Without the permission of the Luo family, if the containers move a little, the place will be flattened. Therefore, the containers are firmly fixed in the building. However, the Luo family did not come, because if the Luo family were here, it would arouse other people's suspicion. I didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Should we attack here directly and let the containers explode? If it really explodes, I don't know how many skills I will have to brush. But the target of Black Star Company is the mine. If it really explodes here, it will lose money. After all, it will cost a lot of money to build a new place. Yang Bo strolled around again, and understood the defense and personnel configuration here clearly, and also knew the energy control here, the location of the command center, etc. Then Yang Bo disappeared from the mine again. This time he got on an electric truck that was transporting ore. Then he took a walk around the uranium mine, but it was a bit useless, because it was just a mining site. The processing was all in Golden Lion City, so after occupying this place, they could only rebuild the processing plant. Of course, in Yang Bo's opinion, these didn't cost much money. The current uranium processing technology was already very mature, and the size of the investment was related to the processing capacity and the technology of the processing plant. Then Yang Bo was ready to return to Vichy City. He originally wanted to go to Golden Lion City for a stroll, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. There was no point in going there. It's so comfortable. Yang Bo was flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Although it was cloudy tonight, he felt another sense of being above the clouds. This planet had no satellites, so there was no moon. But the starlight was not weak. Not to mention Yang Bo's eyesight. The starlight shone above the sea of clouds, which was eye-catching. Occasionally, he could see airplanes flying far away, and through the gaps in the clouds, he could see the general situation on the ground, the speeding electric cars, etc. Yang Bo also flew over the city of Vichy and flew back and forth several times, but the radar security system of Black Star Company did not find anything. Because Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to Nelson, as long as the radar system of Black Star Company found something, it must report it to Nelson. Yang Bo returned to Xiaoyang Manor, and the radar in his manor could not find him either. Of course, these radars are much worse than those of the Alliance. Whether it is Vichy City or Xiaoyang Manor, they are equipped with their own radars, and it is impossible to upgrade them frequently. It looks like the radar system of Xiaoyang Manor needs to be replaced. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Nelson was still collecting some information to optimize the battle plan. Because this time it was related to whether Nelson's acting chairman could become the chairman. So he had to do his best. And Nelson had to guard against some unexpected situations that might occur. After all, his promotion from general manager to acting chairman was too sudden. Many people were afraid that they would not accept it. It was hard to say what these people would do. Yang Bo returned to March Star. It was already the second day of March Star. In the heavy rain, Yang Bo came to a villa. Zhou Rui, Wang Muxue, and Lu Jijie were already waiting here. Yang Bo is here. Seeing Yang Bo come in, with a tightly covered body, Zhou Rui and others hurriedly greeted him. Chapter 10-11 Action. Yes. You are all here. Yang Bo nodded and walked into the villa, unveiling the hood of his sweater and taking off his glasses. Yang Bo, how high is the success rate of your customized medicine? After Wang Muxue saw Yang Bo, she felt strange. Because Yang Bo himself never understood, but the other party's growth rate was just like a dream. An ordinary person who enjoyed welfare housing now has a net worth of tens of billions, and this is cash assets. There is no way to count more assets. More than 1.6 million square kilometers of land. There are also mutant animals on private land, and his own pharmacist talent. I used ordinary mammals. The success rate is 30%, but there are no side effects in the 30% success rate, so far. More than 300 cases have been tested. After Yang Bo sat down, he took the water handed by Zhou Rui, and set on the table. Yang Bo couldn't say that the experiment on gerbils was 100% successful. The animal experiment of genetic drugs is not about the success rate of the experiment, but the side effects. The side effects of gene medicine are that it can cause animals to become deformed or have other parts damaged, which can lead to some bad results. In fact, this is just a small modification of the ordinary gene evolution medicine, which is to increase the success rate of the ordinary medicine. And the formula inside has been changed a little bit. Yang Bo said again. Is your girlfriend using this medicine? Wang Muxue asked again. This is a secret. Yang Bo smiled slightly, and then answered. Zhou Rui said at this time, Yang Bo, do you want to see the data of these medicines on humans? Yes. And no. Yang Bo nodded. The success rate of this medicine on humans is 100% so far, and they are all users who have used the gene evolution medicine once. I am not convenient to disclose the details, so I hope more people will participate in the experiment. The reason why I said no is mainly because I think you must have this demand. I don't want to sell this medicine on a large scale, because the production of this medicine needs to be customized according to each person's attributes, which is more troublesome. Lu Jijie heard Yang Bo's explanation and said, I do need it here. We have some people under our 3 men. Their families or others must need this special medicine. Yang Bo did this for our own good. But Yang Bo, if you contact these other people? Lu Jijie's last sentence meant whether Yang Bo would expose himself. I have already disguised myself once, and most people certainly don't recognize me. Only a few people know me. Yang Bo had a plan. I think this is fine. Wang Muxue was a little suspicious of Yang Bo's actions, but she couldn't figure out what motive Yang Bo had for doing this. Was he just collecting experimental data? Wang Muxue also knew that for researchers, necessary experimental data was very important, and Yang Bo didn't like to show up in public. Once Yang Bo's talent for pharmaceuticals was known, it was easy to imagine how much of a sensation it would cause. And Wang Muxue also needs such a potion, because most of the backbones in the fleet have families, and it is impossible for all the people in a family to have superpowers. As long as they have the ability, these people still want to do something within their ability for their children, even if they don't have children. Such a potion can stabilize others. The treatment of the 9th Fleet is not as good as that of other fleets, so naturally they need something that can be presented. How can a high-quality gene evolution potion compare to a customized high-quality gene evolution potion? But we owe you too much. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo, and then spoke. Yang Bo waved his hand and said, I have the ability. It's nothing. It just takes up some time. And besides, Sister Ray gave me a set of armor, which is already amazing. Yang Bo, what do you need? Wang Muxue also felt that Yang Bo had given too much, so she asked, I don't think I need anything. I also have a special mecha sent by Brother Zhangxi at home, and my security alarm system is also the best. Yang Bo shrugged and answered helplessly. After hearing what Yang Bo said, the 3 people realized that Yang Bo had a partner named Zhang Buizhen. Zhang Buizhen had been in the limelight recently. The auction of super high-quality gene evolution potions attracted rich people from all over the alliance. Zhang Buizhen also made a blacklist. Those who had embarrassed him in the past were not eligible. Most of the materials for these potions came from the private land of this young man, who looked a bit ordinary. It was unknown how much money Yang Bo could get, but according to some international practices, the proportion of this kind of franchise that could be obtained was relatively high. What's more important is the relationship. Even if Wang Mushua's Ninth Fleet wants to buy special mechas, it can't, because the Ninth Fleet was suppressed by the military. It was not easy to obtain the equipment it applied for, not to mention installing the most advanced warning system for private territories. So Yang Bo may be the strongest among the 4 people in terms of relationship network. And in terms of money, he also has the most among the 4 people. Wang Mushua doesn't have much money either. The Ninth Fleet belongs to the Alliance, not anyone's private property. Moreover, Wang Mushua was counting on Yang Bo to be the middleman to cooperate with Zhang Buzhen. Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo, and he was envious. If he were in Yang Bo's current situation, he would have been enjoying life all over the world, having fun everywhere, and having endless money. But Yang Bo stayed at home doing experiments, playing games, and spending time with his girlfriend every day, which he did not understand. Of course, Lu Jijia also knew that everyone wanted to live a different life. Some people wanted to travel and have fun, and some people wanted to lie down at home. Zhou Rui sighed slightly when she heard Yang Bo's words. Yang Bo's growth rate was too fast. The number of people is temporarily limited to 30 at a time. You can discuss it among yourselves. Brother Jia? Yang Bo saw that the 3 people were silent. So he spoke. Okay. I'll ask Yang Bo for help. Lu Jijia knew what Yang Bo wanted him to do. Yang Bo came to the underground laboratory, gave Lu Jijia some 2-star gene evolution potions, and then left. After Yang Bo returned to the villa, he went out again in stealth to get the potion materials prepared by Zhang Buzhen. Niu Bo had already placed the potion in the designated location in the sea. Yang Bo took the potion materials back to the villa. On March Star, Yang Bo still didn't dare to fly openly. It was better to be safe. After all, the Alliance's technological level was much higher than that of Korea State. Then he made the potion first, waited 2 or 3 days before choosing to trade, otherwise it would be too fast and give Zhang Buzhen an illusion. It seems that Zhang Buzhen has already started to act. After making the potion, Yang Bo went to the internet room, checked the local news, and found that some politicians had proposed to strengthen the construction of the March Star Guard fleet. This is just a rumor. The politician used Tianza Star as an example. The speaker of Tianza Star was kidnapped, proving that the current security environment in the Alliance is relatively bad. I don't know how long it will take, but I'm not in a hurry. After all, if you give me a warship now, I don't have a place to put it. Yang Bo muttered. There is a conflict in time. Yang Bo looked at the time of the March Star concert, which might conflict with his actions in the Federation. It seems that I can only make a quick decision. Anyway, I want to make a name for myself in the Federation. The opening ceremony of the Star concert is tomorrow night. The night here is the night of March Star. The action of the Federation Vichy City is also in the time range of tomorrow, but the specific time has not been determined. Nelson's combat plan has been issued to various task units that are carrying out the mission. The reason why there is no specific time is that these task units still need to make sure that they are okay. Yang Bo can only hope that March Star will take action before the opening ceremony tomorrow night. So Yang Bo left a message for Su Wei and the other 2 and went to the Federation Xiaoya Manor. Yang Bo controlled the mecha and came to the Black Star Company. Mr. Li, are you alone? Nelson received the report and hurried over to ask in disbelief. I am enough alone. How long will it take to act? Yang Bo naturally knew that Nelson was not ready yet. Because some mission units were not ready yet. Because these mercenaries are paid to work. They must determine the mission target situation. It is impossible to go up and die for money. Mercenaries sign contracts. Under what circumstances can they retreat? Under what circumstances can they be exempted from liability? And under what circumstances can they get how much compensation? Because this involves income. And it is also earning money with life. So we have to be vigilant. Because of the appearance of the Roche Skeleton Mecha Group, some mercenary groups need to confirm this new situation. Nelson explained. The combat targets are active, so when these targets are added, then these mercenaries have to sign additional terms. There were no such targets before, but now there are. What if there is a loss? And what is the price of killing the target? Okay. Yang Bo did not take on too much, because in the war, all targets are active. If he said he would take care of it, what if these guys run to other mission areas? Hey, Mr. Li, it's time to act. At this time, Nelson received the following report and talked to the mercenaries. Then let's go. Yang Bo heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. If we start now, the battle should be over soon. The battle plan was simple. Everyone would move to the border between Vicky City and Golden Lion City first, and then launch a surprise attack. It was impossible to sneak into the nearest place to launch a surprise attack, because the team was huge this time. There were thousands of mechas of various models participating in the battle, and even armed flying cars, which were civilian flying cars equipped with weapons. Of course, there were also ground forces. Before the Roche mine is taken, Black Star will not openly participate in the battle, which means that Black Star's fighters will not participate in the battle for the time being. Yang Bo prepared his own weapons and equipment, bringing a missile module, 12 satellite electromagnetic missiles, mainly to interfere with the radar and communication facilities of the Roche mine. The rest are 2 mecha pistols, a mecha cold weapon, and 2 mecha bombs. One is an electromagnetic bomb, and the other is a shockwave bomb, because after the mecha carries the missile module, it can't carry anything else. The mercenary team has already assembled at the border. These mercenaries are not assembled in one place, and they did not come here all at once. They came one after another and secretly. The large-scale gathering has long been discovered by others. Action! Yang Bo controlled the mecha and came to a gathering point alone. Hearing Nelson's voice in the communication channel, Yang Bo controlled the mecha to launch and flew out at a low altitude in an instant. Chapter 10-12 Not ready. Yang Bo took a route alone, but the IFF was turned on. Yang Bo could see the position and trace of his teammates around him. The other teams were responsible for different things. Some used electronic interference, making the radar systems of the private lands along the way fail, and the communication was interfered. Many private lands in the Federation did not have radars, because most of the land was just some pastures and farms. And most of them did not have any public communication facilities and public transportation facilities, because in the context of companies managing cities, such projects with large investments and little returns would not be invested. Even if the people on these private lands saw these mercenary groups, they would keep quiet, because the communication was interfered, and there was no way to call the police to inform the company. If these people on the private lands made any moves, they would be immediately eliminated by these mercenaries. Group A is normal. Group B is normal. Reports from other teams acting together came from the encrypted communication channel. Nelson was also at the assembly point of the action, looking at the direction of action, progress, etc. of each team shown on the virtual projection. His face was solemn, because they wanted to launch a surprise attack. The teams in these operations were basically the most elite, and they were all very fast. They were all subsonic speeds, because the equipment of these mercenary groups could not be too good. The funds for this operation were only a few $100 million, and it was impossible to equip them with advanced mechas. Yang Bo's 10th generation mecha was already the best, and most of the rest were 3rd dash, 4th dash, 5th dash, and 6th generation mechas. There were also armed flying cars modified from flying cars, flying skateboards for individual soldiers, flying motorcycles, and the like. Anyway, there are all kinds of equipment. The plan of Black Star Company went very smoothly. In half an hour, they had advanced to a place 50 kilometers away from Roche Mine. Yang Bo knew that there was a guard post of Roche Mine here, but Yang Bo did not say it, because it was difficult to explain the source of the information. He learned it from the Mine Command Center. Sure enough, a voice came from the encrypted channel. Damn it, there is a secret sentry, we are exposed. Assault, assault. Nelson gave the order decisively. Yang Bo had long been impatient. Flying at a subsonic speed at low altitude, he was driving a 10th generation air superiority mecha. Yang Bo's mecha rocket backpack was activated instantly, and the entire mecha shot out instantly like a missile. Everyone in the frontline command center behind saw a light spot on the virtual projection moving at high speed instantly. It's directly. Fuck, it's accelerated from subsonic speed to Mach 3, Mach 4, Mach 5, Mach 6, fuck, Mach 10. This is too fast. No wonder Directorly won the battle of life and death so easily. The people in the command center looked at the acceleration of Yang Bo's mecha and spoke up. It's not surprising that the mecha has a speed of Mach 10. But how much overload does it have to bear to slow down to Mach 10 in such a short time? Mach 13. For 0.4 kilometers per second. Mr. Lee has 8 seconds to engage the enemy. Too powerful. No wonder the last time Mr. Lee was attacked, he was able to wipe out an A-level mercenary group. At this time, an alarm sounded in the Roche iron mine, and all the workers put down their things, and some workers stopped the machinery. The mine's radar turned on the active detection mode. And the person in charge of the mine cursed in the communication channel, "Come on, everyone. Teach those damn idiots who invaded us a lesson." The entire base sounded a rapid alarm, and the active radar had detected the intruders. A large area. Yang Bo was flying at a low altitude, so the radar had not yet detected him. In addition, due to energy issues, many devices of the active defense system of the Roche mine were still being activated. The Roche mine only had one energy system, which could not supply both the defense system and the mine's formal production, because this would require investment in building a larger energy center. And the mine itself was hundreds of kilometers away from the border. The Roche family did not build a new energy center. Destroy everything you see. The guards in the base also rushed to their positions with a howl. The old-fashioned artillery used here is all automatically loaded, and one person can control one artillery. However, all the equipment is using energy, which makes the automatic loading system slow. On a turret in the Roche mine, a guard was staring at the direction where the enemy appeared, and suddenly the radar of the artillery sounded an alarm. The guard saw a mecha, and in just a blink of an eye, the opponent was in front of the turret. Enemy attack. The guard was startled and shouted loudly while firing the artillery. Unfortunately, the artillery was not ready yet, and the automatic loading system was still working. In just a moment, the mecha actually passed the turret, and the guard stared at his pocket. Missile. Because there was a missile behind this mecha. Yang Bo had no choice. These missiles had just been launched, and their speed was much slower than the current speed of the mecha. Yang Bo controlled the mecha to pass the turret of the Roche mine wall, and then fired all the missiles. At the same time, the mecha discarded the missile module. The laser gun in the mecha's hand was aimed directly at the radar receiver of the mine. Yang Bo's mecha used a mecha pistol, which was not very powerful, and could not directly blow up the antenna. But laser is also energy, and the radar receiver receives energy waves. When the laser hits this receiver, the receiver is instantly interfered. Originally, these missiles could be intercepted by the energy weapons of the base, but energy weapons need radar guidance to lock the target. Boom! 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 The missiles carried by Yang Bo's mecha exploded in all directions, and the radar of the mine was destroyed. Roche mine doesn't have any high-end stuff like automatic repair robots. There are also missiles that directly rush to the mine's command center and energy center. Of course, the missiles carried by the mecha have limited power, and cannot directly damage the command center and energy center, but can interfere with limited damage. Yang Bo's mecha rushed directly to the base of the skeleton mecha regiment. 13 seconds. Yang Bo looked at the time. From Nelson's order to the raid to now, 13 seconds have passed. His mecha has not only flown 50 kilometers, but also directly killed into the interior of Roche mine. Yang Bo's mecha directly broke into the base of the skeleton mecha regiment, and at the same time, he threw the mecha bomb in his hand at the defense facilities inside the base. Huh? Then Yang Bo was a little surprised, because the 10 mecha masters of the skeleton mecha regiment had not yet boarded the mechas. 2 mechas had just started, and the other mechas had not yet started. Some mecha masters were still wearing the special uniforms for mecha masters, and some had not yet put on. Huh? The people of the skeleton mecha regiment were also stunned when they saw the mechas rushing in. Who is this person? Boom! The bomb thrown by Yang Bo directly destroyed the automatic warning weapon. Then Yang Bo's mecha opened fire with a laser gun. Those guards wearing armor and holding laser guns were hit and burst into flames. Fighting +8. Fighting +8. Gun proficiency +8. Swordsmanship +8. Fighting +8. Gun proficiency +8. Yang Bo's 2 mecha laser pistols fired quickly. The high-frequency attack directly hit more than 20 guards wearing armor and burst into flames, giving a total of 20 skills. Raise your hands. Yang Bo shouted loudly while controlling the mecha to fire. Although the 2 leading guys of the skeleton mercenary group wanted to resist, their mechas had not yet started. Instead, the 2 mechas that started rushed directly to their own mecha cockpits. The 2 mecha masters also lit up with energy, and they obviously used their superpowers. However, the next second, the invading mecha attacked, and the 2 mecha masters who rushed to their mechas were directly knocked out by the huge mecha. Mecha driving +16. Mecha driving +16. The 2 gave 2 skills, because Yang Bo's mecha broke through the speed of sound in an instant, and was hit by a mecha weighing more than 100 tons at the speed of sound. And the consequences were unimaginable. Who are you? The bald head of the skeleton mech corps asked loudly. Yang Bo was already informing Nelson at this time. Report to the command center. The skeleton mech corps has been successfully captured. And these stupid mechs have not yet started. Ha ha ha. Nelson heard this in the command center and jumped up excitedly. Mr. Lee. All this is because of you. You are too fast. So fast that these guys are not prepared. Mr. Lee? Is it Grandmaster John Lee Mech? I didn't expect to carry out the mission with Grandmaster Lee this time. In the communication channel, the leaders of several other mercenary teams asked excitedly. Because the leaders of these mercenary groups originally thought there would be a fierce battle, but they didn't expect someone to break into the target location in advance. When they arrived, only some stubborn elements were still resisting with individual weapons, or some people were manually operating the turrets. These mercenary groups were still confused, and found that the radar and energy system in the mine had been destroyed. They were wondering who broke into the mine first, after all. The other party took most of the credit. Now they heard that the person who broke into the mine was the recently famous Grandmaster John Lee, so the leaders of these mercenary groups were very excited. Ahem. You guys. Hurry up. There is still a second stage mission. Nelson didn't expect that. He thought it would be a tough battle. But it turned out to be like this. He quickly shouted to the other mercenaries. Mr. Lee, what do you think we should do next? Nelson asked very humbly. Send someone here to collect the prisoners first. And there are some things in this base. The skeleton mecha regiment seems to be guarding these things. Yang Bo answered. Ah! Nelson didn't expect there would be such a thing. And was also a little surprised. You guys, you better not move. Let's see which is faster. My laser gun or your movements. Yang Bo saw the remaining 8 people in the skeleton mecha corps and immediately shouted, of course. This was for Nelson to hear. Who can tell me what's in here? Then Yang Bo opened the remote real-time picture and shared it with Nelson. Chapter 1013, A Simple and Crude Plan. Yang Bo did not use real-time remote control during the previous operation, because the Mecha Master would not show the battle video to others during the battle, because others would know your details after watching it. Nelson looked at the base of the skeleton mecha regiment and took a breath. 10 mechas were lined up in order, and 8 people raised their hands. There were 2 corpses in the distance, which looked deformed, and traces on the wall could be seen. There were also many places where explosions occurred, and some damaged automatic warning equipment. Not only was Nelson stunned, but other people in the frontline command center were also stunned. Although Director Lee John had already reported it, everyone was still shocked to see 10 mechas. And they were advanced mechas. And the mecha masters kneeling on the ground. Director Lee crushed the entire mine alone. Director Lee, you are so awesome. Nelson couldn't help but praise him. And at the same time, he felt a little timid. If he faced Director Lee, would Director Lee easily break through the company's defenses? And then, he would kneel on the ground like these mecha masters. You have to kneel down. The laser pistol of the mecha can hit people easily. It is indeed not effective against mechas, but it is just like playing against people, even those wearing armor, even if you are an A-level superpower. Who are you? We are from the Luo family of Golden Lion City. The black bald mecha master knelt on the ground and asked loudly. We are from Black Star Company. Now you have 2 choices. Hand over the control key of the mecha, and you will be captured. Otherwise, you will resist stubbornly. Nelson said loudly through Yang Bo's mecha. Why did Yang Bo choose to let Nelson deal with these mecha masters? And the things that the Luo family put here? Because Yang Bo didn't want to cause trouble. He could forcefully take these mechas, and the things that the Luo family put here. But in this way, not only would he offend the Luo family, but he would also make the company unhappy. After all, he was also following the company this time. And the company invested. In addition, Yang Bo was also sure of one thing. That is, his contribution in this action. And the spoils he could get were also very much. Possibly more than what was here. Taking these things directly by yourself, and having them distributed to you after going around the company, have completely different meanings. Based on my performance today, who in the company doesn't give me face? Black Star Company, you are taking advantage of the fire. The black bald man shouted loudly. Hee, this is not very normal. Our Black Star Company, and your Luo family have had conflicts for a long time. Nelson laughed. The black bald man was speechless. This is how it is in the Federation. Companies are inherently in a relationship of interest. Because the Luo family has iron ore, the price of the steel materials they sell has increased several times, which has offended other companies around them. The 8 mecha masters were extremely depressed. The mine alarm system sounded an alarm. And they knew it. But they never expected that the enemy would rush into the base just a dozen seconds after the alarm system sounded. What happened to the hundreds of guards at the mine? And so many artillery and various combat equipment? The mechas of the Skeleton Mecha Regiment were located in the core area of the mine. And the mine was penetrated in just a dozen seconds? These mecha masters were very depressed. And the mecha master who rushed in was also too fast. After rushing in, he threw the mecha bomb directly. Throwing bombs to destroy the automatic warning equipment, then opening fire directly, all 20 guards in armor were blown up. Showing super strong on-the-spot reaction ability, and ruthless. Of course, these people in the Skeleton Mecha group didn't know that Yang Bo already knew the situation of the base, so they reacted so quickly. Then a team of mercenaries rushed into the base. These mercenaries all had flying motorcycles, which were similar to motorcycles, but they could fly at low altitudes. These mercenaries wore armor, and held weapons in their hands. Don't move. Whoever moves will be killed. The mercenaries put collars on the mecha masters. Masterly. Masterly. When the mercenaries saw Yang Bo's mecha, they began to capture others and hurriedly greeted him. Masterly, you are really amazing. This is the easiest task I have ever done. Yes, yes, we don't have enough collars, there are too many prisoners. At this time, Yang Bo heard Nelson report to him, Mr. Lee, these are our own people, the company's security department will arrive within 15 minutes. What do you think of the next stage of action? Yang Bo was still a little confused, after all. The things in this base are so expensive, just let these mercenaries watch? When Nelson said this, he knew that these mercenaries were also people of the company, the reason they took the company's identity, mainly because they were afraid that things would not succeed, then the company would not admit that they had done it. Just go ahead and kill them, Yang Bo said. Then I'll have to trouble Directorly. I wonder who Directorly will bring with him. Nelson really didn't know what to do, because the battle plan was completely useless. The battle plan was to fight in the mine for at least half an hour to an hour. If they couldn't take it in an hour, they would retreat. But now, in just a few minutes, they have almost controlled the entire mine. Now other mercenary groups are capturing prisoners and taking spoils. The personal property of these prisoners belongs to these mercenaries. Of course, these mercenary groups are also supervised by the company, because mercenaries cannot touch things belonging to the mine. So although these mercenaries cannot get rewards in the subsequent distribution of merit this time, they have a lot of spoils. The company's fighter planes are already on the way. So Nelson is now worrying about the second phase plan. Just see how many people you can spare to follow me. I'll go first. Yang Bo also wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. Yang Bo originally thought that he would have to fight with the people of the Skeleton Mecha group in this base. And Yang Bo rushed so fast in front. I just want to block the people of the Skeleton Mech group in this base. This small space is good for me. If I were in a wider battlefield, 10 mechs would form a formation and coordinate long-range and short-range weapons. It would be very disadvantageous for me. After all, my mech is very ordinary, and I didn't know that these guys' mechs were not activated at that time. Okay. Nelson nodded quickly. Then Nelson quickly contacted the leaders of several other mercenary groups. When the leaders of these mercenary groups heard Nelson say that John Lee was going to the uranium mine, they all said that they would follow him. These mercenary groups took out the elites in their teams to implement the second phase of the plan. The others had to defend here, because the people of the Luo family would definitely not give up. Nelson commanded the people of Black Star Company to go out at this time. First, the fighter planes were equipped with some elite forces to take over the Roche mine. Only then did he notify the other two companies in Vichy City that the hundreds of kilometers of land between the Roche mine and the border of Vichy City must be taken. Of course, there are also shareholders of the company, the ranches and farms on these lands. If the owners are willing to join Vichy City, then they will not move. If they are unwilling to join, then the land will be confiscated, and the people will be arrested. Those who dare to resist will be killed directly. Nelson is too busy now. Of course, the focus is still on Roche Iron Mine, and the team led by John Lee. Yang Bo looked at the elite mercenaries following him. The best ones were 2 7th-generation mechas. The rest were 3rd-generation mechas, 4th-generation mechas, and only 25 mechas. There were also some 1st-generation and 2nd-generation mechas. Armed flying vehicles could not keep up with the team, so they followed behind. Yang Bo's mecha was more than 2,000 meters ahead of the others. Yang Bo's mecha radar data domain was shared by the other mechas behind him. In this way, The whole team can fly at low altitude. The radar performance of other mechas behind is not very good. If they fly too low, it is easy to have problems. It is equivalent to Yang Bo's mecha being an early warning aircraft. This time, the distance is not very long, but Yang Bo's mecha can only maintain a speed of Mach 3, because most of the mechas behind are modified to achieve the purpose of flying, and they can't compete with their own 10th generation flying mechas in speed. This time Yang Bo did not bring a missile module, but directly brought a laser cannon for mechas. The laser cannon has been fully charged. Because Yang Bo knows that the Luo family has already set out, Black Star Company's spies in Golden Lion City have already reported. I just don't know if the two sides will meet on the road. Mr. Lee, Golden Lion City has sent troops. Nelson said another bad news. A minute ago. It was the Luo family that sent troops. This time it was Golden Lion City, which means that the army of Golden Lion City has arrived. How many people? Yang Bo asked on the communication channel. 5 fighters, 30 mechas, and various types of modified equipment, in addition. Golden Lion City is still mobilizing. Nelson answered. I'll send you the details. The equipment models are too messy. Nelson sent a video directly to Yang Bo's mecha. Of the fighters Yang Bo saw, only 2 were advanced space fighters, and the rest were fighters in the atmosphere. 5 fighters formed a formation. The advanced fighters carried laser weapons and missiles, and the rest carried missiles. There were 30 mechas, 3 of which were 10th generation mechas, and the rest were of various models, including those of the Empire and the Alliance. Other modified armed flying cars, flying skateboards, magnetic levitation motorcycles, etc. Mr. Lee. Nelson felt a little tricky, because in the plan, the probability of the official Golden Lion City taking action was very low. After all, the Luo family's iron ore mine is the Luo family's industry. Other companies and other families in Golden Lion City will not stand up for the Luo family, unless the Luo family is willing to pay a certain price. Now Nelson doesn't know what caused it. I'll go and see. You follow the established route. Yang Bo was going to take a look, because Nelson's tone was a little hesitant, which was not okay. And this was also a good opportunity for him to become famous. Yang Bo's plan was simple and crude. He would beat the people in Golden Lion City by himself, and then take a walk in Golden Lion City, so that Golden Lion City would not dare to send anyone out again. Chapter 1014 Encounter. The other mercenaries and company personnel following Yang Bo wanted to follow Grandmaster Lee, but their equipment was not good enough, and they could only see the sudden increase in the speed of Grandmaster Lee's mecha on the radar. The 10th generation mecha is nothing in the Alliance. It can only be regarded as a mid-range mecha. But in the Federation, it is already the most advanced mecha. Federation, Alliance, Empire, the Federation has the highest number of mechas, almost twice the total of the Alliance and the Empire. But the quality is not good. More than 80% of them are mechas eliminated by the Alliance and the Empire. This is because the Alliance and the Empire have stable societies, and not many people buy mechas. It is different in the Federation. As long as they have the ability and can equip mechas, anyone will equip mechas. Yang Bo still flew at a low altitude. Yang Bo also turned off the active radar of the mecha and switched to passive radar, because Yang Bo was sure that the fighters reinforced by the Golden Lion City would turn on the active radar. Is this someone from the Luo family? Yang Bo quickly found a wave of targets through the mecha radar. But based on the speed and number of these targets, he guessed that they should be the support team sent by the Luo family that Nelson had reported before. Yang Bo didn't plan to care about this. Although the support also had mechas and other equipment, the mine had been taken down. Even if these people arrived, they would not be able to take back the mine for a while. The company's reinforcements would arrive soon. As long as he took down the reinforcements from Golden Lion City, the Luo family might run away immediately. The support behind them was gone, and the enemy's support came. Moreover, there were unknown enemies behind them. If it was someone else, they would run away. Yang Bo was not sure that this group of people found out that he didn't. So Yang Bo sent a message to Nelson. Now the mecha has turned off the remote sharing function. Nelson cannot know the specific data of the mecha now. Golden Lion City is not far from Roche Iron Mine, and Yang Bo soon found 5 fighters in the passive radar, forming a combat formation. The target of the fighter formation of Golden Lion City is the uranium mine. However, Yang Bo found that the destination of these low-flying fighters is not Roche Iron Mine. After hearing this, Nelson said with sudden enlightenment, Mr. Lee, the other party must want to establish a temporary base in the uranium mine. They also found me. Let the ones behind catch up, Yang Bo said quickly, and the mecha rushed towards the low-flying fighter at a speed of Mach 10. Of the 5 fighters of Golden Lion City, only 2 were equipped with energy weapons, and the other 3 fighters only had old-fashioned missiles. The pilots of 2 fighters discovered Yang Bo's mecha, and the radars of the 2 fighters instantly locked onto Yang Bo's mecha. However, Yang Bo's mecha opened fire first, and the mecha laser cannon directly hit a fighter, and the fighter was hit by the mecha laser cannon. The fighter was hit by Yang Bo's mecha laser cannon, and a huge hole appeared. The aerodynamic layout of the fighter changed instantly, and the fighter rolled over all of a sudden. The laser cannon of another fighter opened fire instantly. Boom, 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 boom. The ground was soon hit by the laser, and the huge energy of the laser made the rocks on the ground explode. The second advanced fighter also lost control instantly, and rolled in the air, and was obviously hit by the mecha laser cannon. Yang Bo's mecha was safe and sound, and the fighter pilot of the Golden Lion City saw that the opponent's mecha line had changed. He shouted loudly on the communication channel, call headquarters, encountered a 10th generation mecha, suspected to be John Lee. Beep beep. The pilots of the 2 fighters had not finished reporting, and they were ejected by the fighters. The 2 fighters had not had time to adjust their posture, and were hit by Yang Bo's mecha laser cannon again. Although the fighter plane has an advantage over the mecha, so when the fighter plane was hit by Yang Bo's mecha laser cannon at the beginning, it was not destroyed, but it caused the aerodynamic layout to change, and then changed the flight attitude. But a fighter plane always has weaknesses, so it was finished. The 3 fighter planes behind also reacted quickly. When the fighter plane in front discovered Yang Bo's mecha, they launched missiles instantly. Although these missiles were launched by the fighter plane, they also had the initial velocity of the fighter plane, but unfortunately, the missiles still had some time from ignition to reaching the maximum speed. This results in the fighter being closer to Yang Bo than the missile. This is the same as when Yang Bo raided the mine. The guards in the mine turret saw Yang Bo's mecha first, and then saw the missile. The missile speed must be greater than the mecha, which requires a certain amount of time. When the missile leaves the fighter or mecha, it has the initial velocity of the mecha or fighter, but the mecha and fighter are still accelerating, and because of the weight reduction of the fighter and mecha, the same thrust, the speed will increase again. After the missile leaves, the engine cannot reach a huge thrust at once to maintain the initial velocity when leaving, so the missile will lag behind the fighter or mecha for a short time after launch, unless the mecha or fighter plane consciously wants to be slower than the missile. Of course, when the missile engine thrust reaches the maximum, then the speed can exceed the mecha or fighter plane. Of course, this also depends on the model of the fighter plane or mecha, and the model of the missile, because each equipment has a maximum speed. Fuck. The people following Yang Bo saw this scene from a distance. The 2 fighter planes were directly blown up at the first contact. The 2 fighter planes exploded after ejecting the pilots. It was precisely because the fighter planes were about to explode that they ejected the pilots. The 3 fighters behind fired more than 40 missiles. But unfortunately, these 3 fighters also had problems. The trajectories of the 3 fighters were messed up, and the data displayed on the radar was also wrong. The speed was reduced. The 3 fighters were hit by Yang Bo's mecha laser cannon one after another. Fighter pilot plus 18. One of them even hit the pilot directly, which Yang Bo did not expect, because Yang Bo locked the target manually. There was no automatic lock on the target. The 2 advanced fighters in front exploded, and the 3 fighters behind lost control. 2 of them ejected their pilots, and the remaining 1 crashed directly into the ground. Yang Bo heard the surprised voices of the mercenaries behind him on the communication channel, and he smiled in his heart. As for the more than 40 missiles launched by the 3 fighters, Yang Bo saw the mechas of the Golden Lion City following the 5 fighters on the radar, and he showed an evil smile. The speed of Yang Bo's mecha increased again. More than 40 missiles had locked onto Yang Bo's mecha, with long tail flames and a speed of Mach 12, rushing towards Yang Bo with great momentum. Yang Bo's mecha reached Mach 13, almost close to the ground, rushing past the noses of more than 40 missiles. After the 40 missiles found that they were very close to the target, they directly turned on the acceleration mode. The missiles were designed with cruise mode and terminal mode, which were designed according to the distance of the target. The speed of these missiles suddenly increased, chasing after Yang Bo's mecha. Fuck. The mechas and armed flying cars following the 5 fighters saw that the 5 fighters were destroyed in one encounter, and they quickly prepared themselves. The mechas carrying energy shields formed a defensive formation, and the other equipment behind them was ready to open fire. Now these people saw a mecha from the radar, which they were not afraid of. After all, the opponent only had one mecha, but the 40 missiles behind the mecha were just launched by fighters, and now they are chasing after the opponent's mecha. The ground forces of Golden Lion City have seen the whole process. Although these missiles have enemy identification devices, the purpose of the opponent's mecha is very clear now, which is to rush directly with these missiles. Shoot! Shoot! The commander shouted as the team saw the mechas and missiles flying at high speed. Laser guns, laser cannons, missiles, and other weapons opened fire. However, the mechas on the opposite side disappeared instantly, but the missiles following them were still flying. So the missiles chasing Yongbo were exposed to the weapon systems of these people. Then, they stopped firing, because these missiles also had friend or foe identification in the intelligence systems of these prepared mechas and various weapons and equipment. There were only these missiles without Yongbo's mecha. Fuck. Turn off the identification system. The commander of this team shouted quickly. But in the next second, the enemy's mecha appeared instantly. It turned out that Yongbo controlled the mecha to fly close to the ground like Superman. This is a test of skills, because the ground is uneven. If you are not careful, you will hit the ground or a big rock directly. No matter how advanced the mecha is, it can't hit the ground head-on. Yongbo's mecha flew over the head of this team in an instant, almost brushing against the mechas and other equipment of these people. Not good. The commander of this unit was in his mecha, heard the dense alarm of the mecha, and shouted not good. Boom! Boom! The 40 missiles chasing Yongbo just flew over this unit, and then exploded. The explosions came one after another. These missiles have identifiers. Although they will not attack their own people, they can't withstand Yongbo's laser cannons that directly attack the missiles behind. Firearms proficiency +8. Artillery proficiency +8. Artillery maintenance +8. A series of information appeared in Yongbo's mind, but unfortunately, they were all garbage skills. Ah! Yongbo counted carefully, and found that more than 20 people died. This unit seemed to be hit by dozens of missiles from its own people. Fortunately, these missiles exploded in midair. But unfortunately, the height of the missiles was too low, so the difference from a direct hit was not much. Then Yongbo's mecha pulled up, and reached a high altitude at a very high speed, and then dived again, and the mecha drew a circular trajectory in the air. At this time, Yongbo's mecha had taken out the mecha cold weapon. Yongbo's mecha fell from the sky, and taking advantage of the aftermath of the missiles, the huge mecha cold weapon began to attack the mechas in this unit. The people following Yongbo were stunned, and they were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Chapter 1015 Hard Control of a Group. Yongbo's mecha also sounded an alarm, because when the mecha he was driving fell at high speed, it collided with the fragments of the exploding missiles. As for the people in Golden Lion City, they were in trouble. These missiles were blown up by Yongbo's laser cannon. The explosion of missiles was very powerful, not to mention the serial explosion of 40 missiles. These missiles were of various types, including electronic interference, electromagnetic missiles, etc. The radars of the mechas in Golden Lion City were interfered, and they didn't even notice that Yongbo's mecha turned back. Puff! Yongbo's mecha passed through the debris area formed by the serially exploding missiles, and the mecha weapon directly chopped off the head of a mecha. Yongbo's cold weapon in the mecha's hand was like chopping melons and vegetables against these mechas, cutting off the head of this mecha, and destroying the energy connection system on the back of another mecha. The reason why Yongbo did this was to paralyze these mechas with the fastest means. If you want to chop these mechas in half, it is also possible, but it requires the mecha's super high speed, and now the distance is so close, there is no such high speed at all. The people in the Golden Lion City unit attacked by Yongbo's mecha couldn't notify others, because the communication system was hit by the missile explosion. Now the area is not clear. 40 missiles exploded overhead, forming a mushroom cloud. The ground was hit by the huge impact force, and the sand and rocks flew everywhere. Even some modified armed flying cars, first-generation mechas, and armed motorcycles were damaged, and could not work normally. A few seconds later, Yongbo's mecha left the team again. Although these first-generation mechas and armed flying cars were rubbish, they were in large numbers, while Yongbo only had one mecha. The main reason was that Yongbo didn't want to damage all these things. These were his own merits and his own spoils of war. These armed flying cars were worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Don't move. If anyone moves, I'll beat him. The people in the Golden Lion City team heard a sentence coming from the public channel. Fuck, I'm being attacked. My mech is unable to move. My mech's energy system is destroyed. Then the internal communication channel of this team began to hear a lot of voices. At this time, the communication system affected by the missile explosion was restored. My mech can't move either. As the aftermath of the missile explosion dissipated, the other people in the team gradually saw the surrounding situation clearly. The headless mech, and a long cut on the back of the mech, you can see some pipelines inside. I was attacked by the mecha of Black Star Company. Just after the missile exploded, this guy appeared. I just saw a black shadow flash, and then my mecha was paralyzed. Now I can only maintain the survival system. It must be John Lee from Black Star Company. This bastard. No, this mecha master took advantage of the chaos to mess with us. There were many people talking in the communication channel. Some mecha masters saw Yang Bo's mecha, but they didn't react to the fact that the mecha was paralyzed. As for why some people changed their words. Because there was a mecha in the distance, this mecha was aiming at everyone with a laser cannon, and those equipment with intact radars issued a rapid alarm, being locked by the enemy. The surviving troops and personnel of the Golden Lion City team did not dare to move at all. On the one hand, the more powerful mechas in the troops were all damaged. The rest of them could not beat the enemy, and could not run away, because the enemy was a 10th generation air superiority mecha. More importantly, the frequency and power of the opponent's laser cannon, whoever ran first would be hit. Everyone knows the fate of the 5 fighters in front. How small is the chance of escaping from a mecha master? Yang Bo's mecha locked onto the remaining people in the army, while watching the many people fleeing more than 10 kilometers away. Because that was the uranium mine. Which meant that the guards in the uranium mine witnessed the conflict. No way. Yang Bo had no way to stop those guys from escaping. Because he had to watch them. After waiting for a while, the mercenaries following Yang Bo's mecha finally arrived. Come out. Put it on yourself. Don't kill yourself. These mercenaries saw the situation at the scene. A mecha was facing a large number of people and equipment. There were also a large number of paralyzed mechas. The mercenaries following Yang Bo knew roughly what happened. Because the radar could see the trace of Li Zhan's mecha. They could also see the fate of the other fighter plane. And they could also see the missiles launched by the fighter plane chasing Li Zhan. You can also see John Lee's mecha rising directly in this area, drawing a circular trajectory in the air. As for the battle on the ground, these mercenaries can imagine what kind of scene it is when they see John Lee's intact mecha, and these broken mechas. At this time, John Lee's mecha has disappeared, and these mercenaries are still a little confused. A minute later, the mercenaries who were counting the spoils and capturing prisoners heard someone report in the communication channel. The people in the uranium mine have almost all fled, and most of the things are left here. Nelson has already shared data with Yang Bo's mecha at this time. Nelson saw the mess inside the uranium mine. It was obvious that these people left in a hurry. Mr. Lee. Nelson didn't know what to say. Is this the combat power of a Grandmaster level mecha division? He knew how many equipment, how many people, and what level the support from Golden Lion City was. He didn't expect that they were solved by John Lee. Moreover, Nelson shared data with some mechas following John Lee. Seeing a troop being controlled by a mecha, not daring to move, was a great shock to him. Let's take a look at the mechas in this unit. Some of them had their heads chopped off. Some had a big hole on their bodies. And more than 20 mechas were destroyed like this in such a short time. How abnormal it must be. Send someone to take over. Don't underestimate my contribution, or I won't be so easy to talk to. Yang Bo was also relieved. Yang Bo knew that the equipment of these opponents was not good. But he didn't take it lightly, because the weapons were blind. Although these mechas and fighters were backward, the weapons on them could still cause damage to themselves. Moreover, the mecha he was controlling was only the 10th generation, and the Alliance export model, which had weaker performance than the Alliance's own mecha, was castrated, because the systems of the equipment exported by the Alliance were all separate, and the mecha systems used by the Alliance were different, because the mecha systems were also developed generation after generation. Even if it was an old system, it would be likely to leak some things if it was sold to others. Moreover, no matter how good the martial arts skills were, they were afraid of the kitchen knife. I thought it would be troublesome, but I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Don't worry, Mr. Lee, Nelson said hurriedly. At this time, Yang Bo's mecha found something unusual more than 100 kilometers away. These were the people sent by the Luo family. They were originally going to the Luo family mine. Before they arrived at the mine, they found that the reinforcements behind them had encountered the enemy. The people supporting the Luo family were also smart. They quickly slowed down. When the 5 fighter planes of the Golden Lion City were dealt with by Yang Bo, the people supporting the Luo family hurried back, and they took a detour. So when Yang Bo saw something unusual more than 100 kilometers away, these guys were running back. Alas, these people are too low level, and the skills they dropped are all rubbish. But I should be able to get a lot of money this time. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, these people are too low level, not to mention the few skill points given, their skills are also very ordinary. Fortunately, not much time was wasted this time, and it can be said that both fame and fortune were gained. Yang Bo believed that his achievements this time would be spread soon, and the mercenaries who acted with him would definitely tell others. Black Star Company would definitely publicize it, because the company has a mecha grandmaster, and other companies would pay more attention when they think about it in the future. In addition, facing such a big failure, Golden Lion City must have some face, and will also praise itself. In this way, it is not that the people it sent out are incompetent, but that the enemy is too strong. If Golden Lion City does not do this, other people around will think that Golden Lion City has declined. Everyone will come together to share the cake. As for profit, since I have made such a great contribution, the company will definitely not treat me unfairly. Yang Bo did not chase after the people from the Luo family, because these people have worse equipment and cannot reveal any rare skills. It seems that we have to face those killer guilds and higher level opponents, only then will we have more powerful superpowers, only then will we have rare skills. But take it slow, you need to develop yourself, and you will meet these people sooner or later. Yang Bo strolled around the uranium mine. Uranium has long been stopped in the Alliance, and its use is also prohibited. In the Federation, many places still use old-fashioned reactors to provide energy, mainly because it is cheap. The more advanced the energy system, the higher the cost. Apart from other things, the energy system of Yang Bo's villa on March Star is much more advanced than the technology used in Vichy City. Of course, Yang Bo's villa on March Star is a micro-energy system, which is only worth tens of millions. If Vichy City uses this energy system, the cost will probably be trillions, because the energy demand of Vichy City is many times that of Yang Bo's villa, and the cost of the corresponding energy system will also be many times higher. After waiting for 10 minutes, Nelson personally took a fighter plane to the uranium mine and brought the company's security personnel. These security personnel began to transform the uranium mine. This will be the most forward base of Black Star Company in the future. It is too close to Golden Lion City and has to be transformed. Mr. Lee, Nelson saw John Lee jumping off the mecha and wearing the battle armor, and greeted him respectfully. Yeah, Yang Bo hummed. Mr. Lee, you are so awesome. Some shareholders of Black Star Company also came, Peter said excitedly. Golden Lion City broadcasted your fighting style live. Mr. Lee, Golden Lion City originally wanted to broadcast live to boost morale, but it would backfire, Peter said quickly. Live broadcast? Yang Bo was a little confused. Why didn't he notice it? It was broadcast live by the satellite in the sky, Peter explained quickly. Chapter 10:16. The response of Golden Lion City. Yang Bo suddenly realized, no wonder he didn't notice it. If there really was a drone shooting, he should have been able to find it, after all. His photoelectric superpowers were so strong. Although he knew about satellite shooting in space, he didn't expect so many, because there are many satellites in the sky. However, most of the planets in the Federation don't have the Alliance's warning satellites, that is, satellites equipped with energy weapons. This is because the companies on the planets of the Federation do not want such satellites to hover overhead, fearing that the people controlling these satellites will be bribed by their enemies. Moreover, even if there are reconnaissance satellites, they cannot actively scan cities, and each city has its own jamming system to prevent these satellites from leaking the secrets of its own city. Mr. Lee, you are so amazing. Although we did not see the specific battle process clearly, we saw it before and after. That's right. You can fight against a unit of Golden Lion City with a mecha alone. That's amazing. That's right. The shareholders of Black Star Company were quite polite to John Lee, and their tone could be said to have reached the level of flattery. At this time, Yang Bo was also watching the live broadcast of Golden Lion City. He finished watching it quickly and breathed a sigh of relief. The filming was not very clear. especially when he rushed into the team of mechas at the end. Because of the explosion of dozens of missiles, the energy fluctuations, and various debris and dust produced affected the satellite's filming. Moreover, the first half of the battle with the fighter was not recorded, and the clarity was not very good. Because in space, it is not direct light and shadow imaging. It is energy wave imaging. After all, the shooting satellite is tens of thousands of kilometers away, and there is no such powerful lens to shoot light and shadow imaging. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Bo heard what these shareholders said, and he laughed and replied, without being modest. In the Federation, if you are modest, some idiots may believe it. Mr. Lee, 2 mecha masters were captured at the iron mine. What do you think? Nelson asked again. Leave it to the company to handle. I personally have no opinion. Yang Bo knew what Nelson meant by asking this question. A mecha master of the master level. Even if he was sold, he could sell it for a good price. And these people have the right to choose first, so Nelson asked this question. Good. Nelson rubbed his hands excitedly. This plan went too smoothly. His position as chairman was stable. He didn't expect to become the chairman of the company so soon. You go and get busy. Yang Bo knew that Nelson still had a lot of things to do, so he said. Good. Nelson did have a lot of things to do. The enemy had occupied it, but he also had to prevent the counterattack of the Golden Lion City. Yang Bo did not say to leave, because he also had to guard against Golden Lion City. What Yang Bo did not know was that Golden Lion City had already sounded the alarm. But not many people paid attention to the previous alarm. The Luo family mine was attacked, which was the Luo family's business and had nothing to do with him. However, the people in Golden Lion City were a little panicked now, because Vichy City had occupied the uranium mine and was very close to Golden Lion City. More importantly, the team sent by Golden Lion City was wiped out by a mecha, and it was broadcast live. Although there is still some distance between Jinshi City and the uranium mine, it only takes a few minutes at the speed of the mecha more than 10 Mach. Everyone in Jinshi City is now worried that Black Star Company will attack directly. And the City Council of Jinshi City immediately held an emergency meeting. At the same time, the armed forces of major companies in Jinshi City began to gather, but more people began to run away, and the traffic in the whole Jinshi City was blocked. Of course, the people who ran away in Jinshi City ran to Donggang City on the other side. The combat level of the Mecha Grandmaster is too high, and the combat videos of the Mecha Grandmaster are rarely good, because these Mecha Grandmasters will not leak their combat videos. Many people only know that the strength of the Mecha Grandmaster is very abnormal, but they did not expect that they could fight 5 fighters alone, and a bunch of mechas and other equipment. The task of the Mecha Grandmaster is not to fight against the entire armed force of the opponent. Even if the Golden Lion City now has thousands of mechas of various models, mini fighters, and a city warning system. But the Mecha Grandmaster plays a special operation, a high-value target. So as a member of the City Council, the controller of major companies, are these high-value targets? Nelson frantically commanded Black Star Company to occupy Roche Iron Mine and Uranium Mine. Some shareholders of Black Star Company also began to occupy other places. For example, some farms, ranches, orchards, fisheries, and so on. There are also some towns, which are left to the other 2 companies in Vichy City to occupy. If Black Star Company takes all the spoils, the other 2 companies will definitely be dissatisfied. Although these 2 companies are weak in Vichy City, they also have a complex network of relationships behind them, and some of them are even branches of large companies. Nelson received a call from the mayor of Golden Lion City, and he was mentally prepared. I am Nelson. What does Mayor Martin want me for? Nelson, you are too outrageous. You actually robbed our Golden Lion City's industry innocently. Do you, Black Star Company, want to go to war with our Golden Lion City? The mayor of Golden Lion City is named Martin, a yellow-skinned bald old man, who asked aggressively. Haha, your Golden Lion City is very busy recently, and you have no time to manage these industries and lands. We, the Vichy City, will help you manage them. No need to say thank you. Nelson laughed and prepared to delay time, because the longer the time is delayed, the more beneficial it is for him. Golden Lion City will face greater pressure after this defeat, because other cities around think that Golden Lion City is just like that. Vic City can occupy a piece, why can't we? So if Golden Lion City wants to go to war with Vichy City, it has to examine it carefully. Don't go to war with Vichy City, and then other cities around will attack it. Nelson, What kind of excuse did you come up with? How could we be so busy? Martin cursed. You haven't given an explanation to the guests from Golden Lion City yet. You should entertain them first. And leave the land and other things to us. Nelson laughed. Because it went better than planned? The defense facilities of the uranium mine and Roche iron mine were still intact. Now that they have been replaced with Black Star Company's own system, these defense equipment can still be used. In addition, Black Star Company has prepared more things, various artillery, mechas and other things, to prevent the counterattack of Golden Lion City. When Martin heard this, he was also discouraged, because all the evidence showed that it was Golden Lion City that hacked the alliance. And it can be said that the evidence is conclusive. All the people in the relevant companies have been arrested. Of course, Martin knew that. It was necessary to find out the mastermind behind the scenes, and more importantly, the alliance would definitely need compensation. As for how much compensation, it must be an astronomical figure, and the shareholders behind these companies involved in the case would have to bleed heavily. Now the Golden Lion City is facing a major reshuffle of the existing companies. And even so, there are still people in the Federation, and in Korea State taking advantage of the situation. The Black Star Company is also taking advantage of the situation, but the Black Star Company is doing it openly. Nelson, what are you going to do? Are you going to attack the Golden Lion City? Martin asked angrily. Who is Nelson? After talking with Matin, I am a little confused, because the other party's attitude is a little unclear. In Nelson's mind, the other party's call, that is a declaration of war. We can only help you so much. If you need more, we can't do anything. Nelson also expressed his opinion. That is, we will stop here. Nelson didn't want to continue. But the company had taken over such a large area, and it needed to digest it before continuing. If the company attacked Golden Lion City now, someone might attack Vichy City. Conflicts in the Federation must be fast. And no company or city is willing to get into a long-term conflict with others. Because there are a circle of people around who are ready to take advantage of the situation and rob others. Once the two companies are head-on, they will eventually be divided up by others around them. There have been many such incidents in the Federation. So now when there are frictions between companies within the Federation, they all try it out first. And if it doesn't work, forget it. That's why Black Star Company hired mercenaries at the beginning. If it doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that they will lose some money, and the company's strength will not be damaged. And others don't have evidence. Even if there is evidence, as long as the strength is not damaged, others will not use force. Humph. You can come on, Martin said and hung up the phone. Nelson smiled slightly when he heard this. And he probably guessed what the attitude of Golden Lion City was. The other side is afraid that we will attack them. Nelson gathered the shareholders here and said, we can't attack them. On the one hand, our company already has such a large territory. And on the other hand, Golden Lion City is now a mess. And it may go bankrupt. The alliance will definitely not let it go. The shareholders of Black Star Company are not stupid. Now they have taken the initiative. And they have not suffered any losses. On the contrary, Golden Lion City has suffered greater losses. It is not suitable to start a war at this time. It's all because of Director Lee. Director Lee is so awesome. If I were a senior executive of Golden Lion City, I'd still be worried that Director Lee's mecha would suddenly show up. Haha, the wealthy area in Golden Lion City is blocked, and no outside vehicles are allowed to enter. They must be afraid that Director Lee will sneak in. What do you mean by sneak in? If Director Lee wants to kill them, he can just raid them. Nelson listened to the shareholders' meeting turning into a meeting for Director Lee to flatter him, and could only cooperate with a smile, because Nelson felt that if he had a conflict with Director Lee's mecha could easily kill him. Even if he had a bunch of security guards around him, no matter how many security guards he had, could they be as strong as the armed forces of the Golden Lion City? I think we should just leave it like this. If the investigation team of the Alliance finds out that it was done by Golden Lion City might go bankrupt. Yang Bo also answered with a smile. Chapter 1017 Brotherhood. Haha, that's right. Even if we have the ability now, we can't fight. We might end up in debt. Golden Lion City will definitely go bankrupt this time. The Federation, those vampires in Korea State, will definitely not miss this opportunity. They can't wait to sell Golden Lion City. These compradors can't wait to sell everything, these bastards. Yang Bo listened to the words of these shareholders, and was not surprised at all. Because in the Federation, it is naked profit. If Golden Lion City goes bankrupt and liquidates, everyone can benefit from it, as for the original people in Golden Lion City. And if the Alliance wants compensation, these people will also take advantage of it. As for the interests of their own people, there is no interest at all. The Federation is like this. These people are mayors, councilors, and companies, all for money. Although the councilors on the Alliance side are the same. At least the politicians of the Alliance speak well. And the ordinary people of the Alliance have the best life among the 3 countries. Although the politicians of the Alliance also have many privileges, they are not as naked as the Imperial nobles. Mr. Lee, someone has posted a task in the Brotherhood to reward you. Pete whispered to John Lee next to him, and sent a message to John Lee at the same time. Yang Bo turned on his watch. The message sent by Pete showed that someone in the Brotherhood offered a reward of 500 million credit points to kill John Lee. However, no one has accepted the task yet. So he muttered, "This is too much of a disrespect to me. Only 500 million. Pete nodded and said, "The Brotherhood is like this. Someone on this platform has offered a reward for the Emperor of the Empire. And the price is only 3 billion credit points." The Brotherhood and other killer organizations are almost openly operated in the Federation. Then Yang Bo browsed the Brotherhood's official network. The Brotherhood's killer platform does not require a threshold. And there are all kinds of dangerous goods in it, such as atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, dirty bombs, etc. This platform will also allow some killers to complete their tasks, such as self-detonating some dangerous goods, etc. Looking at this official website, Yang Bo wondered whether to take action against this Brotherhood. Yang Bo was confident that he could make the Brotherhood as miserable as possible, because his photoelectric superpowers could track anyone related to this Brotherhood through the internet. He could kill them directly physically, and there were many famous killers in the Brotherhood, who would definitely have rare skills. First, collect information. It's best to control the core members of the Brotherhood. You can use spiritual seeds. I've become famous this time. Let's wait for a while. When I need to be famous again, I'll deal with this Brotherhood. In addition, there is the villain list. These crappy parliaments of the Federation. The members are basically criminals. And so are the mayors. Yang Bo looked and pondered. Pete whispered, "It's probably someone from the Luo family. It shouldn't be from Golden Lion City." "Well, I'm not afraid." Yang Bo nodded. "Even if it's 5 billion, I'm afraid no one will take the mission. After all, with your strength, Mr. Lee, these killers are not fools." Pete nodded. "For a mecha master like John Lee, only a few desperate men will take the order with a reward of 10 billion. Although these desperate men are not afraid of death and just want to take a gamble, they are not fools. There must be a bottom line for which is more worthwhile. A 500 million risk or a 10 billion risk. Mr. Lee, the Federal Mecha Engineer Union wants to invite you to join." At this time, Nelson spoke loudly. "They sent the invitation letter to our company." Nelson said again, "The Federation also has a union. And the Federation's union has greater power and influence than the Union's union. To be precise, the Union's union is to protect the interests of union members, and does not have armed forces. The various unions in the Federation are armed organizations, so the threshold for joining the Federation's union is relatively high. Moreover, the Federation's union has its own laws, and does not abide by the laws of various places. Let's put it this way, for example, Kalaya State has conflicts with the Mecha Masters Union, because of some things. Maybe the Mecha Masters Union can start a war with Kalaya State. The Federation's unions, and these companies in the Federation are actually of the same nature." When Yang Bo heard this, he nodded, and said, "I understand, but for the time being I have no intention of joining the Mecha Masters Union. Mr. Lee, if you join the union, it will be very beneficial to the development of our company." Nelson said quickly. "Because the Mecha Masters Union has a great influence. Because the Mecha Masters Union has the ability to manufacture and modify mechas. The Mecha Engineers Union has used its huge influence to continuously absorb talents and develop into the current giant. Moreover, the Mecha Engineers Union is backed by several major families in the Federation. If someone has a talent in mecha modification and design, the Mecha Engineers Union will invite this person. If this person does not agree, then this person will have an accident. This is the style of the Mecha Engineers Union. Of course, it is also the style of other unions. If you can't get it, you will be destroyed. You will never be allowed to grow up and threaten the union." "I'm not really willing. Yang Bo will join the Mecha Engineers Union. After all, there are talents in the Mecha Engineers Union. And he can get in touch with more people in the Mecha Engineers Union, which refers to a small number of people who control the power of the Federation. Yang Bo said this now, but he just wants benefits. Joining the Mecha Engineers Union will benefit the company, so the company must express its opinion first. Mr. Lee, do you have any ideas? Although Nelson didn't understand what John Lee meant, there was no problem in the Federation that couldn't be solved by interests. My private estate is a bit small. Yang Bo wants to expand the area of Xiaoyao Manor. It was difficult to expand before, but now the company has so much land, it is easy to expand if he wants. But if Yang Bo privately asks the neighbors around, they may not agree, and they may even ask for too much. Now that the company is involved, it is none of his business. If anyone is unwilling, the other shareholders of the company will definitely not let it go. In other words, Yang Bo wants land, but he will not offend people himself. That's no problem. I'll be responsible for coordination. This time, Mr. Lee has made such a great contribution. When Nelson heard this, he immediately patted his chest and agreed. Some other shareholders nodded, some looked unhappy. Because Lee John's land is the best, the shareholders with unhappy faces have land adjacent to Lee John. No wonder the Federal Mecha Division Union is so perverted. This is not a union, it's a group. Nelson sent the invitation letter to Lee John. Yang Bo muttered in his heart after reading it. The threshold for the Mecha Master Union is very high. The registration and assessment of Mecha Masters is one thing, and there are more other requirements. For example, a junior Mecha Master must have a personal mecha of the 4th generation or above. An intermediate Mecha Master must have a personal mecha of the 6th generation or above. A senior Mecha Master must have a personal mecha of the 8th generation or above. A Master is the 10th generation, a Grandmaster is the 12th generation, and of course, there is no mention of the Grandmaster. Even if you have the corresponding level, but you don't have a mecha, sorry, the Mecha Master Union does not welcome you. It feels a bit like a supercar club? Yang Bo understood. The Federation is the country with the most Mecha Grandmasters among the 3 countries. There are 62 known ones. Yang Bo saw another data, and was a little surprised. Chapter 1018 Sir. Of course the public data is a joke, but it also proves from the side that, in some aspects, the Federation is unique. This may be related to the current political system within the Federation. Cities, companies and warlords within the Federation often have conflicts, and mechas are the main force in the conflicts. The mechas in the Federation have more actual combat experience, while the other 2 countries have less experience in this regard. Therefore, many families and forces in the other 2 countries will send some people to the Federation for training, including but not limited to heirs and trained guards. As for the fact that there are so many Mecha Masters in the Federation, it is because there are too many conflicts, and these people cannot hide. Just like the action of Black Star Company this time, as long as the mecha controlled by Yang Bo participates in the battle, its own strength is directly exposed. And Yang Bo is also very interested in the Federation Mecha Master Union. These Mecha Masters of the Federation Mecha Master Union are rich and powerful. Because its entry threshold is very high, without a mecha, you can forget about joining the union. That is to say, these senior Mecha Masters in the Mecha Master Union are basically billionaires. Unlike the Alliance Mecha Master Union, which has a low entry threshold, you can join as long as you can pass the assessment, regardless of whether you have a mecha or not. After learning about the Federal Mecha Master Union, Yang Bo began to join the Federal Mecha Master Union. After Yang Bo opened the invitation letter forwarded by Nelson, it was a virtual reception room. Yang Bo put on virtual glasses, because the smartwatch prompted him to wear virtual glasses. TSK. Yang Bo, wearing virtual glasses, looked at the virtual reception room in front of him. There were 3 beauties in the virtual reception room, with curvy figures, blonde hair and blue eyes, and fair skin. All 3 of them were wearing professional attire, shirts on the upper body, tube skirts on the lower body. All 3 of them had work badges, named Ginny, Monica, Luna, and the colors of their clothes were different. It can be seen that the 3 people should be real people. It is strange that even with the advanced science and technology, the virtual characters can still be recognized at a glance. Of course, if the person uses his own image, he can also be virtualized. Mr. Lee, it is nice to meet you. We are your exclusive receptionists. 3 beautiful ladies politely welcomed Yang Bo. Well, I want to join the Mecha Engineer Union. What procedures do I need to go through? Yang Bo asked directly. Mr. Lee, your joining process is different from others. As long as you are willing to join, you will be a senior member of our union. After you join the union, we will send someone to handle the follow-up matters. We will identify your specific level later. The three receptionists answered cautiously. These three exclusive receptionists already know a lot of information about John Lee. The Federal Mecha Engineer Union paid attention to John Lee a few days ago. It was the time when John Lee wiped out the Pufferfish mercenary group alone. After that incident, the Mecha Master Union was already following the process. The Golden Lion City Live broadcast has accelerated this process. The Federal Mecha Master Union has the top Mecha Masters in the entire Federation, so they will naturally try their best to include talents like John Lee. The reason why the Federal Mecha Master Union sent an invitation letter to Black Star Company was because John Lee was a shareholder of the company, and John Lee was on the battlefield, and there was no way to contact him directly. By becoming a senior member of the Union, what is the highest level of mecha that can be purchased? Yang Bo joined the Mecha Master Union to buy mecha. Because in the Federation, high-end mecha is monopolized. You can't buy it if you want to. And you can't own it if you want to. Of course, it's not just the Federation. Even in Devon Star Bart, there is a limit on the number of high-level mechas that can be equipped. It's the same in the Alliance. It's impossible for one person to buy thousands or tens of thousands of high-level mechas. Of course, it has been the same since ancient times. The top war machines will not be owned by anyone at will. Sir, this is the membership rights of the Union. Sir, the mecha you can buy can reach up to the 13th generation, but there is a quantity limit for the 13th generation mecha, and no more than 2. Sir, if you buy the 12th generation mecha, the number cannot exceed 50. Sir, if you buy the 11th generation mecha, the number cannot exceed 100. Sir, if you buy mechas below the 10th generation, there is no quantity limit. But you need an 80% deposit to buy a mecha. Different membership levels can enjoy many services. Senior members will have free delivery service. Yang Bo looked at the message sent to him by the other party, and it was directly unfolded in front of him. Yang Bo found that the basic price of these mechas was 8 times higher than the price of the same level of the Alliance. If it is a customized version, the price will be even higher. Mr. Lee, the higher the level, there are more benefits. Our union also participates in the testing of some special mechas. Ginny said. What kind of special mechas? Yang Bo asked curiously. It's some experimental products made by other companies. Our Mecha Master Union maintains a good relationship with various mecha manufacturers throughout the galaxy. Ginny answered again. Yang Bo understood immediately after hearing this. Which means that the mecha manufacturing companies in the Alliance and the Empire are testing the performance of mechas in the Federation. Because there is no mecha that has ever been on the battlefield. It is impossible to know the advantages and disadvantages of mechas. Even if science and technology have developed to this day, it is impossible to produce excellent products just by relying on designs on paper. Many products have to go through long tests after the design is completed. And for mechas, ordinary mecha masters cannot give full play to their maximum design parameters. As for why these companies don't conduct tests in their own countries, it's because the mechas from the Federation are cheap and good quality. Because the mechas haven't been formally tested. No one knows what problems will occur. There may be a natural explosion. Or even other problems. Once these tested mechas have these problems, their original countries will face huge compensation. If the mecha explodes naturally during the Alliance test, not only will the manufacturing design, the mecha company's stock price will plummet. And it may also be fined heavily by the Environmental Protection Department. It doesn't exist in the Federation. Even if it explodes, then I choose to join. Yang Bo decisively chose to join. He also wanted to see how the test mecha is tested. Of course, he wanted to buy advanced mechas. Yang Bo did not think about making mechas by himself. But there are 2 major problems in making mechas by himself. The first is that his own energy is insufficient. If he wants to make an advanced mecha, it will take a long time. The second is that if he has this identity now, let others know that he can make advanced mechas. Or that he can have other ways to get advanced mechas. So what would the people around him think? How would the other shareholders of the company view one person who had connections and another shareholder who had obtained many advanced mechas? What would the company's major shareholders think? What would other companies in the city think? What would other cities around think? And what would these companies and unions that control the channels for high-end mechas think? So Yang Bo thought about it carefully, and he absolutely could not reveal that he had a way to get advanced mechas. I have to make those who provide me with advanced mecha feel that they are always under their control. If one day, I develop to a certain level of power, these people will use this channel to block me. By then, I will have enough talents to build a mecha production base. Aren't you afraid that I am a fake? With the help of 3 reception staff, Yang Bo quickly became a senior member of the Federal Mecha Engineer Union. Above the senior member is a super member. Mr. Lee, our mechatronic union has the ability to deal with anyone who deceives our union. Monica replied with a smile. When Yang Bo heard this, he knew how powerful the mechatronic union was in the Federation. Mr. Lee, our union will arrange personnel to contact you as soon as possible. Our union also has its own mall, which has many items not for sale. Jenny introduced again. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Yang Bo knew that the mechatronic union would also give him a login key, which he would use to bind his identity to log into the mall that was not open to the outside world. I can't get this key for the time being. I have to wait for the people from the Mecha Engineers Union to come to provide door-to-door service. Mr. Lee? Yang Bo took off his virtual glasses and saw that the other shareholders and Nelson were all looking at him. I have joined the Mecha Engineers Union, and now I am a senior member. After the union comes to identify me, I will be assigned a specific level. Yang Bo nodded. That's great, Mr. Lee. Our company is going to buy a large number of equipment. You are now a senior member and can buy mechas. Of course we will give Mr. Lee a commission according to the rules. Nelson rubbed his hands and said, if Mr. Lee is willing to make our company a member, our company will pay a registration fee every year. Nelson said again. After the Mecha Masters of the Mecha Masters Union reach a certain level, they can make their company a member. Companies that become members can not only buy various non-saleable items from the Mecha Masters Union, but also sell a lot of things. In other words, the Mecha Masters Union has won over all the companies where these senior Mecha Masters are, forming a circle of interests. Let's talk about it later. Yang Bo did not agree directly, because in the Federation, everything is about interests. It's okay to be affiliated, but the company has to pay a certain amount of money every year, or give a certain amount of other things. It's impossible to just say something there and agree. Of course. Nelson also knew that this matter would definitely not be so easy, and the company did not say that it could make the decision on its own, but had to go through the company's board of directors. He was still the acting chairman of the company, so he had to be sensible when doing things, and not give other shareholders the impression that he was arbitrary and domineering. Mr. Lee, can you help me buy some equipment when the time comes? Mr. Lee. The other shareholders of the company were also very enthusiastic. Yang Bo was not surprised by the attitude of these shareholders, because Yang Bo knew from Nelson's memory. In the Federation, there is a limit on high-end weapons and equipment. On the surface, it seems that the warlords of the Federation have a lot of weapons and equipment, various mecha fighters, bombs, etc. But after careful analysis, there have always been so many forces with top-level weapons and equipment. These forces will control high-end weapons and equipment. In this way, no matter how fierce the battles between the states of the Federation are, there will not be much impact. If the states and forces of the Federation can purchase unlimited and own high-end equipment, then when some companies are forced to the end of their rope, will they do something extreme? The simplest neutron energy bomb. One bomb can destroy all living things on the entire planet. Unless there is energy protection, the radiation of this bomb will penetrate and destroy all cells. Plants and animals cannot avoid it. If the top mechas are traded freely, then will these people operate these high-end mechas to threaten the lives of the current dignitaries in the Federation? Will kidnapping and extortion happen? Even if kidnapping and other things do not happen, then should these dignitaries invest more in their own guards? Okay. Yang Bo just smiled slightly when he heard what these shareholders said. Those shareholders who had conflicts with Lee John felt uncomfortable when they saw the scene. Several shareholders who had conflicts with John Lee looked at each other. These shareholders couldn't figure it out. Why did John Lee have such a perverted level of mecha control? Will John Lee take revenge on them? Then what should they do? In fact, Yang Bo had no intention of taking revenge on some of John Lee's former enemies, because Yang Bo no longer looked down on these shareholders. Even the city of Vichy, even the planet of Korea was looked down on by Yang Bo, because the planet was too polluted, and the interests of the cities on the planet were too complicated. The various forces on the planet of Korea are not limited to this planet, and the forces of other planets have also extended their tentacles. Anbong Bank is a good example. Yang Bo's first choice of planet is still the second world. Although the civilization of the second world is relatively backward, at least the planet is not polluted. Of course, it is a bit difficult to snatch the second world from the emperor of the Shuoan Empire. Yang Bo has a crazy idea in his mind. Of course, It is too difficult to rebel in the Blue Water Empire. However, he can stir up internal conflicts within the royal family and use the Second World as a bargaining chip to support a new emperor. This should be a way. But Yang Bo has no idea how to do it, because Yang Bo has no way to discuss with anyone. It is impossible to find a prince and say, I want to help you become the emperor, and you can give me a planet after you become the emperor. These princes will report to the emperor immediately, because no matter what his identity is, he can't make these princes believe that he can do it. 2 hours later, the uranium mine had established a complete defense system. The Golden Lion City had dispatched a troop and set up camp 20 kilometers away from the uranium mine. The purpose was obvious, which was to stop the continued expansion of Black Star. The companies and shareholders in the Golden Lion City had no energy to think about Black Star, because the Golden Lion City was still facing the biggest threat: the investigation team of the Alliance. Once the investigation team of the Alliance confirmed that the hacker attack was done by the Golden Lion City, then the Golden Lion City would have no choice but to wait for bankruptcy. So these companies and shareholders are now trying to transfer their assets. Once the city goes bankrupt, most of the wealth of these companies and shareholders will be lost. These shareholders still have companies, so they don't have the mood to care about Black Star Company. And John Lee has become a hot news figure in the entire galaxy. Countless institutions, companies, mecha masters, and individuals are analyzing the videos on the internet, because it is difficult to see the battle videos of mecha masters. Although John Lee's mecha master has not been certified by any organization, but the video data has explained everything. And there are data packages for sale online, which are the 5 fighters attacked by John and the damaged mechas. The equipment of these teams in Golden Lion City is connected to the city, and the background data of these equipment are all sold. Of course, some data cannot be obtained, because the communication was affected for a period of time. But a lot of things can be analyzed through these data packages and videos. Even many mecha academies organize their professors to analyze videos and data packets, and then rehearse. Some game companies have even produced corresponding mecha battle game maps. Let some mecha masters challenge in this game. Yang Bo returned to Xiaoyao Manor and shook his head after seeing these news. If Li Zhan's identity was in the Alliance, he would be able to earn a lot of money just by relying on his copyrights. But forget it. In the Federation, the Union of Mecha Engineers agreed to visit John Lee in 3 days. That is, to certify John Lee's level as a mecha engineer. At the same time, the Union of Mecha Engineers also announced that John Lee from Korea State had joined the Union. Yang Bo entered the underground safe house of Xiaoyao Manor again and returned to March Star, because he had to accompany Su Wei and the other two to watch a concert. The concerts were held for half a month in a row. Su Wei and the other two discussed and decided to watch 11 shows. They chose all the stars they liked. Bart from Devon Star and John Lee from Vichy City had nothing to do for the time being. It's just that in 3 days, the Federation's Mecha Master Union will certify Li Zhan's Mecha Master level. As for the expansion of Xiaoyao Manor, it won't be so fast, because Black Star Company has a lot of things to do now. Nelson wants to get the land around Xiaoyao Manor, so he has to exchange more land with the owners of these lands. Fortunately, Black Star Company has occupied a lot of land this time, but it takes time. Awesome. In the villa of March Star, Su Wei said with a little admiration. Su Wei and the other two are now junior mecha masters, so they pay close attention to the news about mecha masters. Now the 3 women are watching the video of Li Zhan, the mecha master of the Black-Hearted Federal Company, crushing the troops of Golden Lion City. There are also commentators who are specially equipped to explain every action of Li Zhan, and these people's interpretation is a bit too much, which makes Yang Bo doubt whether he did it himself. For example, when Yang Bo was avoiding the attack of the mecha of the ground troops of Golden Lion City, he used the terrain to fly close to the ground. According to the commentators, Grandmaster John Lee already had a complete plan and a complete course of action. John Lee did not destroy the missiles, but rushed towards the ground troops with them. This was definitely a stroke of genius. We can see that the energy weapons of the ground troops of Golden Lion City did not start the attack, because their ground troops identified the missiles following John Lee. This is a shortcoming of the automatic identification system. In this case, the energy weapons of the ground troops can be fired, but the intelligence system identified that the missiles were from its own people, so it was not fired. If the commander of the ground troops turned off the identification system in advance, then the outcome of this battle is likely to change. John Lee's mecha is very fast, But it cannot be faster than energy weapons. We have verified this from the background data packets of the ground troops' weapons and equipment. Although the mechas of the ground troops of Golden Lion City turned off the identification system in time. But it's too late. Lord John Lee flew over the ground forces. And the missiles fired by the Golden Lion City fighters not only locked onto Lord John Lee's mecha, but also had identification systems that would not attack the Golden Lion City's ground forces. But Lord John Lee made another correct choice, which was to use the laser cannon of his own mecha to attack these missiles. And Lord John Lee's timing of attack was just right, because more than 30 of the 40 missiles exploded over the ground forces. From the video data, we can see that the speed of these missiles has now reached Mach 13. If the attack time was even 0.01 seconds later, these missiles would have basically no damage to the ground forces. Because in 0.1 seconds, these missiles can fly hundreds of meters. Yang Bo looked at the virtual projection, and the hosts of the Alliance carefully interpreted each of their steps. There was no plan at all during the battle, all these things were just reactions on the spot. But in the mouths of these hosts, that is, Grandmaster Li Jian had a complete plan. And the host also made assumptions, that is, assuming that he did not do this, how would the problem be solved? Anyway, the final result is that, no matter how these troops of Golden Lion City react, the final winner is Mr. Li Jian. And these hosts on the Alliance side all respectfully call Li Jian His Excellency. That's amazing. You guys should work hard too. Yang Bo could only say this after hearing Su Wei's praise. I'm afraid that's hard to do. He's a mecha master. But we're still junior mecha masters. Yang Bo, do you think we should hire a mecha master to help us train? Su Wei and the other two shook their heads. Chapter 1019 Private Request. This suggestion is very good. I wonder if you have any candidates or good suggestions. When Yang Bo heard this, he felt that what Su Wei said made sense. Su Wei and the other two have now become junior mecha masters, proving that the three of them have good mecha master talents. Because the three of them are basically self-taught, of course. The three of them also have a great advantage, that is, each of them has an advanced mecha. Even the top mecha academy cannot let students have such a private mecha and be able to train anytime and anywhere. So the three of them are still very good in terms of mecha master talent. Each mecha master has his own style, which is formed in the process of continuous growth. Now we ask mecha masters to assist in training, mainly to conduct confrontation training. Form your own combat style in the continuous actual combat confrontation. Yang Bo is a mecha rookie, so he can't help the three people with training. So Yang Bo must agree to Su Wei's request. We still have to find members of the Mecha Master Union, after all. The information of these members is more transparent. Annie said after hearing Yang Bo's agreement. Xian nodded after hearing this. Although the membership fee of the Mecha Master Union is a little more expensive, it is more secure. Yang Bo heard the two people's suggestions and understood what they meant. The Alliance's Mecha Master Union is a very large group. The various rules of such a large group are relatively detailed. And the members will not violate the rules of such a group, because such a large group has the ability to deal with those who violate the rules. And such a large group cares a lot about its reputation. Therefore, there will be basically no problems with the services provided by such large groups. In addition, such large groups will also conduct background checks on members when recruiting members. Although it is inevitable that there are still some people with bad intentions in such groups, but the number is very small. There are also some other small groups, which are hard to say. Yang Bo, ask your friends if they have any connections in this regard. It is mainly because the Mecha Master Guild of March Star does not have many members. Su Wei spoke again. After Su Wei finished speaking, she took out her watch to show her search results. There are only more than 2,000 members registered in the March Star Mecha Master Guild, but most of them are junior and intermediate Mecha Masters. There are less than 200 senior Mecha Masters, and there are only a dozen Masters. There is no Master or Grand Master level Mecha Master. Of course, not all Mecha Masters join the guild, but this also proves the talent situation of March Star itself. The main reason is that March Star was too remote before, and it was too barren. There was no way to attract more talents to this planet. We still want to find someone with a higher level. You don't think it's a waste, do you? Su Wei explained again. Yang Bo shook his head and replied, of course not. Yang Bo understood what Su Wei meant. The higher the level of the Mecha Master, the better the training results. Because the training of the Mecha Master is a subconscious action in the end. If the Mecha Master's skills are too poor, then there is no point in the sparring. Yang Bo wanted to practice with Su Wei and the other two in person. But there was no way. I'll think of a way. Yang Bo knew that it would be difficult to find a master-level mecha master. Forget about the grandmaster-level mecha master. Such people are needed by every force in any place. Yang Bo went through it in his mind. There were only two people who could help him in this matter. One was Zhang Buizhen, and the other was Wang Muxue. There must be a senior mecha division in the 9th Fleet. And the mecha division of the 9th Fleet has another advantage, that is, they have participated in actual combat. And Yang Bo felt that it was reasonable for him to make this request to Zhang Buizhen and Wang Muxue. Because these two people owed him a lot of favors, now give them a chance to repay the favor. Especially for Wang Muxue, he has provided her with a lot of help. If he does not ask for anything in return, this woman might doubt his motives. Yang Bo also thought of one thing. That is, Wang Mushue's senior mecha master in the 9th Fleet might know the location of the Green Demon Star. I'll send a message to ask right away. Thinking of the Green Demon Star, Yang Bo felt a little itchy. I don't know how Tainyo is doing on the Green Demon Star. But the Tainyo tribe is very powerful. And there are generally no problems. Wang Muxue is handling things in the 9th Fleet. Or to be more precise, she is making a list. It is the list of medicines customized by Yang Bo. The 9th Fleet has a main battleship. And more than 10 battleships of various sizes. Wang Muxue has many confidants in the fleet. Most of whom have families and children. Not all of their children can become superpowers. Wang Muxue will select targets from these people to cooperate with the experiment. Wang Muxue saw the message Yang Bo sent her. And her mind was full of question marks. What does this guy want a senior mecha master for? Wang Muxue didn't know why Yang Bo asked her if she had a reliable senior mecha master. Sometimes people are too smart and think about many things. So Wang Muxue didn't reply to Yang Bo immediately, but thought about why the other party sent this message. After thinking for more than 10 minutes, Wang Muxue didn't think of what Yang Bo wanted the senior mecha master to help him do. Then she replied to Yang Bo, "What do you want the senior mecha master to do?" Yang Bo certainly didn't know that Wang Muxue saw the message he sent the first time. But he just thought about the reason why he sent this message for more than 10 minutes. Yang Bo didn't hide it, and directly sent another message. Su Wei has become a junior mecha master. I want to find a sparring partner for her. Preferably a master-level mecha master. Wang Muxue suddenly realized it after seeing the message sent by Yang Bo. If it were someone else, Wang Muxue would not believe it at all. But Yang Bo could do such a thing. Grandmaster-level mecha masters have great influence anywhere. Any Grandmaster-level mecha master, hearing that he is going to be a sparring partner for a junior mecha master, would probably be so angry that he would go crazy on the spot. I have 2 Grandmaster-level mecha masters here. I will talk to them first. Wang Muxue agreed immediately. Because Wang Muxue could not refuse Yang Bo. Yang Bo did a lot for the 9th Fleet. That's great. I'll be waiting for your good news. Of course. If it doesn't work, I'll look for my 4th brother. After seeing the other party's reply, Yang Bo replied immediately. There are 2 meanings in Yang Bo's reply. The first is that it doesn't matter if you can't do it, I still have a backup candidate. The second is that in this matter, I first looked for you, and didn't look for anyone else. Wang Muxue just replied with a good. Su Wei and the other 2 kept looking at Yang Bo when he sent the message. Yang Bo understood the feelings of Su Wei and the other 2. It was like a driver who had just obtained a driver's license, who wanted to drive wherever he went. But many experienced drivers were impatient to drive. Su Wei and the other 2 were at a time when they were very interested in mechas. Of course, this was related to their experiences. After all, they were all ordinary people before. Not to mention the profession of mecha master. Even becoming a superpower was a luxury. Now we are waiting for news. There is a high probability that there will be a master-level mecha master. Yang Bo knew that this matter was a sure thing. But he couldn't say too much now. Of course, Yang Bo also had a backup plan. If it really didn't work, he would buy a master-level mecha slave from the Federation. It just so happened that Li Jian had captured 2 master-level mecha slaves. If it didn't work, he would think of a way to sell one of them. But he couldn't be too confident. Master-level mecha. Su Wei and the other 2 were also very surprised to hear Yang Bo's words. Of course, if we want to invite someone, we should invite the best. Yang Bo looked as if it was a matter of course. Su Wei jumped up when she heard this and hugged Yang Bo's face and kissed him. You are so good to me. Then Annie and Xia also ran over to kiss Yang Bo's face. Yang Bo chuckled, being loved by his woman like this, everything is worth it. Wang Muxue in the Ninth Fleet was a little embarrassed, because he never let his subordinates do these personal things. But he couldn't ignore Yang Bo's affairs, because he owed Yang Bo a big favor. In addition, it was a bit inappropriate to let a mecha master serve as a sparring partner for 3 junior mecha masters. This was also the reason why Wang Muxue did not agree immediately. Because in the Alliance's army, subordinates can refuse to execute orders from their superiors that are not in compliance with regulations. The Ninth Fleet has 2 mecha masters, and both have participated in actual combat. These 2 mecha masters are serving on the flagship. The 2 mecha masters are the leaders of 2 mecha regiments. There are 2 mecha regiments on the flagship of the Ninth Fleet, with a total of 600 mecha divisions. There are hundreds of mecha divisions on other warships of the Ninth Fleet. General. Soon the leader of the 1st mecha division of the Ninth Fleet came to Wang Muxue's office. The other party was a bald white youth, who looked like he was in his 30s. But he was actually 126 years old. Matt. Sit down, Wang Muxue said. Thank you, General. Matt said thank you, and then sat on the chair in a proper manner. Matt, I have a private matter that I would like to ask you for help with. And you have to keep it confidential, and not tell anyone, Wang Muxue said directly. Matt was obviously surprised to hear this, because General Wang had never asked any of his subordinates to do personal things. General, can you be more specific? Is what you are going to do illegal? Matt did not agree immediately, but asked. It is not illegal. And it is also related to your profession. You are serving as a sparring partner for 3 junior mecha masters. Wang Muxue directly said this. Ah, junior mecha master? Matt's mind was in a mess. What kind of person could make the general make an exception? The sparring partner is in the fleet. Wang Muxue said this because she planned to let Su Wei and the other 2 come to the team to train. Because it would be more troublesome to let Matt leave the fleet to train the 3 people on March Star. Matt's military rank is colonel, and officers in the fleet need to report to March Star before they can go. Moreover, the watch will be positioned throughout the whole process, so it would be easier to open a temporary permission and let Su Wei and the other 2 come to the fleet. This? Matt hesitated a little. As a mecha master, it felt a little embarrassing to serve as a sparring partner for 3 junior mecha masters. I'll give you a day to think about it. Wang Muxue saw Matt's look and knew the result. So she said decisively, Yes, General. Matt nodded. Soon after Matt left, the 2nd mecha master arrived. Wang Muxue could directly send messages to everyone's smart terminal. General. This time, the one who came was a yellow-skinned, black short-haired woman. Ada. Sit down. This mecha master is one of the few women. But this mecha master is good at long-range sniping. This is why Wang Muxue did not look for Ada immediately. Because relatively speaking, the long-range combat of mecha is relatively weak. Because the range of use of mecha's long-range weapons is very narrow. Because the main battlefield of mecha is occupation. That is, the battlefield is mainly street fighting or interior of some buildings. And many times mechas cooperate with fighters and warships. Many times long-range mechas have no chance to go to the battlefield. Because in terms of long-range strikes, fighters, warships, and even various drones have more advantages. Wang Muxue repeated what she had just said. General, I will listen to you. After hearing this, Ada stood up and answered. Wouldn't you consider it? Wang Muxue asked after looking at Ada's answer. For the general to make an exception, it must not be a small matter, and I can be here today because the general has taken a lot of care of me. Ada looked at Wang Muxue and answered. Well, I will inform you when I am ready, and this matter must be kept secret. Yes, General. Ada saluted. By the way, I have a special test quota here, which can customize the gene evolution potion according to the user's attributes. Even if the first gene purification fails, it can still be customized. Wang Muxue spoke again. Thank you, General. Ida was very excited to hear this. Everyone in the Ninth Fleet knew that the General could get super high-quality gene potions. That means there is a highly skilled pharmacist behind the General. Customized gene evolution potions. This is rare. The reason why General Ing told me now must be because I promised the General. Don't tell anyone about this. Because the quota is limited. And the success rate of this customized medicine is very high. Wang Muxue nodded. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. Ada thanked him repeatedly, and then left. Even if Ada couldn't sell this quota herself, she could still make a lot of money. Chapter 1020 Arrangement. Wang Mushua sent another message to Yang Bo and arranged the training location in the 9th Fleet and said that the facilities of the 9th Fleet were more complete. Yang Bo also knew that the soldiers of the 9th Fleet of the army left the fleet when they were on duty, which needed to be controlled. Soldiers of the Alliance Fleet have 4 months of vacation every year, and the rest of the time they have to serve in the fleet. Of course, if it is a ground force, it is different. There are normal Saturdays and Sundays, but this kind of rotation on the warship, there is no way to rest every Sunday like the ground forces. If the warship is on a field mission, it will extend its vacation according to the warship's own plan. Wang Mushua also sent Yang Bo information about Ida. How is it? Su Wei and the other two looked at Yang Bo reading the message and asked with concern. We have found a mecha master. But this mecha master is good at long-range sniping. Yang Bo answered. That's good. Yes, I like long-range sniping. How cool is the mecha holding a long-range high-energy laser gun? Su Wei and the other two heard Yang Bo say this and said happily instead. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this, because Yang Bo himself did not think there was anything wrong with this mecha master. Although Ada was good at long-range sniping, her close combat was still very high. There was no problem at all for her to be a sparring partner for Su Wei and the other two, because it would probably take a long time for Su Wei and the other two to grow to the level of a mecha master. Because a mecha master is not only about the level of mecha control, but more importantly, the level of his superpowers. In other words, if the superpower level does not reach a certain level, then the mecha master's nerve reaction speed and so on will not reach the value of a mecha master. So you can let Su Wei and the other two train first. If the talents shown by the other three are good enough, then you can find a way. Yang Bo himself did not expect Su Wei and the other two to help him much in terms of mecha. If you really want Su Wei and the other two to participate in the war on the official day, this possibility is very small. Of course, this is also the situation faced by most of the senior mecha masters in the Alliance. These senior mechas have only abilities, but no room for development. As a soldier, what he desires most is military exploits, and he hopes to show his abilities in the war, because in peacetime, the promotion of soldiers is full of shady dealings. Both of them are master-level mecha masters, but without the demonstration of war, who can be promoted depends on who has strong connections. Where is it? You are not going to other planets, are you? Su Wei and the other two asked anxiously. Yang Bo shook his head when he heard this. Don't tell outsiders what I will say next. And don't let outsiders know. You will go to the 9th Fleet for training. And when you train, you must wear the mecha protective suits you carry with you. The master-level mecha master who guides your training will not know your identity. And no one will ask you. Hearing Yang Bo's words, the three women widened their eyes, not believing it at all. Ah, the 9th Fleet? I am from the Empire. Can I join your fleet? Su Wei asked in disbelief. Of course, you will not come into contact with other people after you go to the fleet. What Yang Bo said was also arranged by Wang Mushua. The reason for this arrangement is mainly to keep it secret. If Ada knows the identities of Su Wei and the other two, she may know Yang Bo's identity. And there is another meaning to not letting Ada know the identities of Su Wei and the other two. Although Ada is one of Wang Mushua's confidants, it is difficult to tell the relationship between people. Ada does not know the identities of Su Wei and the other two. Even if something happens in the future, she will not bring this matter up, because it can make a fleet commander, the admiral of the Empire, come out in person to do some private things. So who is involved behind the scenes? Ada does not dare to bring this matter up easily without any evidence, because the unknown is the most dangerous. Su Wei and the other two still haven't reacted yet. How did Yang Bo have such a close relationship with the 9th Fleet? He was able to easily allow the three of them to enter the 9th Fleet and use the training grounds on the fleet for training. What a strong relationship is needed to achieve this. Su Wei and the other two are not fools, and they naturally know that. This can't be Zhang Buizhen's relationship in the middle, because there can't be any close relationship between the military and politicians of the Alliance. When did you get to know someone from the 9th Fleet? Su Wei looked at Yang Bo suspiciously. Actually, she's Zhou Rui's distant cousin. Yang Bo changed his words. He didn't say that he knew Wang Mushua, but mentioned Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui's cousin? Su Wei and the other two certainly knew Zhou Rui. She's the commander-in-chief of the 9th Fleet, the only female admiral in the Alliance. Yang Bo explained again. Ah. This. Su Wei and the other two were even more shocked. Yang Bo. You actually know this admiral? This is the pride of all the women in our alliance. You actually know her. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Annie and Shio were so excited that they were a little incoherent. There's no way to say that. Yang Bo couldn't say that he didn't know this. Then can we meet this general? A female general. Even in our empire, there are very few female generals. I've also heard that your female general is the only one who was promoted based on military merit. That's right, but there's very little personal information about this general. This female general of our alliance not only captured all the pirates in the battle with them, but also suppressed the rebellion on Patostar. Annie and Xia introduced her to Su Wei. Yang Bo felt a little bad. I didn't expect that the three women would worship Wang Muxue so much. But Yang Bo couldn't say bad things about others, because what Annie and Xia said was completely correct. Wang Muxue's identity and personal information were kept secret from the outside world. In the past, he just used a pseudonym. After being promoted to admiral, his name was really made public, but his specific appearance and age were kept secret. However, Wang Muxue's reputation among the people of the alliance was polarized. One was that Annie and Xia regarded him as an idol. Another view is that Wang Muxue is a butcher, because he killed too many people in the suppression of rebellions and the battles with pirates. In the environment of the alliance, no matter how right you are, there will be people who oppose you. Moreover, Wang Muxue was excluded by the military. So naturally there are people who fuel these things. In the alliance, there are people who stand up to oppose anything you do. And their reasons are quite bizarre. Can we meet this general? Su Wei searched the internet again. And then the three of them looked at Yang Bo eagerly. It's hard for me to say, after all. He is an admiral, and this matter is private. Yang Bo didn't know how to say this matter, because Yang Bo felt that if Su Wei and the other two stayed with Wang Muxue for a long time, it might have some influence. So Yang Bo's words were ambiguous. Su Wei and the other two didn't know the real relationship between Yang Bo and Wang Muxue. After hearing what Yang Bo said, there was no doubt, after all. The other party was an admiral. It was good enough to make an exception and let the three of them go to the battleship for training, but it was not certain whether he would meet him or not. After this concert, you can go to the warship for training. There will be fighter jets to pick you up. But before that you must wear mecha protective suits, so that others will not recognize you. After arriving on the warship, they will provide special mechas. The mecha protective suits Yang Bo mentioned are those that cover the whole body of a person. You can't see who is inside the mecha protective suit. Yeah. Su Wei and the other two nodded. And this master-level mecha master is also a woman. Yang Bo added. Wow. So amazing. Su Wei and the other two were surprised again. Wang Muxue still had some preparations to do, so the three of them couldn't go to the training right away. For example, they had to arrange a place for mecha training on the warship. They also had to arrange Ada's shift. In addition, they had to arrange fighter planes to pick up Su Wei and the other two. They also had to grant temporary permissions to the three of them. They also had to select some of their trusted officers to participate in Yang Bo's customized drug test. And the people who participated in the customized drug test couldn't arrive in a short time, because these officers themselves were superpowers, but their families needed them. It will take some time for these people to come to March Star. Su Wei and the other two were excited. After all, it was rare to find a master-level mecha master for training. Moreover, he was a master-level mecha master in the army. Yang Bo looked at the excitement of the three people, and was also very satisfied. It's a pity that I can't show my mecha ability. Then let's see if I can go to the 9th Fleet to find out the location of the Green Demon Star. Yang Bo also had his own plan. Yang Bo has no good feelings towards these stars in the Alliance, because these stars can have such a great influence because of some of their tendencies. For example, some tend to be environmentally friendly, and some tend to be women's rights. Of course, these are more popular and conservative. These stars will not participate in some extreme tendencies. However, in order to maintain their popularity, stars often make some weird remarks. Some stars even deliberately stir up some things, such as exacerbating the confrontation between men and women, etc. These people, in order to gain traffic, can be said to do everything possible. Fortunately, Su Wei and the other two were not very interested in these stars with extreme remarks. In the evening, Yang Bo accompanied the three to watch a concert. After the concert, Yang Bo went into the laboratory. to deal with some matters of the Federation and the Empire. On Devon Star of the Blue Empire, Yang Bo came out of the space mecha and saw White and the other two waiting next to him. Boss. White and the other two had no idea that Yang Bo could move to Devon Star by himself, so they took out the plan they had prepared long ago. I only have 12 hours this time, so let's start as soon as possible. Yang Bo looked at the plan in his hand and saw that it was a production plan. That is, the production plan of ultra-high temperature materials and parts. Okay. White and the other two hurried to prepare, and Yang Bo left the laboratory. Butler Jerry was also waiting here, and handed some information to Yang Bo. The independent investigation team sent by the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire has arrived at Devon Star to conduct an independent investigation of the terrorist incident that occurred on Devon Star. But Yang Bo knew that there was no way to find any results. The reason why the independent investigation team was launched was because there were too many backgrounds of the people involved. The people who attacked Bart included members of the Alliance's anti-government armed forces and members of the assassin organization. The people who were attacked by the Empire investigation team also had complicated backgrounds. Some were from the Emperor, some were from other big families, and some were from the Temple of God. Temple of God. Yang Bo got a piece of news from Jerry that was not very certain. That is, people from the Temple of God had also arrived at Devon Star. Yang Bo was still holding people from the Temple of God in Devon Star. It was impossible to correct such brainwashed people. The reason why Yang Bo locked this person up was mainly to wait for the people behind the temple to investigate. However, Yang Bo did not have time to investigate the people in the temple, because the main task at this stage was to develop in the Federation. Pay close attention. Yang Bo just gave orders to Jerry the butler. Then Yang Bo returned to the ultra-high temperature material laboratory to manufacture ultra-high temperature materials and parts. It was precisely because the ultra-high temperature material laboratory continued to ship products that the outside world thought that Bart had been working in the laboratory. Yang Bo made rough high-temperature materials and parts at one time, and then the laboratory slowly shipped them. After 12 hours, Yang Bo returned to March Star through the mecha. Then he accompanied Su Wei and the other two to watch the concert. After the concert, Yang Bo returned to the basement, and then came to the Federation. After arriving in the Federation, Yang Bo left the underground safe house. And then Li John's watch received a lot of information, mainly the follow-up report of the entire plan by Black Star Company, involving spoils of war and the division of territory. Because this incident is not just about Black Star Company occupying the land, there are two other companies in Vichy City. Yang Bo just looked at these. Yang Bo is concerned about the people of the Federal Mecha Master Guild. The people of the Federal Mecha Master Guild have confirmed the time of the visit. However, Yang Bo made an appointment with the other party in the company. The purpose of the Mecha Master Guild's visit this time is to verify what level of Mecha Master Li John has reached. Yang Bo looked at it. The agreed time was tomorrow, and it happened to be the time when he would accompany Su Wei and the other two to watch the concert, so he sent an email to change the time. The reason for the error in time was because of the transportation of the Federation. It is hard to imagine that in the modern society with advanced science, the transportation of the Federation is not on time at all. 95% of the Federation spacecraft flights will be delayed, not to mention other means of transportation. As for why there are delays, there are too many reasons. Chapter 1021 Grandmaster's Recognition. The Federation's Mecha Masters Union had no complaints about Li Yuehan's change of the agreed time, because based on the video data alone, Li Yuehan could make the people of the Mecha Masters Union wait. No one would suspect that the video data was fake, because the cost of fake was too high, whether it was the first counter-killing of the Pufferfish mercenary group, or the friction between the Black Star Company and the Golden Lion City. If it was fake, the cost would be too high. Of course, the reason why the conflict between Black Star Company and Golden Lion City is friction is that the impact of this conflict on Golden Lion City is not very fatal. At least there are few casualties. In the Federation, people are not valuable, but they are very valuable, because as a city, population is still the first priority, and only a sufficient population can create enough profits. Population is not valuable, because equipment is more valuable, and the automation equipment of the Federation is expensive. The main reason is that few companies in the Federation can achieve full industrial production. Take a bionic robot for example. There are many technologies involved, and it is difficult for a company to master all of them. In the Alliance, many companies also work together, but in the Federation, it is difficult for companies to gain trust. Even if a company can make bionic robots, other companies in the Federation will not buy the ones produced in their own country, because they are afraid that there are backdoors in these devices. They would rather buy the equipment imported from the Alliance at a high price. So the price of the equipment is very high. As long as the city of Golden Lion City is not invaded, and the population does not suffer a major loss, it is not a big deal. Because these are the fundamentals. Once the city is captured and the population is robbed, the Golden Lion City will face a huge threat. Besides, the main crisis of the Golden Lion City this time comes from other aspects. Yang Bo accompanied Sui and the other two to watch a concert, and then attended a cocktail party. This cocktail party was hosted by Lu Jijia. Not many people came. Zhou Rui, Lu Jingxiang, etc. You should come out to attend more parties. Lu Jijia and Yang Bo sat in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside the window. This was a rare quietness between the storms. What a waste of time. If Sui and the other two hadn't come, I would rather do research in the lab. Yang Bo looked at Sui and the other two chatting with Zhou Rui, Lu Jingxiang and the other girls, and said, TSK. Lu Jijia didn't know what to say. Yang Bo's personality may have been formed under the welfare system in the past. And the key is that Yang Bo is not only a genius, but also very hardworking. Whether it is potion making, superpowers, or swordsmanship, they are all geniuses among geniuses. Except for not liking to socialize. Everything else can be said to be perfect. There is also money. The more potions Zhang Buizhen sells, the more money he can give to Yang Bo. There is also love. Sui, the princess of the empire, follows him to the Federation. Anyway, Lu Jijia feels that there is no love in the Alliance. Love in the Alliance has to go through too many tests. In the Alliance, it is more about matching conditions between men and women. Many times, Lu Jijia couldn't figure out why Yang Bo had such an almost perfect life. And Yang Bo didn't mess around outside. Unlike most people in the Alliance who have money, they hang around here and there. Are you free in a week? Zhou Rui and I have a few people here who want to customize the genetic evolution medicine. Lu Jijia asked in a low voice. No problem. Yang Bo nodded. On the other side, Sui was chatting with a few women. Anyway, it was all about women's things. Occasionally looking back at Yang Bo and drinking tea. After the cocktail party, on the way back, Sui said, it seems that the three of us have nothing to say to them. They just talked about bags and clothes, and how much they cost. Annie also nodded. Xia said with a smile, compared to our mecha, it's nothing. I used to like bags and clothes, but now I like mecha more. Yang Bo heard this, smiled slightly, and said nothing. It is normal for Sui and the other two to have such feelings. Even on Earth. Although women like bags and clothes, they don't like supercars? There is a huge gap between bags and clothes and supercars. What's more, mechas are much higher end than supercars. When you become a senior mecha master, I will give you some special gifts. Yang Bo said. The gift Yang Bo mentioned was a space mecha. He still had several of them. Even if Sui and the other two could not reach the level of a senior mecha master in the future, he would give them to them. He said this now to encourage the three of them. Really? What is it? Sui asked hurriedly after hearing this. The gift must be kept secret. Otherwise there will be no surprise. Yang Bo smiled. The bees in Wanhua Valley are completely different from the original ones. The largest one is already this big, and they are very ferocious. Sui talked about another thing. Yang Bo hadn't been to Wanhua Valley for a while. The bees in Wanhua Valley are secondary mutations, and the bees in Huagua Mountain are black rock bees. I'll take some time to go and see. Yang Bo nodded. I don't know if the secondary mutation bees have honey. Can it be eaten? Is there any effect? Do you think they will escape? Sui asked again with some concern. It should be fine. Wanhua Valley also uses an intelligent system. If there is a problem, there will be an alarm message. Yang Bo still doesn't know what the use of these secondary mutated bees is. Because no one knows the direction of the secondary mutation, and whether the mutation is stable or not. Modern scientists have done a lot of mutation experiments. The first generation of many animals and plants is very good, but the second and third generations are hard to say. If it is useful, should we develop it ourselves or give it to the fourth brother? Sui asked again. I'll do some research first. If it's useful, I'll send some back to your family first. And then I'll develop the rest with my fourth brother. At this time, the car arrived at the door of the house. And Yang Bo said as he got out of the car, "Ah?" Su Wei was a little surprised. Because the home Yang Bo was talking about was the home of the empire. This kind of bees has a harsh growth environment. If you want to operate it commercially, it requires a lot of investment. The environment of March Star is not suitable for wild breeding, but it is suitable for building greenhouses like Wanhua Valley. This is very beneficial to the development of March Star. This way, my land will appreciate faster and higher, Yang Bo said as he let Su Wei and the other two walk in front. Yeah, winter will be over in the second game world in a while. Do you have time to play games? Su Wei asked as she walked. Of course I have time. I am doing these experiments now, so that I can play games when spring comes in the second world. Yang Bo knew that Su Wei asked this because she must want to play games with him. In fact, Yang Bo also missed playing games with Su Wei in the game and hunting rabbits together every day. Yang Bo knew that Su Wei didn't have much time to play games, mecha training, superpower training, and some other miscellaneous things, so there was no way she could have more time to play games. Yeah. Su Wei nodded happily when she heard Yang Bo say that. Su Wei has grown a lot. Now 1.72 meters tall. But her face is still a baby face, which is the secondary development after becoming a superpower. We will do it together then, Annie and Xia also said. Of course. Let's go. It's time to train our superpowers. If we don't work hard, Yang Bo will still be young in the future, and we will all be old women. Su Wei laughed after she finished speaking. Yang Bo shook his head and said nothing. Although Su Wei and the other two had a good relationship, they were actually competing with each other in private. Superpowers, mecha training, they were all competing with each other. This was actually a good thing, because Yang Bo didn't want to see his woman become an old woman after dozens or hundreds of years. Yang Bo entered the underground laboratory, which was not doing any experiments at the moment, and then came to the federal city of Vichy. Yang Bo still drove the mecha to Vichy. Vichy has been very lively recently, because the three companies in Vichy have acquired a lot of land, and there are many job opportunities. So there are many tasks in the mission hall in the center of Vichy City, such as reclaiming land and building new fences on the land. Yang Bo knew that Vichy City occupied the land of Golden Lion City, and only 20% of the owners of these lands stayed, and the rest all ran away, because only this 20% of the land is privately owned, and the rest are owned by the companies or gangs in Golden Lion City. These companies, gangs and families in Golden Lion City have had many conflicts with the companies in Vichy City. If you don't leave, will you be liquidated by the companies in Vichy City? Of course. There are also land leasing and the like. And you don't need to pay any cost. You can sign a contract with Black Star Company or other companies and pay as much goods as you want. For initial investment, you can also seek loans from Black Star Company, etc. Black Star Company is also willing to develop these tenants, because it can reduce the cost of management. So when Yang Bo's mecha went to the headquarters of Black Star Company, he saw a lot of miscellaneous vehicles on the road. These are some planting and breeding equipment. Most of these equipment look old. Most of these equipment are manual equipment, with a small number of semi-automatic equipment. Mr. Lee, Yang Bo controlled the mecha and just landed at the door of Black Star Company, and the acting chairman brought people to greet him at the door. Mr. Lee, this is the head of the Federal Mechanic Union, the Korea branch, Ms. Maria. Nelson introduced a burly woman. This woman was about 2 meters tall, weighed more than 200 kilograms, had her hair combed into strands, had yellow skin, and looked quite tough. However, this Maria greeted very respectfully, Mr. John Lee. Welcome, Ms. Maria. When Yang Bo saw Maria like this, he knew that this woman was not simple. We also welcome Mr. John Lee to join our union, Maria said. Mr. Lee, do you still recognize us? Maria's 3 beautiful women in business suits looked at Yang Bo and asked with a smile. Welcome. 3 ladies. Yang Bo looked at the 3 people. The 3 women who received him. Jenny, Monica, and Luna. They will serve you, Mr. Lee, in the future. Of course, their salaries will still be paid by our union. Moreover, they are all superpowered people, and have some special superpowers, and are proficient in many skills. I hope Mr. Lee will be satisfied, Maria replied with a smile. Yang Bo didn't know what it meant. Is it used to monitor him? So he nodded. We'll talk about this later. First, we'll talk about it after we get our Mecha Master level certified. Well, I don't know what the next process is. Yongbo didn't have time to talk to these people. Everyone was busy. As the acting chairman of Black Star Company, Nelson had a lot of things to do recently. Black Star Company was the biggest winner in this operation. There was still a lot of follow-up work to be done. Mr. Lee, it's very simple. The mecha accelerates from 0 to Mach 15 and turns around. Do you understand? Maria said. Hearing this, Yongbo asked, Maria, do you mean that I control the mecha to turn around at a speed of 15 Mach, and then evaluate it based on the turning time and distance of my mecha? Yes. This is the simplest, but also the most difficult. On the one hand, it tests the Mecha Master's endurance, and on the other hand, it tests the Mecha Master's reaction speed. Maria nodded. Yongbo asked, do you have professional mechas? There are professional mechas. Of course. Mr. Lee can also use his own mecha. We have a calculation model. Maria said. Then take your professional mecha. Yongbo chose the mecha provided by the Mecha Master Union. Nelson said on the side, we have checked the mecha. Yes. Yongbo nodded. The mecha of the Mecha Master Union is also a 10th generation mecha, but it is not an air superiority mecha. It is a mecha with relatively balanced performance, because air superiority mecha has an advantage in acceleration. Black Star Company specially cleared a piece of airspace. After Yongbo got on the mecha, he first checked the data of the mecha, that is, he controlled the mecha to move. It's actually a separate operating system. Yongbo soon discovered that the operating system of this mecha was not from the Alliance or the Empire, but a new operating system. There are quite a few problems. Well, it looks like I can make more money in the future. Yongbo soon discovered that this operating system had quite a few problems. I'm ready. Yongbo familiarized himself with it for a few minutes, and then spoke on the communication channel. Mr. Lee, you call the start button yourself, and we'll start testing. Maria also brought a lot of staff with her, as well as equipment specifically designed to track mechas. Start. Yongbo shouted start. The rocket backpack behind the mech was activated instantly, and the mech was ejected from the ground instantly. Boom! The mech broke through the sound barrier in 0.5 seconds, making a bang. And at this time, the mech was less than 100 meters above the ground. So fast! Maria was also surprised. 1 second. 6 Mach. 1.5 seconds. 10 Mach. 2.3 seconds. 15 Mach. The staff of the Mech Master Union shouted excitedly. Haha, Master Lee John's speed when he was attacked was even faster than this. Nelson laughed, and glanced at the 3 full-time assistants that the Mecha Master Union prepared for Lee John. These were specially trained by the Mecha Master Union. They were not only beautiful, but also highly educated, and knew a lot of things. After Yongbo's mecha reached Mach 15, it began to turn around. This time in the air, there was no way to use any power. However, Yongbo directly adjusted the parameters of the rocket backpack, and the rocket backpack directly exerted force to the side. The thrust of the rocket backpack is now so strong that the mecha will lose control if it turns slightly. The mecha flipped in the air and turned over directly. It was a bit like a car that lost control on the highway and spun on the road in an instant. Of course, Yongbo controlled the mecha very well. After the mecha flipped over, it stabilized instantly, and then closed the mecha rocket backpack, and with the remaining power, flew back directly. Beautiful. Congratulations, Mr. John Lee. You are already a super member of our union, and have reached the level of Grandmaster. When Yongbo controlled the mecha to return to the starting point, Maria said with a little flattery. Because in this short period of time, the top leaders of the Mecha Master Union, who watched the whole process remotely, have made a decision. This is the fastest time in the history of the Union to be recognized. And it is a recognized Grandmaster. Thank you. Yongbo smiled slightly. Chapter 1022, Ready to Fall into the Trap. Congratulations to Mr. Lee. Congratulations to Mr. Lee. Congratulations to Grandmaster Lee. Other shareholders of Black Star Company congratulated Yongbo one after another. These people knew better than Yongbo how slow the certification process of the Mecha Masters Union was, because the Mecha Masters Union never lacked people. Just like some high-end clubs on Earth, there are many thresholds set. And this time, Lee John had just completed the action, and he became the Grandmaster of the Mecha Masters Union. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. Of course, all the shareholders present also understood that it was Lee John's technical level. As for this action just now, Who can do it with the current Grand Master of the Mecha Master Union? At least not on the surface. This kind of mecha flips in the air. If you are not careful, it will directly become an accident. Mr. Lee John, you are now a super member of our Mecha Master Union, and you enjoy many benefits. This is our exclusive terminal for super members. With this terminal, you can get great discounts on purchasing mechas and other equipment. In addition, the exclusive terminal can also take all passenger spacecrafts in the Federation for free. On planets with conditions, our union will also provide other exclusive services. In addition, we can also recommend you to participate in politics, such as the Senate of Korea State. Maria paused here, and then looked at Lee John. Yang Bo was fiddling with the exclusive terminal Maria gave him, which was actually an external module for a watch. This module contained encrypted data and programs, which could not be downloaded online, and could only be installed in this mode. Thank you. I am happy to serve the council. When Yang Bo heard this, he was a little surprised, but he agreed immediately, because Yang Bo felt that this was a way to recruit him. Because for a mecha master of his level, the Korea State Council would not push him to the opposite side, but would only win him over and make him one of them. In fact, the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives in Korea State are all powerful people on this planet. So the Parliament is just an institution that allows these powerful people to distribute benefits. Of course, the Parliament of the Alliance is the same. In the election of the Alliance, it all depends on who spends more money. So if you don't have money, don't even think about being a city councillor. Mr. John Lee, our union held a celebration party for you. I don't know, Maria said again. Of course, I'm willing to go. Yang Bo nodded. Okay. After the arrangement is made, we will notify you. And we will also notify your dedicated assistant at the same time, Maria said. Okay. Thank you. Yang Bo nodded. Everyone. To celebrate Mr. Lee becoming the Grand Master of Mecha, our company specially held a celebration cocktail party. Please give us a chance, Nelson said at this time. Yang Bo also nodded. Nelson must want to hook up with the Mecha Master Union, whether it succeeds or not. This is a qualification. The Black Star Company's cocktail party was very grand, with all kinds of imported food, drinks, etc., all of which were imported from the Alliance, and all indicators were far higher than the Federation's products. In the Federation, the rich people eat and use imported things, most of which are Alliance products, because among the three countries, the Alliance does the best in these aspects, such as food safety, environment, etc. As for the Empire, if those damn nobles commit fraud, the Federation will have no way to stop them. Moreover, the best things in the Empire will not be exported, and the best nobles will enjoy them themselves. There were many beauties at the party. Yang Bo looked at these beauties. Although if he nodded, these women would go home with him, Yang Bo did not do that. There were originally more than a dozen women in Lee John's family. They were all dismissed by Yang Bo, because those women belonged to Lee John, not to him. The rich people in the Federation live extravagantly. And in this environment of the Federation, as long as you have money, you can have as many women as you want. Just like the genetically modified human that Yang Bo bought with Bart's identity, this is a specialty of the Federation. It's hard to say the success rate of genetic modification, but it is definitely not high, otherwise it would not be auctioned at such a high price. Think about it more carefully. What about those failed products? Think about it more carefully. Are all those who participated in genetic modification voluntary? Of course. In this environment of the Federation, if the rich and powerful people set their sights on you, then you will definitely not be able to escape. They will squeeze your living space, forcing you to make choices, and you cannot even decide your own death. Mr. Lee, congratulations on becoming a senator. In the future, our company will have one more person who raised his hand. Pitt saw John Lee rejecting beautiful women one after another, and wondered in his heart, this guy has changed his nature. When he attended the cocktail party before, he quickly disappeared and went to fool around with those women, so he came over with a wine glass. The company is the company. And I am me. Yang Bo saw Pete raise his glass. So he also raised his glass, and said in a low voice, Hee hee. It's my duty. Pete certainly knew what Lee John meant, because Lee John's mecha division technology was his own. Mr. Lee John, there are also calculations in the Senate. It's better for you not to get involved in some departments of Korea State. It's too troublesome. Pete said again. Oh. Yongbo heard this and looked at Pete and said, "Oh, I have prepared a list for you. The first is the tax inspection department. You know, who among us is willing to pay taxes? It is difficult to collect taxes from rich people. If anyone forcibly collects taxes, these rich people will buy their lives with money. Those poor people have no money, and they have only one life. When they are forced into a corner, they can do anything," Pitt said with a smile, and then sent the prepared information to John Lee. Yongbo heard this and nodded. The rich people in the Federation are armed, and ordinary people really dare not provoke them. If you have no money, you have only one life. Believe it or not, you will lose your life if you don't collect taxes. The second is customs inspection. Who are the people who can smuggle? The other is the security department. This is a poor place. It is impossible for the members of the parliament to let the security department have advanced equipment. On the one hand, the security department is not under their control. What if the people in the security department deal with them one day? The second is that the parliament's funding has been invested in the industries of various members, and no member is willing to take over the security department, because no matter how good the security force is, it belongs to everyone. Yongbo understood, but Yongbo felt that these departments were prepared for him, especially the security department. I have hacking technology, and then no one can take away the satellites of the security department. And my warship just found an opportunity. There is a way, there is a way. As for who wants to stop me, it's easy to deal with. I will directly post the task anonymously in the Free Mercenary Union, and then accept the task myself. Anyway, these federal congressmen, 100% are not good people. Thank you, but I'd like to ask, how do you know this? Pete? Yongbo raised his glass to thank you. Hee. Although we can't be members of parliament, we still have to care about the political situation. After all, a word from these members of parliament may affect our interests, Pete said with a chuckle. Yeah. Yongbo nodded. After Pete finished talking to Yongbo, he left. Maria came to Yongbo in a skirt and a glass of wine. Although Maria looked like this, there were still many handsome men who talked to her at the party, and Nelson was one of them. In the Federation, as long as a man has power and money, he can have many women, and the same is true for women. As mentioned before, because of certain genes, the president of a superpower is very special. This kind of person is generally very strong. Mr. John Lee, the Union celebration reception will be held in a week. At that time, not only members of the Korea Mecha Engineers Union will attend, but also members of the Malu Mecha Engineers Union, and some celebrities and politicians from Korea will attend, Maria said with a smile. But when she smiles, it's a bit. Thank you, Ms. Maria. Yongbo nodded. As far as I know, there are still many vacancies in the government departments of Korea State. If you want to work in the government departments, our union can provide a lot of help, Maria said with a smile. Thank you. I will consider it. Yongbo nodded. It seems that the union also has its own political needs. Okay. Maria raised her glass and left. Some things are not the right time to say. At the party, waves of people came to drink with Yongbo and chatted with him, because Yongbo was the protagonist of the party. After the party, the 3 exclusive assistants arranged by the union stayed in Vichy City, and John Lee also had an industry here. Then Yongbo returned to Shaoyang Manor and carefully looked at the things Peter sent him. Commander of the Guard Fleet? Yongbo was very satisfied with the position. And this position was vacant, because the funding for the Guard Fleet was getting less and less. And it was called a fleet. But in fact it was just some armed satellites, armed transport ships and other things. The reason why the parliament did not allocate funds is that these members are afraid that the fleet will become bigger and stronger. And then not only will they not listen to their commands, but they may also turn against them. Let me ask you, when the warships lock on you, do you dare to resist? But how can I get this position? If I ask for it on my own initiative, I am afraid people will be suspicious. But according to the nature of parliamentarians, I definitely can't think of a good position. My influence in Korea State is not enough to get a better position. Maybe someone will dig a pit for me, or I will fall into the pit. If I can get the position of fleet commander, then, Yongbo smiled. As long as he has a fleet at that time, there will naturally be people in Korea State standing on his side. As long as he performs well enough, there will be people who will depend on him. Chapter 1023 Finding Faults. This is probably the goal, but the specific operation will have to wait and see. The Federal Mecha Master Union issued an announcement, His Excellency John Lee of Korea officially became the 3,421st Grandmaster of the Mecha Master Union, and the 63rd Grandmaster at this stage. The first one is the number of Grandmasters since the establishment of the Federation, and the second one is the number of Grandmasters who are still alive. Of course, Yang Bo's assessment video has not been released. These are kept secret within the Mecha Master Union, although many people saw it at the time, but what they said is completely different from the video record. There is a standing council within the Federal Mecha Masters Union. There are 13 standing council members, all of whom are Mecha Masters. There is another council, with 131 members, including the remaining Mecha Masters, and some Mecha Masters, and the rest are other professions. Because the Mecha Masters Union wants to operate, it still needs some professional talents. The 13 standing council members watched Li Yuehan's assessment video many times, and most of them looked unhappy. Because Li Yuehan's appearance was too sudden, the stable interest structure within the Mecha Master Union was broken. No matter what organization or group, there are always some people who get more benefits than others. It is impossible for everyone to get the same benefits. The most important thing is that the strength shown by Li Yuehan is beyond everyone's expectations. Everything is fake, only the data is real. How much pressure Li Yuehan bears when the mecha accelerates, especially when the mecha turns around, the force that the Mecha Master bears at this time is almost unattainable by humans now. The mecha suddenly turned around at a speed of Mach 15. And the mecha almost fell apart. But John Lee did it. These data only prove one point. That is, John Lee is an A+ level superpower. An A+ level superpower, coupled with the level of a Mecha Grandmaster, can exert a powerful combat power. The test of the Mecha Grandmaster is to turn around at an accelerated speed. It looks simple. But in actual war, it is the best way to avoid enemy attacks. John Lee's joining is a good thing for our Mecha Master Union. Some people looked unhappy. But some people were happy because John Lee's appearance broke the distribution of interests. Haha, from the existing information, this Li Yuehan is not good at management. Of course, this is a common problem for technical talents. Someone laughed. What this person meant was that Li Yuehan was powerful, but he was just a very high-level Mecha Master. No matter at any time, pure force is useless. You need force plus high emotional intelligence and high means to get along in this society. Haha, Grandmaster Li Yuehan is young enough and has enough strength. I believe that with our support, he can make a career. And Grandmaster Li Yuehan's superpower level has reached A+ level. If such a person knows that someone is targeting him, I am afraid his enemies will die unknowingly. And Grandmaster Li Yuehan can live a long life. Some people need to think clearly. If Grandmaster Li is concerned about them, the descendants of the family may not necessarily have Mecha Grandmasters. Someone said with a laugh. Without Yang Bo's knowledge, he had been used as a target. Haha. Some people are thinking too much. Grandmaster Li John may not necessarily be with anyone. That's right. Then we'll see. The Mecha Masters Union has a great influence in the Federation. So the interests are also great. There have been great conflicts among the permanent directors of these permanent councils. The forces behind these permanent directors are not simple either. Some are from the Federation, and some are from other countries. If no one supports him, and he has no ability, then even if he is a Mecha Grandmaster, he is just an ordinary director. John Lee was recognized as a Mecha Grandmaster, which became the top news of the Federation, because it was the fastest recognition of a Mecha Grandmaster. Yang Bo has returned to March Star, and then notified White to teleport himself and his space mecha to Devon Star. Yang Bo came here to do something that was planned. That is to find the confidant sent by the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire. Release the spiritual seed to this guy, and see if this guy knows where the second world is. After finishing this, I have to go back to March Star, and go to the 9th Fleet to see if I can find the location of the Green Demon Star. According to Yang Bo's guess, it should be possible, because many officers in the 9th Fleet came from the Green Demon Star. I just didn't have the opportunity to contact them before. The reason why Yang Bo didn't release the spiritual seed to Wang Muxue was because Wang Muxue herself was a spiritual superpower, and her spiritual seed might not be successful, and there was a 99% probability that it would be discovered by others. After going to the 9th Fleet, Ma Shan will return to the Federation's Vichy City to participate in the celebration of the Mecha Division Union and strive to get the position of commander of the Korea State Guard Fleet. After becoming the commander, he will start to spend his days observing potential targets and wait until his warships are in place. He He will be the commander of the Korea State Fleet in the future. Whoever wants to pull him down, he will destroy him. Finally, he will develop into an independent fleet of the Federation. It's beautiful to think about it. He can even produce warships by himself. Now that there is a place to arrange the warships, Zhongbua Town will increase its shipments to help Zhongbua Town develop. Yang Bo has arranged a lot of things in recent days. If he knew the location of the second world and the Green Demon Star, he would be even busier. Alan, I want to ask you something. Yang Bo changed into Bart's appearance and called Alan when he returned to Bart's manor. Bart, I thought you were dead. But you still called me. I sent a message to Jerry the butler, saying that you were in the laboratory. You are obsessed with money. Alan cursed at the side. Because Alan has been a bit depressed recently, because of the incidents on Devon Star, which made Alan unable to go out and hang out. Because no one knows the true identity of this group of terrorists, he misses the days when he and Bart went around to do things together. You are mentally ill, you still want to go out and hang out. Don't you worry that those clowns will kill you, and then your wife will become someone else's. Yang Bo cursed in Bart's tone. Humph, those clowns may have run away long ago. What are you asking about? When Alan thought of the violent acts of those clowns, his voice became much weaker. Because those clowns dared to attack the special investigation team. How brave they were. Who is the new head of the investigation team said by the Emperor? How long has he been here? I want to go to their house and ask them when they will give me the results of the investigation. Yang Bo looked angry. You want to make trouble? Take me with you? I'll pick you up. Alan shouted immediately after hearing this. I went there to reason. I was attacked. And then I didn't know why. Although I gave you face last time, I still have a thorn in my heart. Yang Bo hurriedly explained. What the hell are you? You think I don't know? Besides, the last time was the last time. These bastards investigated for so long. But there was no news. I dare not go out. I am so angry. Sometimes I even suspect that they did these things to cover up their tracks. Alan cursed angrily. Do you know where the new investigation team is? Yang Bo heard Alan's complaints and asked. Dewingsing is a small place. How can you not know? Do you think I am like you? Tinkering with your materials in the laboratory all day long? Alan answered angrily. Okay. Then, take me to see it. I feel like I've been in the lab for too long, and I want to find someone to vent my anger on. Hee, you are so frustrated. Wait for me, I'll be there soon, and there are two people in this investigation team that I really don't like. Alan drove his latest model of flying car to pick up Bart. You fat guy, this car is so ugly. Yang Bo looked at Alan's flying car, which was like a car with tires on Earth, without any aerodynamics, not streamlined at all. You know shit, this flying car costs hundreds of millions. It's a representative of the retro faction, and you can't buy it without paying more. Alan cursed angrily. Bart, you've changed. You used to like widows. But now you can stay at home for so long? Even if Ning Shui and your housekeeper are top-notch. It's impossible for someone like you not to come out and play. Right? Is it because of the attack last time? After seeing Bart open the car door and get in, Alan glanced at Bai Lu, and then cursed angrily. You are such a jerk. What era is this? You still have to open the door manually. Yang Bo got into Alan's car and cursed angrily. You know shit, this is what we call class. Bullshit class. This kind of junk is what you big families use to evade taxes. This kind of junk is just a pile of scrap metal. It's still worth hundreds of millions. You know shit, this is a master of retro art. Hey, a bullshit master of retro art, isn't it just plagiarizing the designs of our ancestors? Pa, you uneducated people can't understand. By the way, who is the person in the investigation team that you don't like? Do you want me to beat him up harder for you later? Yang Bo said with a pout. I will do it myself. These two bastards caused trouble for our family when they were in school, and caused our family to lose two important people. Alan answered. If you ask me, this is a good thing. It's okay to make money. But if you make money and get caught, you deserve it. Of course Yang Bo knew what was going on. These great nobles in the empire control many important departments of the empire, and it's all about making money. It's normal for them to transfer benefits to each other. In fact, everyone makes money, and the royal family is the same. But if you make money and get caught, that's stupid, you deserve it. That being said, do you think everyone is as cunning as you? You made 2 trillion in one live broadcast. Your case has been included in the finance course. Alan rolled his eyes. Hee, you know how powerful I am now. What else can you do besides these crooked ways? You can make trouble later, but don't kill anyone. After all, I am the Emperor's man. Do you think I am the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for me? The Emperor is now full of anger. That's good. The Emperor got slapped in the face this time. But why do I feel that things are a little weird? Do you think the Emperor noticed something and acted, or did a self-torture trick? Who knows? The Emperor has a lot of think tanks behind him. Yang Bo laughed in his heart. Some people actually suspected that the Emperor was doing things himself.